The story begins with a car driving down the road while a boy plays on his phone. His name is Gil-soo, and his parents ask him to stop playing. However, he doesn't respond. As they continue their journey, they enter a tunnel, and his mother insists that he should listen to his father. The man watches him through the rearview mirror and sighs. Gil-soo then comments that his father probably regrets having him as a son since he suffers intensely from bullying at school. His mother replies that if the students start bullying him again at the new school, he can simply quit, as she wants him to have a comfortable life. He calls her a liar, claiming that she begged his father to transfer him, but gets no response and returns to his game. After losing, he stares at the game over screen and wonders if he should end it all. The scene shifts to the entrance of Six Gate School, where Gil-soo walks hesitantly, wishing he could run away. He even prays for an earthquake to happen. Introducing himself, he says his name, Lee Gil-soo, and tries to finish his sentence but quickly wishes time would stop so nothing bad could happen. Suddenly, the students start applauding him. Surprised, he lifts his head and realizes they're welcoming him, saying it's cool to have someone from the big city around. Later, another student approaches with a friend. Gil-soo, already expecting the worst, thinks he's about to be bullied again. However, the student just places a hand on his back, introduces himself as Deal, and invites him to the store, saying he'll show him around. Gil-soo, surprised, realizes it's the first time he's ever gone to a store with friends. As they walk, Deal comments on their friend's eyebrows, saying they look like Rock Lee's. Gil-soo replies that, in a way, he thinks they have their own charm. He starts wondering why the school feels so friendly since everyone seems happy and having fun. For the first time, he considers the possibility of having a peaceful life there. However, when he bumps into another student, he feels a tightness in his chest. The student remarks that he got soaked, making Gil-soo panic and apologize repeatedly, saying he'll clean it all up. To his surprise, the other just smiles and says it's fine and appreciates the offer. Gil-soo is stunned, realizing that maybe he can actually live a normal life there. The bell rings, announcing the end of classes, and he reflects on how different the school's atmosphere is. All the fear he felt seemed unnecessary, and he admits to himself that he's happy he moved. Shortly after, Deal approaches his desk and asks if he has any plans later. Gil-soo says no, and Deal invites him to hang out. At night, while walking through the city, Gil-soo notices they've been walking for a while and decides to ask where they're going. Deal simply replies that there's a place he needs to see because every newcomer has to go through it. Gil-soo thinks it sounds forced, but as he notices they're moving away from the city, he starts to reflect. Deal then asks if he's ever done boxing or has any fighting experience. Gil-soo answers no. Laughing, Deal says he'll need courage for what's coming and that they should hurry since they're almost there. Only then does Gil-soo notice that Deal has several scars on his body. The memories of all the schools where he was bullied come rushing back, and he starts fearing that Deal will attack him too. Overcome with fear, he stops walking and says he needs to leave. However, Deal grabs his shoulder, assuring him they're almost there and asking him to at least take a quick look. Unable to assert himself, Gil-soo ends up following him to a warehouse. Upon arriving, he feels defeated and betrayed. Deal opens the door and sounds of shouting and cheering echo from inside. Scared, Gil-soo closes his eyes, expecting the worst. But when he opens them slowly, he realizes he's standing before an underground fight event. The place is packed with students watching the fights. In shock, he sees one of the fighters take a powerful spinning hit, leaving him speechless. Deal laughs and comments that Gil-soo must be surprised, saying, "Welcome to the school's fight arena." The school's fight arena reveals itself before Gil-soo, and he watches as fighters help each other after the matches. Surprised, he hears a voice calling Deal from above the arena. The man asks who the newcomer is. His name is Jang Chung, the school president. Deal replies that Gil-soo just transferred today. However, Gil-soo thinks the guy looks way too old to be a student. Rock Lee then challenges Deal to get into the ring, saying he'll get revenge for mocking his cat paws hairstyle. Deal accepts the challenge without hesitation. Chung turns to Gil-soo and says it's a pleasure to meet him. Gil-soo is struck by the height difference between them. Chung welcomes him to the school as the students cheer excitedly when Deal and Rock start fighting. Gil-soo, confused, asks why they're fighting if they're friends. Chung laughs and says the freshmen aren't so bad. Still perplexed, Gil-soo tries to understand the situation. Chung then explains that this is the true face of the school. He states that there's no bullying there, only violence, but within specific rules. The main rule is that all fights must happen inside the arena. Gil-soo is shocked. Chung stares at him and says he can tell Gil-soo has been bullied constantly. He suggests that Gil-soo release some of that stress there since inside the arena, everyone is equal in the face of violence. Gil-soo's eyes widen in surprise. Chung continues, saying he doesn't like complicated explanations and will only say this once, so Gil-soo better pay attention. Rule number 1. Only 6 gate students can enter. After graduation, expulsion, or dropping out, entrance is forbidden. Rule number 2. Fights are always one-on-one and weapons aren't allowed. Rule number 3. Members of the guidance council council act as referees. Suddenly, a voice stands out from the crowd. It's the boy from the cafeteria calling out to Gil-soo and asking where he's been. Gil-soo immediately remembers him. The boy says he wants to fight to make up for the cleaning fee. Chung comments that it looks like he already has an opponent and that he'll learn through practice. Rule number 4. Any kind of violence outside the arena is prohibited. If someone has a problem with another person, they must settle it inside the ring. The final rule is simple. Just have fun and don't be afraid inside the arena. Gil-soo thinks to himself, not understanding how he could ever enjoy this. The referee raises his hand, signaling the start of the fight. Gil-soo looks at his opponent and feels intimidated. His instincts, honed after 3 years of being bullied, scream at him to run. The students continue to cheer, and some comment that the new kid was really unlucky to have been chosen by Kang-in. He is famous for his brutality. Kang-in looks at Gil-soo and asks if he's not going to make the first move. He says he's giving him an advantage since it's his first fight. However, Gil-soo is paralyzed with fear, unable to react. Seeing this, Kang-in smiles and says that if Gil-soo will take the chance, then he will. He lunges forward. Gil-soo starts trembling, tears welling up in his eyes. The spectators' excitement turns into pure disgust. Everyone watches in disbelief as Gil-soo covers himself in vomit and hay. Kang-in realizes what happened, and while the students burst into laughter, asks for a towel or something to help. Gil-soo, humiliated and defeated, mutters that he's never thrown a punch in his life and that he can't do this. The scene cuts to the school bathroom. Some students talk about the arena fight, calling it embarrassing. Gil-soo sits inside a stall, overhearing everything, and concludes that he's completely screwed. He thought it was a normal school, but realizes it's far from it. Even though Chung told him to have fun, he knows he never will. He already imagines what will happen the next day, but since he can't be bullied anymore, he figures he just has to push through. The scene shifts again. Chung is doing push-ups with 2 students on his back. He reaches 999, struggles with the last rep, but manages to hit 1,000. Gil-soo watches, perplexed, and asks how he can possibly be a high school student. Chung looks at Gil-soo and asks if he has something to say. Gil-soo hesitates, but then mentions he has a question about the fight arena. Chung teases, asking if he has any skills besides vomiting. Gil-soo ignores the joke and says that he really can't fight in the arena. The students around them fall silent, surprised. Chung asks why, pointing out that he didn't even get hurt in the previous fight. Gil-soo lowers his head and admits he has no confidence. He says he doesn't hate anyone and doesn't see any fun in fighting. In fact, he doesn't even understand the purpose of the arena. He asks if he can simply not participate. Chung puts his hand on Gil-soo's shoulder and says that means he can beat him up as much as he wants now. Gil-soo, confused, asks what he means. Without directly answering, Chung declares that as the school president, he's announcing that Gil-soo is no longer protected by the arena. School life continues as usual, but Gil-soo fears what might happen. His fears come true when Kang-in shows up, saying he heard about his decision not to participate in the arena. Without warning, he grabs Gil-soo and slams his face against the desk. Laughing, he says he's going to teach him what that means at this school. He declares that he needed a slave, and now Gil-soo belongs to him. The other students completely ignore the scene as Gil-soo is punched in the face. Kang-in praises his own strength, and one of the students comments that he heard Gil-soo transferred because of bullying. One of Kang-in's friends laughs and says it makes total sense since Gil-soo is such a coward. He then orders Gil-soo to come to his class during every break. Gil-soo starts crying as the beating continues in the back of the classroom. The scene shifts to the teacher's office. We hear Gil-soo talking to a teacher, saying he plans to drop out of school. He explains that he's preparing for it and will just take the exam to get his diploma. With a defeated look, he says he's done everything he could. Softly, he apologizes to his family, lamenting that he's such a useless son. Leaving school, he passes through the gate, reflecting that his school life is over. However, he's stopped by Chung, who stares at him and asks why he's not fighting. He demands an explanation. Gil-soo hesitates but eventually lowers his head and says he's sorry. He claims that someone obsessed with fighting like Chung could never understand how he feels. He admits he has trauma from violence, suffered severe bullying, and now just wants to give up because he's tried everything. Chung puts his hand on his shoulder and declares that he's even more pathetic than he thought. Gil-soo, confused, asks what he means. Without responding, Chung starts walking toward him. Chung asks who said he has to fight like a pro. He says that if Gil-soo doesn't have teeth, he should use his gums. If he doesn't have strength, he should use courage. That's what it really means to fight. He grabs Gil-soo by the collar and asks if he doesn't even want to protect himself. Gil-soo starts crying, wondering what he did wrong. Chung then asks if he thinks the outside world is all sunshine and rainbows. He says that if Gil-soo keeps acting like this, he'll be a loser for the rest of his life. Gil-soo walks home, muttering that Chung would never understand because he's never been weak. He's tired and wants to give up, but then Him appears, grinning mockingly. He says he heard that Gil-soo won't be going to school anymore starting tomorrow. Laughing, he asks how he could leave without saying goodbye. Threateningly, he adds that if Gil-soo leaves, who will be his punching bag? Since Chung created the fight arena, he hasn't had any slaves, so he needs someone to vent his frustrations. He says Gil-soo is wrong if he thinks everything will end by quitting school. He orders him to follow. The scene cuts to a dark alley where the bullies beat up Gil-soo. Lying on the ground, Gil-soo feels like he's about to die and just wishes they would stop. and then comments that he should consider himself lucky. If it were back when Kang-in's older brother was at the school, he'd already be dead. Suddenly, Ha asks if the address he received is correct. Gil-soo, confused, wonders what he's talking about. Ha laughs and says he can't believe Gil-soo lives in such a nice house. He then reads out his address aloud. He declares that next time they'll visit him at home. He laughs again. Gil-soo suddenly stands up and demands to know what he plans to do at his house. Ha just orders him to stay still or he'll take a picture and send it to everyone. Completely desperate, Gil-soo wonders what he did so wrong to deserve this. He really thought it was finally over and that he had escaped this hell. But the moment he thought he was free, he was dragged back in. He remembers Chung's words, fighting isn't just about strength, and he realizes how much of a coward he's been for not even trying to protect himself. The bullies grab his face, and he screams in pain. Ha laughs and mocks him, telling the others to hold him tighter. In his desperation, Gil-soo shouts again, "Why? What did I do wrong?" In a sudden move, he knocks Ha's phone to the ground, cracking the screen. Ha looks at the phone shocked. Without thinking, Gil-soo bites Ha's hand as hard as he can. Ha screams in pain while Gil-soo mutters that since he's weak, he'll do whatever it takes to fight. He says he'll resist with everything he has. Ha, furious, punches Gil-soo in the face, knocking him down. But to everyone's shock, Gil-soo gets up again. Ha, stunned, mutters that he's gone crazy. Gil-soo, panting, replies that he's pretty sure he has. Ha looks down, noticing the determination in Gil-soo's eyes. Gil-soo then says that if he's going to die, he'll take Ha down with him. Ha laughs, surprised, and comments that even a cornered rat will bite. He asks if Gil-soo is ready to keep going. The other two bullies move in on him, but Gil-soo doesn't back down. He grabs a handful of dirt from the ground and throws it into their eyes, shouting at them to get lost. The attackers retreat furious. He realizes that Gil-soo picked up the dirt when he fell. Without wasting time, he yells at the others to chase him. Gil-soo runs, not knowing exactly where he's going. Somehow, his feet lead him back to the fight arena. The door opens and Chung looks surprised to see Gil-soo entering. With determination in his eyes, he declares, "I'm going to do this." The surrounding students are shocked by his return. Gil-soo then announces that he wants to enter the fight arena. The bullies who were chasing him stop at the door. Chung watches the scene and smiles. He says that Gil-soo is more interesting than he imagined. Already inside the ring, Gil-soo prepares to fight. One of Ha's friends steps forward and says he will be the one to face the nerd. His name is Park Yongo. Another companion warns him to lower his voice because Chung is present. Yongo responds that he knows and it's always necessary to be careful. Gil-soo takes a punch to the face, followed by a knee to the stomach, and receives another blow to the face. Kang asks if he really thought he could do anything in a fight and hits him again, making him lose balance. Then he lifts his leg and kicks Gil-soo in the face, saying he'll teach him how to behave. Laughing, he asks how he feels now, claiming he surely regrets it. Gil-soo glares at Kang with anger, which irritates him. Ordering him to lower his eyes, Kang slaps him repeatedly, insulting him with each hit. He says a loser should act like one and that this isn't a webtoon. Then he performs his spinning kick, sending Gil-soo sprawling across the floor. The students comment on how intense the fight is and wonder if Gil-soo broke something. Kang, still excited, hopes he's not dead. Gil-soo tries to get up, but Kang is surprised, saying he should already be unconscious. He orders him to stop pretending to be tough, warning he might end up dead. Gil-soo asks how, claiming this doesn't even compare to the pain he has already faced. He lunges forward, landing a punch that knocks Kang to the ground. The students react in shock, calling him Vomit Boy, and commenting that he has some tricks up his sleeve. Kang admits he was caught off guard. Gil-soo screams and goes for another punch but gets hit first. Kang mocks him, asking how such slow punches could do any damage. At that moment, Gil-soo remembers Chung's words and suddenly headbutts Kang, making his nose bleed. The students cheer, saying this is more fun than they imagined. Chung observes that even though the adrenaline is numbing the pain, Gil-soo is clearly injured but shows impressive resilience. Kang kicks him away, making him fall to the ground. Wiping blood from his face, he asks if Gil-soo has a death wish. Still, Gil-soo gets up, determined to continue. He wonders if it was always like this, if the gangs he feared were really that strong. The students start chanting his name. Clenching his teeth, he charges at Kang, throwing a punch in one-punch style but is stopped by an uppercut. His consciousness fades as Kang declares he won't be caught off guard again. Gil-soo passes out and Kang is declared the winner. Later that night, Gil-soo wakes up unsure if he had passed out. Despite this, he feels proud for having defended himself, remembering he managed to land a hit. However, he regrets not staying calm and starts reflecting on what he could have done to win. If only he were a bit stronger. Suddenly, Chum appears beside him and asks if his mind is clearer now. Gil-soo looks around, realizing they're alone, and asks if Chung came for him. Chung replies that as president, it's his duty to ensure no one gets seriously hurt since the arena exists to protect students. He reminds Gil-soo that what happened was an exception, and that from now on he's no longer allowed to enter since he's about to leave the school. Chung starts to walk away, but Gil-soo stops him, asking what he should do. Chung frowns, wondering what he means. Determined, Gil-soo declares he won't quit school, and begs Chung to tell him what he needs to do to get stronger. He explains that everything started because of a flying slipper that accidentally hit someone. At first, it seemed like nothing would happen, but then the other students exchanged looks and began beating him, demanding money. He had been marked as weak. They laughed, saying people like him needed to be beaten, and kicked him mercilessly. Gil-soo recalls how it all began but decides he can't give up. Chung smiles, saying it's also his responsibility as president to train the weak. He approaches Gil-soo and asks if he's ready. Without warning, he punches Gil-soo in the stomach. Gil-soo spits blood and screams in pain. Chung comments that it must hurt like hell but warns this is just the beginning. He promises to make him strong enough to withstand his punches. The next day, Gil-soo still feels intense pain and wonders how strong Chung really is. He remembers Chung telling him to look for him during breaks. Gil-soo wonders if this training will truly make him stronger. Gil calls out to him, asking if he wasn't going to quit. Gil-soo replies that he changed his mind. Gil comments that he must like the arena, joking that he has the guts to keep going. Suddenly, Kang appears. Gil-soo lifts his head upon hearing him call him a punching bag. He knows how strong it is. Kang says he didn't expect to see him back and asks if he wants revenge but warns him to know his place or he might end up dead next time. They walk in opposite directions. Gil notices that Gil-soo is trembling with rage. Determined, Gil-soo decides he'll become strong enough to never lose to bastards like Kang again. On a rooftop, we see Gil-soo getting punched in the face and then in the stomach by Chung. Chung tells him to keep his eyes open and follow his fists. He also forbids him from fighting until the training is complete. Gil-soo protests, asking how this can even be called training, as he squeezes his eyes shut tightly. Several days pass since the training started. He takes hit after hit. The left hook lands, followed by a kick that sends him flying. He complains that this feels more like a one-sided beating than actual training. Meanwhile, in the ring, Kang looks down at his completely defeated opponent. People comment that he's been ruthless since his fight with Gil-soo and that his ego is bruised. They joke that his weaknesses are headbutts and vomit. Irritated, Kang challenges anyone to fight him if they think he has a weakness. His opponent apologizes and backs off. Kang storms through the crowd, calling them idiots. He asks his friends if they've seen Gil-soo today. They say no, mentioning that he hasn't been showing up during breaks and has been avoiding the arena. They suggest it seems like he's rejecting the arena. Kang has a moment of realization, thinks about Chung, and then smiles, saying he has an idea to beat up some losers. That night, Gil-soo runs on the track, completely exhausted. He remembers all the beatings he's taken and wonders if this training method will really make him stronger. Still, he decides he needs to push harder to reach his goals. Suddenly, a motorcycle approaches and brushes against his shoulder. The rider stops and complains that Gil-soo scratched his bike. He gets off, saying they need to discuss the matter and demands compensation for repairs. Gil-soo asks how he expects him to come up with that kind of money, pointing out that it was the rider who hit him. The man grabs his hair, calls him a loser, and punches him, accusing him of trying to scam him. His friends laugh, claiming they saw everything and that Gil-soo ran right into the bike. Confused, Gil-soo asks what's going on, but the man keeps talking and demands an answer. Gil-soo realizes he isn't afraid. The man insists he should hand over all the money he has. Then Gil-soo remembers that he's been taking beatings from a real monster this whole time. He knocks the man's hand away and punches him in the face with his left hand, asking why he should pay when he isn't even scared of him. The man grabs his wrist and mocks him, asking if that was supposed to be a punch. Gil-soo wonders why his hit had no effect and realizes he is still weak. The others watch in surprise as he starts spinning his arms wildly and shouts, admitting that he never actually learned how to fight, only how to take a beating. The aggressor laughs and kicks him, asking if he's putting on a comedy show. His friends laugh, saying he looks like a windmill or someone trying to swim. The man then puts on brass knuckles, smiling maliciously, and orders his friends to hold Gil-soo tightly. He warns that after this beating, Gil-soo will learn how to behave. He tells him to clench his teeth and goes in for the punch. But before he can land the blow, someone appears out of nowhere and knees him in the face. The aggressor stumbles back and Gil-soo looks on in shock, recognizing his savior, Deal. Deal laughs upon realizing the person he saved was Gil-soo. One of the thugs charges at him, but Deal dodges the attack and counters with a left hook to the face. Another comes at him with a wooden plank, but Deal blocks it with his arm and lands another punch. A girl who was with them screams when she sees her friends knocked out and complains that they left her alone. Gil-soo watches Deal fight, impressed by his strength, realizing he thought Deal was just a regular guy. The girl then threatens Deal, asking if he knows who they are. She claims they are part of the strongest first years at D-Line High School. Sanol, one of Deal's friends, tells her to give up, that it doesn't matter. If they call more people, it will only get worse for them. He reveals he's from 6 Gates High and says he found it odd the loser was acting that way, but now they mess with the wrong person. The aggressors quickly jump on their bikes and flee. Deal clicks his tongue, calls them idiots, and then turns to Gil-soo, asking how he got involved with them. A little later, Gil-soo Gil-soo explains about his special training with Chung. Deal is surprised and comments that Gil-soo must be really serious about fighting. Gil-soo confirms but admits he's still too weak and was just training his endurance when he was attacked. Deal laughs for calling Gil-soo throwing punches in the air and says it was quite a spectacle. He praises his courage for not showing fear, but warns that he still doesn't have enough strength to fight multiple people at once. Deal explains that if it were him, he would have dodged the hit and countered. But he also confesses he envies Gil-soo for being chosen by Chung. He adds that for someone who rejected the arena, it's important to get used to the environment. After all, the school is unique. Gil-soo then recalls Sanil saying they messed with the wrong person and asks Deal why the thugs ran away when they found out he was from Six Gates. Deal laughs and says it's obvious, that school is famous. Gil-soo asks why, and Deal explains that Six Gates has a long history of school violence. In the past, it was like a jungle and things got out of control. Gil-soo comments that it doesn't seem that way now. Deal agrees and says that's thanks to Chung. He conquered the school and created the fight arena with his own rules. Over time, the school became more organized since the arena became an alternative way to release pent-up anger. But if the arena or Chung disappears, the rules will lose their meaning. Who knows when everything will return to the chaos it once was? Besides, there are still people who want things to go back to the old ways. In the arena, a student falls to the ground defeated. Yongo mocks at him, asking if that's all he's got. He points at another person and orders him to get in the ring, saying he chose him just because he doesn't like his face. The student hesitates and Yongo asks if he's refusing to fight. Kang's group laughs, commenting that Yongo is on fire today. Kang, on the other hand, calls them losers and says they need to learn their place. Yongo steps forward and lands a left hook on his opponent's face, followed by a right punch. The opponent tries to ask for a break, but Yongo ignores him and prepares a final kick, saying it's way too easy. Kang then stands up and orders everyone to clear the way, saying he wants to have some fun too. He says that some people just talk and never step into the ring. He announces he'll teach those cowards a lesson. Back to the present, it's Kang's turn to fight. The students wonder who he'll choose, and he points at one of the students who is talking about him. He orders him to get into the ring immediately. The boy, surprised, asks why he was chosen, since they don't even know each other. Kang replies that he doesn't need a reason. He just got in a bad mood looking at him. He grabs him by the collar and asks if he plans to refuse the challenge and end up like Gil-soo. At that moment, Chung enters the arena, visibly irritated. He stares at Kang and asks what's going on. Kang, unfazed, replies that he just issued a fight request, but there was a misunderstanding. He then challenges Chung, asking if there's a problem with that, pointing out that he didn't break any rules. Back in the past, he is with his friends and they ask what his plan is. He says that Gil-soo got himself into trouble by being the first in the school to say no to the combat arena. As long as you have arms and legs, anyone can fight in the arena. Everyone is equal in the face of violence, and these are the school's rules. They can brag about it, but if you look closely, you'll realize they're cowards who only enjoy watching the fights without ever participating because, deep down, they're all losers. His friends agree, saying they're having fun too, but that idiot Gil-soo exposed the situation. They wonder what would happen if they challenged those who had been beating others until now. Yongo replies that they would be forced to fight so they wouldn't end up like Gil-soo. Kang agrees and says the arena will now be their playground. Back in the present, and asks Chung what's going on, saying he didn't break any rules. Chung tells him to stop pretending to be brave, and laughs, apologizing for the confusion and saying that next time he'll choose more carefully. On the rooftop, Chung is landing a series of blows on Gil-soo, finishing with a kick. Gil-soo says he feels like he's going to die, but manages to balance himself and block a hit, saying he's not as scared as before. Chung responds that he's getting used to the punches. Gil-soo tries to counterattack, but Chung dodges and Gil-soo says that if he wants to win, he needs to land a punch. He keeps attacking without any real plan, and Chung starts getting irritated, slapping him and telling him to shut up. Gil-soo replies that it hurt more than usual, and Chung tells him that he needs to learn how to really fight. If he does, he could even win a fight in the game room. At the arcade, Gil-soo says the place is old and asks why they're there. He opens the door and sees a bald man, whom some might recognize as Bob. Chung tells him to raise his fists to his chin, tuck his chin in, and position his feet shoulder-width apart, slightly on his toes. He instructs Gil-soo to throw a jab, a light punch, and for the straight punch, to rotate his hips, shoulders, and use his legs to generate power, maximizing the impact. Gil-soo says the punch sounded like a gunshot, but insists it's his turn now. He throws an awkward jab and then a straight punch, saying he's getting the hang of it, but when he looks at the score, he realizes it hasn't changed. Chung says the machine is broken, so unless the punch has real impact, it won't register. He needs to hit harder to damage the opponent. Chung tells him to find his own way of fighting and not to show himself until he achieves the highest score. The scene shifts to when he's on the phone and his girlfriend says they should stop seeing each other. He wonders why she's acting like this again. He bumps into Yongo and apologizes, but Yongo throws him to the ground, causing his phone to fall and break. Yongo says he did mean to bump into him, but Rock responds that it was clearly on purpose. Yongo says that, judging by his look, he seems to have a problem and suggests settling in the arena. Rock looks a bit scared and nervously says it was his his fault. Yongo laughs, and the others comment that it was really an accident and not school violence. Then Yongo tells him to be more careful next time. Deal picks Rock up and suggests reporting the incident, but Rock tells him to drop it, saying it's not worth making a fuss. Deal looks irritated. In the cafeteria, Gil-soo is eating frantically, saying he's starving and can't increase his score, asking what he should do. Yongo apologizes and dumps food on Gil-soo's head, laughing. He says he hadn't seen him around and wondered where he had been disappearing to, then slaps his back, saying he missed him. He keeps hitting him, saying it's good to see him after so long and asking if he feels the same, with malice in his eyes. We see Kang and Yongo talking outside the cafeteria about how they just bullied Rock and got away with it. Kang says it's time to do the same to Gil-soo and show him what happens when he messes with them. Yongo says he'll handle it, telling Kang not to get involved and to trust him. Gil-soo grabs Yongo's hand and Yongo says he's learned to resist now, calling him cute and he's angry. Gil-soo is furious, but Chung has banned him from the arena until he finishes his training. He says he has no choice but to obey. Deal tells Yongo to shut up, saying he's trying to eat, and then throws his food tray at Yongo. Deal says you shouldn't bother a dog when it's eating. Gil-soo is surprised by this. Deal tells him he needs to know his place. Yongo asks if Deal has gone crazy, and Deal replies that it's not school violence, laughing as he says his hand simply slipped, but that he wanted to fight anyway. He tells Yongo that this is good and that he will teach him a lesson in the arena tonight. We see Deal washing his clothes while Gil-soo, now in uniform, thanks him for helping. Deal says he didn't do it for Gil-soo, and although it may seem like it, he just wants to teach a lesson since he's tired of seeing people behaving wrongly in the arena. He admits he hasn't been there for a while, so he doesn't know exactly what's going on. Gil-soo asks what's happening, and Deal explains that they've been intentionally picking the weakest students and attacking them in the arena. When the students get scared, they use Gil-soo as an example, but since he hasn't had a chance to fight them yet, this is good because now he can protect the arena. Gil-soo wonders why Deal wants to protect the arena, saying that if he's so strong, the arena shouldn't matter to him. He asks if there's a reason behind it. Deal reveals that he went through a dark phase just like Gil-soo. A flashback shows him urinating into a pot filled with other things, while a bully tells him it's a new pig drink and orders him to open his mouth. We see a chubbier, timid version of Deal. The bully holds his mouth, forcing him to drink, but suddenly a large hand grabs the bully, telling him to be nice to his friend. Someone had saved Deal. Deal thanks the man, saying he doesn't know who he is. The man hands him a flyer and asks if he wants to try boxing as a way to lose weight. It turns out the man was the owner of a boxing gym. After that, Deal tried boxing for the first time and became obsessed with it. We see him progressively losing weight and transforming through boxing. He knocks the bully to the ground and the others try to apologize, realizing they can't mess with him anymore. Even those who acted like bullies were just weak inside. Gil-soo is surprised, realizing that Deal used to be bullied. Deal laughs, saying that the arena's rules made by Chung are a bit extreme, but he likes that people have the freedom to fight and choose their opponents. He says he's going to defeat Yongo and asks Gil-soo to watch. That night in the arena, the two face off. Yongo says he doesn't know where Deal suddenly got all this courage. Deal asks if he came to talk or to fight, telling him to stop talking and get started. Yongo smirks, saying Deal looks ready to fight. Gil-soo wishes Deal good luck. The referee starts the match. Yongo opens with a jab, but Deal blocks it, surprising him. Yongo throws more jabs, but Deal easily dodges them all. Yongo retaliates with his own punches, landing one on Deal. The spectators are shocked at Deal's speed. Yongo notes that Deal is faster than he expected and wonders if he's purely a boxer. Deal starts pushing forward, backing Yongo up with jabs. Yongo comments that Deal may be fast, but his punches are too weak. He counters with a powerful punch, claiming he's stronger, but Deal blocks it. Deal throws another jab, Yongo dodges and tries an uppercut, but it was a trap. Deal counters with his own uppercut, complimenting Yongo on the attempt. Yongo realizes he was tricked. Gil-soo is amazed, realizing Deal is dominating the fight and that Yongo hasn't landed a solid hit yet. The crowd starts wondering if Deal was always this strong and notes that Yongo might lose his undefeated record. Gil-soo is shocked to learn Yongo is undefeated. Yongo throws a right overhand, misses, a left hook, misses, another right, and misses again. He starts losing his composure, frustrated that he can't land a single punch. Deal taunts him, laughing and asking if Yongo really thought those punches would land. He hits Yongo with a jab, saying that light punches need to connect before heavy ones can. Deal lands a straight punch, sending Yongo to his knees. Deal mocks him, saying he talks too much but can't back it up, and tells him to stop bothering people and leave the arena. Yongo looks over at Kang, smiling, telling him not to worry because he's not done yet. Yongo admits that Deal is better at boxing but claims he'll fight fairly from now on. Gil-soo is surprised as Yongo raises his leg towards Deal, adopting a Muay Thai stance, declaring that it's time to start the real fight. Deal recognizes Yongo's stance, noting that he plans to use a kick. He charges forward, head low, saying he can land 2 hits, and does so towards Yongo. Yongo grimaces in pain, wondering why Deal's leg feels so firm as his kick was blocked. He attempts to strike, but Deal creates distance. Yongo doesn't lose momentum, charging directly at him. Seeing Deal preparing another kick, Yongo blocks with his arm but instantly regrets it, feeling as if he's been hit by a steel post being thrown across the ring. He wonders why Deal is so strong, realizing that even though he blocked, the damage was immense. Yango comes forward with another kick and Deal raises his hands to block, but we see his arm bone fracture. Gil-soo shouts his name as the sound of the break echoes through the arena. Deal backs away and Yango laughs, taunting him to come at him like before, asking if he's scared. Deal wonders why Yango's kicks are so powerful, far beyond the strength of his punches, realizing that another hit could be dangerous. Lost in thought, Deal gets punched in the face and then is hit by a flurry of punches in a Dragon Ball Z style sequence. Yango laughs, happy that his punches are finally landing. Deal realizes he's too focused on Yango's kicks, preventing him from reacting properly. Yango insults him, reminding him that he was the one who said not to ruin the fight arena, questioning who he thinks he is. A low kick knocks Deal to the ground. Yango continues taunting, saying Deal is too weak to lecture anyone. Unable to stand, Deal watches helplessly as Yango prepares for his soccer-style kick to his head, saying goodbye. Just as the kick lands, the referee blocks it with his shin. This leg's made of steel. The referee, Jun, says, if your opponent can't fight anymore, going further is a foul. Yango laughs, saying they were just getting started, but he had fun for the first time in a while. He looks at Gil-soo, remarking that maybe that's why some old faces are back. As Gil-soo makes eye contact, Yango laughs harder, saying the arena will get even more fun, so he should come often. Later, Gil-soo helps Deal walk. Gil-soo asks if it hurts much. Deal says that more than the pain, he's just frustrated for losing and boosting their egos. Gil-soo notes that Deal was winning at first, but everything changed when the kick started. Deal agrees, saying Yango's kicks were much stronger than expected, but something felt off about that last kick, though he can't figure out what. They arrive at their destination and Deal thanks Gil-soo for helping him, offering water before they leave. Gil-soo declines, saying he has something to do. Deal is curious, watching Gil-soo run off, wondering where he's headed at this hour. Cut to a classroom where Kang looks at the ugliest pair of shoes imaginable, asking why they're there. One of the guys says their gang wanted to show appreciation. Kang replies that he values talent over gratitude. They agree, promising to do their best. Yango enters, saying he doubts Gil-soo will show up at school today. Kang stands, asking what he means. Yango says it's probably time to beat him now. Kang puts a hand on Yango's shoulder, saying things have changed because of him. Yango looks confused as they walk. Kang explains that by defeating Deal, they proved their strength, scaring those who thought they were weaker. Touching Gil-soo now would only ruin their reputation. One guy asks about the next plan, suggesting spreading flyers to recruit people. Kang says no, explaining they've beaten the freshmen as planned and it's time for the next step. They cut to some men smoking outside, introduced as Sun Shoku. They ask who the newcomers are. Bose replies they came to meet them. Shoku laughs, dismissing them as freshmen, calling them kids. Kang responds, saying they probably look that way to him since Shoku was part of a legendary generation with his brother. Shoku realizes who Kang's brother is. Kang points out that since Chung sidelined them, they've been hiding like old men. Shoku grabs Kang by the throat, calling him arrogant. Kang replies he's just disappointed, feeling like they've been fighting alone, but things have changed now. Shoku questions him, and we cut to Hang talking to Chung. Hang insists they need to intervene in the fight arena, saying letting them abuse the rules will destroy its foundation. He brings up Kang's older brother, Hai. Chung says the rules are the rules, even if they've been abused. Hang asks if he'll just stand by. Chung replies that even if he steps in and fixes things, the arena won't be the same. Hang reflects, realizing Chung is right. Chung's phone rings. It's Gil-soo, calling from the arcade. Chung reminds him that he said not to call until he scored some points, asking if he gave up. Gil-soo says that's exactly why he called. We see the punching machine covered in blood with a score over 99,999. Gil-soo tells Chung to teach him, saying he's ready for the next lesson. Meanwhile, we see Gil-soo running towards the game club, thinking about Yango. He says he needs to hurry and get stronger, then slaps Bob as we see him going all out on the poor mannequin. Gil-soo says this is the only thing he can do as he has nothing else, and he's pushing himself even with his weak punches. If he punches these machines tens of thousands of times, he'll surely be able to do it. He remembers Chung saying he needs to hit hard enough for the machine to register the punch. Only then will it prove he can cause damage to an opponent. Lacking weight and strength, it would be better to widen his stance to put more power into the punch, which he does, allowing for a full motion swing. He hits Bob right in the face and we hear a loud noise. We see that he managed to score 3 points and the count keeps rising, passing 20, then 134, slowly climbing higher and higher until it surpasses 4,000. Now his fists begin to bleed, the skin tearing until he finally hits the 99,999 points we saw before. He tells Chung to teach him. Chung smiles, saying that was faster than he expected, and Gil-soo replies that he had no choice since he doesn't have time to waste. Chung says that's good, and now they can move on to the next stage, but it will be much harder, so he needs to be prepared. As he says this, Gil-soo's head drops onto his chest, and Chung starts smiling, saying that rest is also part of training, while we see that Gil-soo has passed out. The next night, we see Yango asking if this is everyone at the fight club. He says not even half the usual people are there, asking if everyone is scared. We hear a man asking who's scared as he steps forward. It's a second-year student council member named Choi. He says he thinks he needs to educate the freshmen. Yango looks a bit surprised, and Choi says he hated the dragon tattoo on Yango's arm since he first saw it, and that's reason enough for them to fight. He'd been looking for fights over silly reasons like that all the time. Yango looks a bit tense, and we see Hang saying they can't just sit back anymore. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The arena door starts opening, and we hear Shoku asking what's up with this atmosphere. He heard rumors that their fight club has been fun lately, so he came to visit. Hang looks surprised, and Shoku says he didn't expect to see a second year trying to fight a freshman. He wonders if he needs to spice things up a bit. Hang walks towards him, asking how he dares to come here. Shoku replies that he came because he's also a member of the high school. Hang tells him to stop spouting nonsense, since he caused an incident before but now shows up as if nothing happened. Shoku says they can forget about what happened in the past. We hear him asking why Hang is being so uptight, saying there are fewer people here, so it's good to have new faces joining, asking if Hang agrees. Hang clearly doesn't agree and then asks why he's so scared and laughs at him. Cut to a construction site, and Gil-soo wonders what kind of training he's about to. Gil-soo is in a really dark place and says it's so gloomy that it feels like a ghost will pop out from somewhere. Chung responds that he needs to find his way properly. Gil-soo asks what kind of training he's going to do, and Chung asks if he's ever heard of the old Six Gate School. He explains that the schools in the Jeonnam area used to compete for the title of the strongest, and the school that won with an overwhelming victory was theirs. After Six Gates dominated the territory, the other schools dispersed back to their original areas. Gil-soo wonders what this has to do with him, and Chung says that where he's sitting now is the territory of Jining Technical School. Although school fights don't happen anymore, if members of another school invade their territory, it's treated as a clear provocation. Gil-soo is completely shocked, and then Chung slams the door hard and starts locking it, saying that the door on the other side is open, so he should try to get out on his own. Chung says there's no better experience than a real fight. Gil-soo starts shouting at him, asking what he's doing, and soon we hear a motorcycle approaching. He gets worried, and a man asks who's making so much noise in his territory. Gil-soo recognizes the man as soon as he gets off the bike, and we see it's none other than Sanel from before, who also recognizes Gil-soo. He says he knew he heard that school name somewhere before, and Sanel replies that Gil-soo must know the situation now is different from last time. He's really happy to see him here and starts laughing. He also says Gil-soo must be fearless to come here alone. Sanel starts putting on his brass knuckles just like before, and Gil-soo says nothing. Sanel grabs the back of Gil-soo's head and asks if he's scared since he's just standing there. Then Sanel realizes that Gil-soo is mumbling something and starts rubbing his brass knuckles on his face, telling him to speak up before he breaks his jaw. We start to hear what Gil-soo is mumbling, and he says, "Raise my fist to chin level, keep my feet shoulder width apart, and take light steps." Then he throws a jab, hitting Sanel directly in the face. He steps forward while still mentally reciting the steps to throw a proper punch. Sanel can only watch as the punch comes straight at him, hitting him much harder than any punch we've seen Gil-soo throw. All of Sanel's friends are shocked to see him spitting blood, and Gil-soo starts smiling, saying that it works now. Then we hear a man saying he lost while begging Shoku to let him go. Shoku replies that if he had known the fight arena was so much fun, he would have come earlier, and that he didn't realize the student council bastards were so weak. He refers to Troy, saying his mind is damaged. Meanwhile, we hear Hang warning not to overdo it when stepping into the ring. He suggests that Shoku face someone on his level before starting to brag. Shoku responds that, indeed, they have a lot to settle, dropping Troy to the ground and wondering what to do now that only his group and the student council remain. Everyone agrees he's right since even the few students still there had already left. The arena rules were completely ignored, and even Shoku, who used to keep a low profile, showed up. Most likely, the students left to avoid becoming targets. This apparently was exactly Kang's plan when he brought Shoku. Kang then suggests that if they really want to fight, they should set up a match in a proper place, not the arena since it's empty. He argues that he no longer needs to protect it. Kang starts getting irritated, but Shoku interrupts, telling him to listen carefully and make sure Chung knows too. This enrages Hang even more. Meanwhile, we see Sangtu taking a punch to the face. His friend runs toward him furious, asking how Gil-soo dares to act that way on their turf. He throws a punch directly at Gil-soo's face, but Gil-soo doesn't even flinch. With a smile, Gil-soo mocks him, saying those weak punches don't hurt at all. He then strikes his opponent in the stomach, sending him flying. Another enemy charges forward with provocative words, and Gil-soo accepts the fight. However, he's much stronger and knocks the opponent away with a single blow. They start wondering what's going on, questioning if he's really the same person from before. A woman steps in, calling Gil-soo an idiot and asking if he realizes what he just did. Behind her, even more men gather. She warns him that he's completely screwed. A strange-haired guy asks why someone from the Six Gates is there and suggests they finish him off. Gil-soo starts getting nervous, realizing the number of enemies and concluding that facing them directly is impossible. He needs a plan. The woman laughs, asking if he finally understands the situation and if he's ready to be crushed. Suddenly, Gil-soo jumps onto Cell's motorcycle and she reacts furiously, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing and telling him to stop. He realizes that if he can't fight them head-on, he needs to use a tool. The sound of the revving engine confuses the other students, and soon we see Gil-soo barely sitting properly on the bike, struggling to control it. They start laughing, finding the scene pathetic and embarrassing. However, Gil-soo lets go of the bike on purpose, sending it crashing into the group, scattering them. He reveals that he never intended to ride it. He only needed a distraction. Taking advantage of the chaos, he punches the strange-haired guy in the face, knocking him aside. We learn the guy's name is Kung-suk. The others shout to capture Gil-soo, who starts running as fast as he can. He thinks that if he can face them one-on-one, he might stand a chance. For a moment, he even misses the fight arena, but quickly realizes something. Even outside the arena, he still has a shot. He spots a long staircase and begins to climb. His enemies chase after him, and when they think they've cornered him, they see Gil-soo standing at the top, daring them to come up. They laugh, saying he must have hit his head while running. With no other option, they charge at him, convinced there's no escape. But Gil-soo surprises them by punching the first enemy square in the face, knocking him down. A second charges to avenge his friend, but also takes a strong hit and falls. Enemies begin falling over each other like bowling pins, and Gil-soo smiles. He realizes that if he can face them one by one and maintain the high ground, it'll be much easier. The stairs make them lose momentum, and if he knocks them down, he can escape. Taunting them, he tells them to stop stalling and fight, urging them forward so he can defeat them and leave. But before he can react, a bowl of ramen flies at him, hitting him on the head. At the same time, a man grabs the railing, jumps, and kicks Gil-soo in the face, sending him tumbling down the stairs into the crowd. The students cheer for their upperclassman, who angrily says he was just trying to enjoy his ramen when some 6 gates losers showed up. Gil-soo, dazed, mumbles that he didn't expect anyone on the upper floors. Determined, he charges at the newcomer, who looks slightly surprised but doesn't hesitate. With a swift move, he knees Gil-soo in the face, making him realize this guy is much stronger than the others. The upperclassman declares he'll give the students only 10 minutes to take Gil-soo down and bring him over. The students immediately attack Gil-soo from all sides. Still annoyed, the upperclassman complains about wasting his ramen and suddenly reduces the time to 5 minutes. Gil-soo struggles to block the kicks and punches raining down on him, feeling the fight turn against him. Yet he starts to stand up despite his trembling body. He realizes that fighting here won't get him anywhere. Meanwhile, the upperclassman hears one of his men yelling, calling the freshman useless, and saying it takes all of them to handle a failure like Gil-soo. At that moment, Gil-soo launches himself down the stairs like a projectile, catching the upperclassman off guard. He grabs his head and slams it with a brutal headbutt. The upperclassman screams in pain as they both tumble down the stairs. The other students rush to help him, asking if he's okay. He struggles to his feet, pointing at Gil-soo and ordering them to capture him immediately. He warns that if they fail, they're all screwed. Gil-soo, while running, starts laughing, celebrating his escape. He just needs to reach the back exit. Suddenly, he spots the rear gate open, just like Chung had said. But before he can reach it, the sound of a motorcycle catches his attention. He turns around, surprised, trying to understand what's happening. Looking closer, he sees a man with green hair dragging Sanel across the ground while speeding on the bike. The stranger sneers, saying he can't believe his men are losing to a weakling like Gil-soo. Then with a strange smile, he licks his lips and says he thinks Gil-soo is cute because he likes adorable things. He then introduces himself as Hae-chin Hwang, the head of the school. Gil-soo watches the scene and wonders what kind of crazy person would drag someone with a motorcycle. Meanwhile, Hwang comments that the rest finally arrived. Gil-soo turns around and sees the same guys from before. Hwang notices that they lost to Gil-soo and mocks the situation. Sanel, on the verge of losing consciousness, is sprawled on the ground. Hwang looks at his men and warns them that they will end up in the same state if they fail again. Desperate, they beg for a second chance. However, he just growls, saying that no one should touch his prey, surprising everyone. Gil-soo concludes that this guy must be the boss of the place. He notices that Hwang is shorter than him and less muscular than Chung, so maybe he has a chance to defeat him. Without wasting time, he decides to attack first. He remembers Chung's advice that the 1-2 combination works against any opponent and starts with a jab. However, Hwang quickly dodges, assuming a grappler stance, and once again calls him cute for attacking first. He then performs a quick double leg takedown. Gil-soo realizes his mistake too late. Instead of just being knocked down, he is violently slammed to the ground with a brutal impact. Dazed and about to lose consciousness, he is caught by Hwang, who smiles and says he can't let him pass out so quickly because he still wants to have some fun. In the blink of an eye, Hwang lifts him again and throws him backward in a devastating suplex. Gil-soo's head hits the ground hard, causing him to spit blood. He begins to think that he's going to die right there. The students who were watching burst into laughter, saying that Gil-soo deserved it. However, a boy with purple hair reprimands them, telling them to shut up because once Hwang is done, it will be their turn. Hwang grabs Gil-soo by the neck and asks if he's already passed out, demanding that he keep resisting. relaxing. Suddenly, he receives a kick to the face. Gil-soo, still dizzy, mumbles, asking how someone like Hwang can call others cute when he himself looks like that. Instantly, Hwang gets angry and demands to know why Gil-soo called him cute. The purple-haired student whispers to the others that Gil-soo might really die there. He explains that when Hwang was younger, he was often mocked for his height, and that word should never be said in front of him. Not understanding what's going on, Gil-soo prepares for another attack. However, before he can react, Hwang grabs his body and murmurs that now he will fall for real because he's about to enter his hell. In seconds, Gil-soo finds himself trapped in a triangle choke. He realizes that he can't move his arms or legs, and his breathing becomes increasingly difficult. Hwang grins wickedly, thanking Gil-soo for becoming his new prey. The purple-haired student watches and comments that this move is called the Hell Triangle Choke. Anyone caught in it cannot move and is completely defenseless. Hwang strikes Gil-soo's head repeatedly and demands that he say again that he's cute. Gil-soo realizes that this fight is on a completely different level than anything he's ever faced before. For the first time, he feels like he could actually die. The spectators are stunned as they watch Gil-soo lifting Hwang into the air, resisting the hold. With a determined look, he declares that he refuses to fall there. Hwang spins in the air and smiling responds that Gil-soo is truly fun. He quickly changes his position to attempt a new choke, murmuring that he likes him and that from now on he belongs to him. Gil-soo begins to gasp, struggling to breathe. Hwang in turn mentions that the school's record is 7 seconds, and he wants to see how long Gil-soo will last. Gil-soo feels like he's about to pass out. In the back of his mind, he thinks that he never wants to lose to someone like this again. His muscles begin to fail, his legs lose strength, and with a satisfied laugh, Hwang declares that now he's cute again. Holding Gil-soo by the arm, he starts driving him away, saying he's going to take him to keep playing. The students who were once terrified breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, it seems like Hwang has lost interest in them. They whisper to each other that this might be the perfect opportunity to escape. As Gil-soo is dragged across the ground, something unexpected happens. He opens his eyes. He explains that this is called the fainting game. Before being transferred, this was a game often played by his attackers. They would bet on how long he could resist, finding amusement in his suffering. Back then, the only way to survive was by pressing his pinky against the carotid artery, a resistance method that changed every week. Now with his vision blurred and feeling his strength fading, Gil-soo feels around the ground and finds a stone. Huchin hears the noise and turns around, but it's already too late. The stone hits his face squarely, shattering upon impact. Huchin spits blood and stumbles. Taking advantage of the opening, Gil-soo gets up and runs, believing he has finally escaped. He spots the gate and tells himself that he just needs to get through it. However, Huchin doesn't give him that chance. With a fierce look, he asks where he thinks he's going. Gil-soo turns around and sees Huchin moving toward him as if nothing had happened. In disbelief, Gil-soo thinks it's crazy that he's still moving after taking that rock to the face. The gate is so close, he can't fail now. Suddenly, a voice interrupts the scene. Chung finally takes action, declaring that enough is enough. Instantly, Huchin feels a chill at the intimidating presence of Chung. With a serious expression, Chung stares at him, showing a hint of irritation. He warns that any further attack will be treated as an assault against the 6 gates. Gil-soo looks down and realizes that he's already left the school grounds. Huchin begins to hop on his feet, feeling a strange excitement in the situation. He comments that he suspected there was something different about Gil-soo, but he didn't expect Chung to be there. And to his luck, Chung wants to fight him. With a wild smile, Huchin charges, declaring that the era of the 6 gates is over and now it's the time of Jining. Chung, however, does not respond with words. The only answer he gives is the devastating impact of his fist. The sound of the punch echoes like a gunshot. Gil-soo is completely shocked as he watches Huchin being thrown backward, his teeth flying in the process. Chung watches the scene with disdain and says that, as expected, the students from Jining Technical haven't evolved at all. They'd only behave after being knocked out. Gil-soo, still panting, lifts his head to look at Chung. Chung says that he's already passed the 2nd stage. Now only the last one remains. He orders Gil-soo to go to the rooftop the next day. Gil-soo looks at Chung with confidence. The next morning, however, he is not on the rooftop. Instead, he is at school calling someone to go to the arena after class. It seems he didn't get the last part of Chung's training. In a flashback, we see Yango provoking Deal, questioning if his arm is really broken or if he's pretending out of fear of fighting again. He starts poking him, demanding that he say something, reminding him how much he boasted in the cafeteria. Then he pushes him down, mocking that he finally knows his place. Yango steps on the cast and laughs, asking if the arm is really broken, claiming it was just an accident. Deal then questions if he really intends to break the school's rules. Yango grabs him by the collar, laughing, and says that no one cares about the rules anymore since almost no one goes to the arena. Suddenly, Gil-soo rushes in and blocks Yango's punch, surprising him. Now the story aligns with the moment when Gil-soo challenged Yango to the arena, believing that there was no more time to train and that it was time to prove his worth. Yango laughs when he sees him and calls him a vomit boy. Then he grabs his bandaged arm and asks if he's been training alone, assuming that he's trying to learn to defend himself. Gil-soo quickly pushes his hand away, leaving Yango surprised. He then challenges Yango to another fight. Yango laughs again, saying that he has no idea where all this courage came from, but it seems fun. He steps back, stating that it will be interesting and that he will show how the arena has been in recent days, telling Gil-soo to look forward to it. Meanwhile, on a roof, Chung waits, not understanding why he was left waiting. Suddenly, the door bursts open and Jineng enters, asking where he was the previous night and if he has any idea what happened in the fighting arena. Obviously, Chung doesn't know. Hang explains that Shoku showed up in the arena and warned him that if things continue as they are, things will only get worse. He insists that Chung must act quickly. However, Chung just smiles, finding it curious that Shoku appeared. Hang, irritated, asks why he doesn't seem worried about the arena, claiming it is about to collapse. Chung responds that if the arena is about to crumble over something so trivial, then it deserves that fate. He explains that the reason they were able to enjoy the arena was not because he kept it under control with strict rules, but rather the opposite. He compares the situation to a polluted river that purifies itself naturally. If the fighting arena changes only because of the power of a single person, then the situation will be different. But if it doesn't change, then it means it never had a real purpose. Back in the classroom, we hear Hane asking Yango if he said that Gil-soo wants to fight. Yango laughs and confirms, saying that Gil-soo suddenly went crazy and started showing off. He still mentions that Gil-soo seems to be training because his arms were bandaged and assures that he will finish him off in the arena. Hannah thinks about the situation while Yango watches him and asks why he looks so thoughtful, asking if there's a problem. Hannah responds that at this point, getting involved with a loser like Gil-soo will bring no benefit to them, and that the focus should be on taking down Chung. Yango laughs and assures that there's nothing to worry about, claiming that he will break one of Gil-soo's arms so he can never get in their way again. He emphasizes that winning was expected, but the real question is what others will think after all the effort they put in to consolidate their power. In the arena, he needs to win flawlessly and must never lower his guard. He starts suffering from PTSD, a kid who vomits, and then says that if it's not something else, he's very persistent. Outside the school, Rock asks Gil-soo what he was thinking, challenging him to a fight, saying he saw how that bastard is. Even Deal couldn't beat him, so how does he plan to do it? Gil-soo realizes he acted on impulse and wonders if it's right to disobey Chung like this, especially since it's the last training session. Deal tells him to cancel it immediately. Even though he trained with Chung, it's still very dangerous to fight Yango. He just transferred in so he doesn't know, but that bastard is the type of guy who does all sorts of dirty things with runaway boys outside the school. The result is as clear as day, so he should stay away, and when he recovers, he'll take care of it. Gil-soo says no, he got hurt fighting to protect him in the first place, and what happened to him in the hallway this morning is something Gil-soo is already used to. Being ignored and turned into a spectacle, like watching a clown show at the circus. He doesn't want to become like them, and his first opponent has to be Yango. He wants to finish the fight he couldn't complete in the cafeteria. No matter how dangerous he is, he truly believes he's ready this time. Night falls, and some students are talking about how Gil-soo has been doing special training. As we can see, many people are here to watch. This is the most packed event that has happened in days. Rock says it's the first time since they enrolled that there's so many people. Deal says that Gil-soo's impact in the last two fights was huge, and the real fun of the fighting arena is that it doesn't matter if you're strong or weak, but whether you can face off. Yango, in the ropes, says that Gil-soo is late, and his friends start laughing, saying maybe he's afraid to fight. Yango says it's better if he runs away, so they can finish him off outside the school. We see Chung watching, and some students start wondering when this will start, asking if this is a joke, telling them to go get Gil-soo. Yango laughs, saying everyone was tricked, and Gil-soo will even show up, that he should just give up. Rock starts wondering if he's really not going to show up. They hear the door open, and Rock turns around as Gil-soo asks why he should give up. Everyone is surprised to see that Gil-soo shaved his head and says that only now does he feel like school is finally worth it. Yango begins to hold back his laughter, but soon bursts out, eyes tearing up, and asks if he really thinks cutting his hair will change anything. All the other students laugh at him too, calling him crazy, and some even call him cringe. Chung smiles slightly, and Gil-soo tells them to laugh as much as they want because they won't be able to laugh for long. Yango says that Deal was also confident at first, and look how he was defeated. Gil-soo says he's going to beat him up. Hang raises his hand, telling them to prepare as they begin to face off. Gil-soo raises his fists and says that the old him is gone, and he plans to win this, even if he has to risk his life. Hang asks if they're ready, and Gil-soo grits his teeth. Hang yells fight, and Gil-soo rushes directly into the attack. He throws a jab, and Yango blocks it, saying that he certainly has courage, but courage isn't the only thing that matters here, as he counters with a punch, hitting Gil-soo directly in the face. Yango says that he's going to make him regret choosing this stupid fight and calls him pathetic. He hits him with a wombo combo, pushing him to the other side of the ring and mocking his training in the punching bag. Then he lands a spinning elbow and a left punch to the face, showing that this isn't enough. He laughs and reminds him that this school is notorious for fights, so a few fight lessons won't help. Gil-soo says that he's strong, his speed and power are on another level compared to those guys from the technical school. Gil-soo prevents himself from being pushed back, but Yango easily dodges with his hands behind his back and asks what he's doing. He starts laughing, telling him to actually try to hit him and knocks him down, saying that his punches are too slow. The spectators begin mocking mocking Gil Soo, saying he shouldn't just stand there taking the hits and should react, asking where all that initial courage went. Hank says that it's going exactly as he expected, and at this pace, they'll only get more arrogant. Chung asks if that's really what he thinks, telling him to watch closely and see who's more focused on the fight, while Gil Soo's eyes are fixed on Yango. Yango laughs, saying that he can certainly take a beating, and it's nice to have a human punching bag. Then he's surprised to see that Gil Soo isn't even lifting his guard anymore. Gil Soo says that his fight has just started, and his eyes are still full of confidence. On the roof, he told Chung that he wasn't actually going to make it to the final training session. He disobeyed the order not to enter the fighting arena until the training ended and impulsively challenged Yango to a fight. He just couldn't hold back anymore. Chung says that they need to adjust the training plan and then starts running directly toward him. He says that an intensive course is the best way to substitute real training while raising his guard. He says that fighting him is all he needs. Gil Soo gets hit in the stomach, sending him flying back, and wonders if Chung has gone crazy. Chung asks if he plans to just stand there and take a beating in the arena, telling him to react. Gil Soo throws a punch, but Chung dodges and starts continuing with rapid punches to push Gil Soo back. Chung says that his punches are too slow and weak, and that no one in that school will be beaten by those weak punches. Gil Soo says he knows he won't get stronger with just a few sessions, but he still has to win. He throws a right punch this time, which sounds much heavier, like the time he hit Senel, and even he's surprised. Chung asks if he really wants to win, as we see that he didn't even try to block the hit and just took it. He tells him to lower his guard first. Back in the arena, Gil Soo lets out a primal scream. Rock and Deal are surprised to see Gil Soo coming with a series of punches directly toward Yango. Deal asks if he gave up, saying that he shouldn't be swinging his fists around so recklessly. Doesn't make sense to train with Chung if he's just going to do this. Yango laughs, asking if he's going to keep throwing random punches, and starts countering, asking if he thinks those punches will actually hit him. Gil Soo slips from one of the punches, which grazes his cheek, and grabs Yango, something he wasn't expecting. Yango tries to push him away, asking what the hell he thinks he's doing. The students say this fight is boring and that he looks so pathetic, saying that if he's going to lose, he should at least do it with style. This is nothing but a one-sided beating from Yango. Yango grabs Gil Soo's head and starts kneeing his face, telling him to stop fighting and just fall already. Gil Soo says that this is good because everything is going according to plan. Back on the roof, Chung tells him that when he grabs the neck or body, he should lower his guard and restrict his opponent's movements. That's how his fight will start. He hits Gil Soo directly on the side after doing exactly that, and says that it's hard to hit a moving target, but if the opponent stands still, it's much easier. He holds him there, landing quick punches. Gil Soo responds with punches, and Chung says that this is a natural response. All he needs to do when that happens is hold on, just like he's been enduring the training so far. He keeps hitting, and Chung says that when the opportunity arises, he should land an even stronger blow directly to the stomach, making Gil Soo slide off the side of the roof. Gil Soo realizes he can't maintain his guard, but he gets distracted as Chung instantly closes the distance, coming in with another monstrous right. The speed is so great that Gil Soo doesn't even have time to think about dodging, so he just stays there. Luckily, Chung stops before hitting his face, completely surprising Gil Soo. Chung tells him not to try a direct hit right away and that he should throw his opponent into confusion so that he can't predict where his punches will land. Gil Soo tightens his fists and hits Yango directly on the side, saying that he needs to make this unpredictable. Yango doesn't let it stop him and continues hitting him, but Gil Soo also retaliates, now exchanging punches. Yango makes a pained face, saying that this is really annoying as it seems to be having an effect. While he's lost in his thoughts, Gil Soo keeps hitting him directly in the stomach. Some of the students say that this must hurt, calling it dirty boxing. Deal now realizes that he's closing in and attacking the body because he couldn't hit him in the face. Yango also notices this and starts to retreat, creating distance. Gil Soo says that with his guard down, there's now an opening, and he sees exactly where he needs to strike. He opens his stance and goes for a jab. Yango dodges, saying that this tactic was too obvious. Chung also watches with anticipation and remembers how he told him that his training ends here because fights are full of unexpected variables. He can't win the fight just with what he's learned, so he should keep attacking his opponent relentlessly. Gil Soo wanted him to dodge, and as soon as he grabs the back of Yango's head, he realizes that the opportunity has finally arrived. Yango understands that he's fallen into his trap, and Gil Soo asks if he predicted this too, landing a heavy right, sending Yango flying backward. Everyone in the arena is shocked by this and begins cheering for Gil Soo, now realizing that the tide has turned. Yango realizes that the fight is going to be much harder than he thought, and Gil Soo warns him that he's just getting started, so he better be prepared. They start cheering for him, calling him Vomit Boy, saying that they believe in him. Yango gets up, saying it was just luck, that he only swung uncontrollably and got lucky. He charges at him, but Gil Soo lands a jab to his face, immediately following up with a right punch to the head. As Yango recovers from the hit, Gil Soo advances and lands another wombo combo. Hang smiles, saying that Gil Soo is better than he seems, turning the fight around like that. Chung says that in a fight of this level, endurance and mental strength are the most important. Unexpected attacks can break the opponent's concentration, so now the dynamic of the fight is in Gil Soo's favor. Yango wipes the blood away and stares, while Deal notices that he's getting more nervous, especially after noticing Han-hee watching the fight, visibly dissatisfied. Yango remembers Han-hee telling him that he needed to win without fail. Yango says this is embarrassing and starts lifting his leg in a Muay Thai stance, saying he's tired of this pathetic fight. Gil-soo realizes he can't hesitate anymore and needs to finish the fight, but at the wrong moment, Yango hits him with a kick to the face, sending him flying. He grits his teeth to keep from passing out and wonders what the hell the kick was. Yango throws a second kick, hitting him in the stomach, and every impact sounds like he's being hit by metal. He keeps attacking, kicking him into the ropes and telling him that a loser should know his place and stay down, calling him a useless piece of trash. Gil-soo says that each blow feels like he's being hit by a cannon, and there's no opening to counterattack. He wonders what to do and remembers the conversation with Deal, when he said it didn't matter how dangerous Yango was because he was prepared. Deal told him to just be careful because Yango seemed to be hiding something, that his kicks were far from normal, and if he tried to kick, he should be prepared. Gil-soo now understands why Deal was so alert. It felt like he was being hit by an iron bar instead of a leg. Yango lifts his leg again, saying he loves seeing that scared look as it suits Gil-soo perfectly, and now he needs to beg for his life like the dog he is. Gil-soo tries to avoid the kick, but he's too slow and ends up getting hit directly in the face and thrown back and forth like in a Street Fighter combo. Yango is enjoying every second of it, while Gil-soo says that seeing Yango relish his pain reminds him of the bastards who tormented him whenever they could. There's no difference between them and Yango. They're all bastards. He then sticks out his rear end and says he can't afford to fall like this. Yango delivers a direct kick to his cheek, completely surprising him. Deal asks what the hell he's doing, and Gil-soo says Yango can hit him as much as he wants because he knows where this is going. Yango asks if he's joking, calling him ridiculous, asking if he thinks this will stop him. He goes for another kick, but ends up hitting Gil-soo's rear end again. This continues repeatedly because with every kick, he's only hitting Gil-soo's butt. All the spectators start laughing, saying he always has an interesting way of fighting, wondering what the name of this move is. Deal laughs and praises Gil-soo's cleverness, suggesting that the butt being patted might be his best defense now, especially with his current position. Now Yango begins to tire and says that if Gil-soo is going to try this, then he should try defending with his head. He goes for a kick and Gil-soo ducks, saying the kick was slow enough for him to see it clearly, which is good. Deal says the pace has slowed a lot and something felt off when he fought against him as well. Yango's kicks were strong, but he seemed reluctant to use them, and Deal assumes that the more powerful the kick, the greater the risk. With every second the fight continues, Yango gets more exhausted, to the point where Gil-soo no longer needs to use his butt no jutsu defense and is just dodging the kicks. He narrowly dodges a kick and manages to see something, but his carelessness causes him to be hit directly in the head by a spinning punch. Yango takes advantage of Gil-soo's moment of carelessness. Yango says that he certainly didn't predict this and laughs at him, saying he certainly was persistent, but it's over now as he goes for a soccer-style kick straight to Gil-soo's head. The impact is audible, and Yango says that no matter how resilient Gil-soo is, he can't withstand this, and he must understand now what happens when he tries to act tough. But Gil-soo calmly calls Yango, surprising him, saying that his kick has become so slow and weak, as we see that he's noticed this. Yango starts to fall as Gil-soo pushes him straight to the ground. Yango begins to sweat nervously, feeling that something is wrong, while Gil-soo mentions the strangeness of being hit by metal and notes that his kicks have slowed down, with something shiny appearing during one of them. He grabs Yango's pants and Yango starts screaming internally, unable to react. Gil-soo pulls and rips his pants, saying that he's got him now, revealing a metal shin guard. Gil-soo says that now he understands why Yango got so tired so quickly. He was using something heavy on his legs. The spectators begin mocking Yango, calling him a cheater, saying he was only pretending to be strong while wearing metal shin guards. Han comments that Yango's kicks were really strange and asks Chung what they should do about it. Chung laughs and says they should just wait, as this will be over soon, because Gil-soo is going to finish the job. Gil-soo starts hitting Yango hard in the face while he's on top of him. Yango is speechless, asking how Gil-soo isn't exhausted yet. Gil-soo says he recognizes that expression. It's a look of dread that means Yango isn't even considering challenging him. It's the same expression Gil-soo used to have when he was intimidated, but that old version of Gil-soo is gone now, and he's finally standing up for himself. He screams as tears fill his eyes, and with a very strong punch he hits Yango directly in the face, causing his head to slam into the arena floor. We see Yango's eyes starting to fade, already on the brink of losing consciousness, and the referee immediately stops the fight, declaring Gil-soo the winner. As he raises his hand, Gil-soo feels happy, knowing he's finally knocked out one of the bullies with his own fists. While Yango lies there, he says it can't be, wondering how he lost. He sees Shoku and says it can't be, it's not over yet, and that he'll take his revenge, but Shoku calls him useless and starts walking away. The crowd begins throwing stones at Yango, calling him a cheater and saying he should die, treating him like trash and challenging him to a fight the next day. Gilsu approaches him, which surprises him, then extends his hand, leaving Yango confused. Gilsu says he should get up if he's regained his senses. He really wanted to beat him because he cheated, but he can't do anything because there are rules, and next time, they should just focus on fighting fairly. Yango is speechless. Hang laughs, saying that Gilsu is more interesting than he thought, and he can't believe he's trying to shake Yango's hand. Chung says that now Gilsu finally looks like a student from Six Gates High School, and he's more capable than he imagined. Then we hear Shoku asking what the hell is going on, asking why little fish are fighting in the arena. The spectators are shocked to see Gilsu grab Yango, saying he's a bastard who can't even beat a loser, and that he's not welcome at the school. Gilsu doesn't even know who this guy is, but Chung steps into the ring asking Shoku what he thinks he's doing. Shoku says, "Long time, haven't seen you," calling him a traitor. He starts walking toward Chung, saying that seeing such a stupid fight pissed him off, and can't stand seeing his school being destroyed. He'd rather finish off the fight arena and simply crush the school. Chung laughs, saying he thought Shoku had given up since he's been so quiet, but this is interesting, and Shoku is more than welcome to fight. He's more than ready to beat him now to show how the arena really works. They begin to position themselves for the fight. The students say they can't believe they're witnessing this before they graduate. Gilsu asks if he was his friend. He's surprised that Gilsu doesn't know him, but remembers that he's also a transfer student. Before the fight arena was created, Chung and Shoku used to compete for the title of the strongest in the school. Gilsu is surprised that Shoku is the equivalent of Chung. Shoku stomps his foot on the ground and starts stretching, asking how long it's been since they fought like this. Chung is disgusted to hear Shoku mention the past, asking if he's already looking forward to being defeated again. Shoku calls him arrogant and charges directly at him, saying that Chung went through all that effort to reach the top just to do something like this. The sound of his shockwave scares many of the students, making them run. They wonder what the hell that strength is, saying the ring will collapse. We see that Chung dodged the attack, asking Shoku where he's aiming. Shoku starts smiling, going for an overhead left strike, which Chung immediately dodges, following up with a kick. But of course the kick is also dodged. This continues a few more times, with Shoku still unable to land a single hit on Chung. Gilsu wonders how Shoku can move so quickly with such a large belly. Gil says that Chung is amazing for dodging all of this. Gilsu asks what will happen if Chung loses. Gil thinks for a second, and then says that the arena won't exist anymore, and the school will go back to what it was before, because Shoku is one of Hanhei's subordinates. Gilsu wonders who Hanhei is. Back to the fight, Shoku starts getting frustrated, saying that Chung is just running around like a rat and that you should forget his past victory. We see Shoku assume a charging stance. He immediately charges, saying that now he's a completely different person. He goes for a palm strike, which Chung narrowly dodges but still hits him in the face, cutting his cheek. Shoku starts laughing, saying that he finally touched him. His wave of attacks continues, pushing Chung back in the ring. He says that Chung is acting cool, but he clearly lost his skills, while we see Chung getting hurt all over his body. Shoku says that if he had known Chung was this weak, he would have defeated him earlier, while one of his punches sends Chung flying. Gilsu says this is crazy, asking how Chung can win this. Gil says that, from what he's heard, Shoku has always been stronger than Chung, but Chung had him beat in technique. Looking at them now, Shoku is overwhelming him, so maybe he's gone through some special training. Shoku starts thinking about how his body feels completely different, and that he's been given something that is really pushing his body to the limit. He raises his leg for an axe kick, saying that now Chung doesn't surpass him in anything, telling him to die. Chung stares at him, and then we hear the impact of the kick. The students are shocked to see Chung land a direct hit on Shoku's face, asking what Shoku thinks has changed. This punch is strong enough to send Shoku's large body flying, and it sounds like a gunshot. Shoku folds onto the ropes, and Chung says this is just a waste of time for him, and he's ready to finish it now. With Chung directly in his face, he starts treating him like a punching bag. Each punch hits Shoku directly in the stomach, and he starts spitting blood, wondering what the hell is happening with this power. He suggests that Chung might have been holding back all this time. Chung prepares his monstrous right punch, landing directly in Shoku's stomach. Chung shouts, calling the whole situation a complete waste of time. With his fist pointing at Shoku, he yells for him to finish this quickly. Chung delivers a powerful punch to Shoku, launching him out of the ring and sending him crashing through the audience. The crowd is left in shock at the scene. Among the spectators, Gilsu watches in disbelief and admits Chung's impressive strength. The impact of the blow was so intense that Shoku fell out of the ring. Suddenly, Chung turns his head, looking for someone. He immediately spots Park Yongo trying to flee the scene. As he walks, Chung comments that Yongo should be punished for cheating. Yongo instantly freezes upon hearing that he will suffer for breaking the arena's rules. Later that night, in a warehouse illuminated by the stars, Chung walks toward Yongo, holding a wooden stick. In despair, Yongo questions if he will be hit by that piece of wood. The boy stares at the object in fear, wondering if he will be struck. Yongo watches Chung approaching and knows that if he is hit, it will be fatal. Without wasting time, Yongo apologizes and insists that he didn't do it on purpose. Chung immediately orders him to kneel. Hearing this, Yongo knows knows this won't end well. As a last resort, Yongo clings to Chung's legs and confesses that he has been bullied since childhood. Everyone around listens as he explains that he had no choice but to do what he did since it was his only way to survive. Crying profusely, Yongo pleads for mercy, promising never to do it again. Chung kneels in front of him, bringing their faces close together. Furious, he curses at Yongo and commands him to kneel immediately. From his shadow, multiple drops can be seen falling. Chung watches Park Yongo cry like a small child. Raising the wooden stick, he orders Yongo to clench his teeth unless he wants to pass out. At this moment, the only thing Yongo can do is grit his teeth. Then, Chung moves to strike, but for a second, nothing happens. The attack is stopped before landing, because Yongo wet himself before the blow could hit. The entire audience watches this pathetic scene and mocks him. Chung spares him, warning him never to mess up the arena again. Throwing the stick away, he declares that there will be no mercy next time. From a hidden spot in the distance, Kang watches the entire scene unfold. Then Chung shouts for everyone to pay attention. He calls out to the crowd, telling them that now they know how the arena will work. Everyone listens as he explains that fights must be fair with both fighters under the same conditions, and that results must be accepted justly, where only the strong emerge victorious from fierce battles. And if anyone brings an arena fight to school or breaks the rules, as long as he is in charge, they will never be left alone. They have nothing to worry about, and they should also enjoy it, because the Six Gates Arena is a place where even a coward afraid to fight can become a worthy winner by defeating their opponent with their fists. The audience erupts into madness, chanting Jang Chung's name. Excited, he declares that this is all from the student president of the Six Gates. A punching bag is struck. Chung is training his punches on it. Then someone appears behind him as he trains. Gil-soo comments that Chung is still training intensely even after fighting the way he did yesterday. Chung asks Gil-soo why he came. He remarks that if Gil-soo was there to train, there was nothing left for him to teach. Gil-soo replies that this wasn't the reason. He was there to thank him. Chung responds that there's no need since he was only doing what had to be done. Gil-soo thinks that Chung doesn't have to be so cold, but shortly after, he says there is something that makes him curious. He asks Chung why he went so far to help him. The protagonist remarks that he heard Gil-soo was his first student in training, even recalling how Chung spoke a few words when he wanted to leave. Upon hearing this, Chung says that there is something he wants to show someone. As he walks, Chung mentions that Gil-soo has improved more than expected, so he has a lot to share. Chung approaches the protagonist and tells him that he has worked hard up until now. Gil-soo is surprised to hear this. Then the protagonist thanks him. Looking down, he thinks that he doesn't quite understand what his sunbae meant. After all, his aura felt different from usual, and unfortunately, he couldn't ask about it. Meanwhile, a fight is taking place in the arena. After Chung's speech, the arena became more intense than anyone could have imagined. Everyone was thrilled by the bloody fights, and displays of violence occurred daily in the ring. The referee calls for the next fighter. On one side stands the protagonist, who has changed after countless bloody battles. He rushes toward his opponent, landing a strong punch right in his opponent's face. With his quick agility, he can see the flow of the fight and dodges the opponent's attack. In sequence, the protagonist prepares to strike again. With great style, he lands a powerful punch to his opponent's stomach, finishing the fight. Everyone who witnessed the battle cheers loudly after the protagonist's victory. Now he is completely captivated by the arena. Somewhere far away, Kang is seen sitting, waiting for someone. He looks to the side and notices someone approaching. This person comments that it has been a long time. Kang then confirms that it has indeed been a while since they last met. Coldly, he calls out the name Hyung. Hyung remarks that he expected to hear interesting news after their reunion. Defeated, Kang states that everything was ruined by a loser, and that Shoku also failed to defeat Jang Chung. Despite a sign instructing silence, they make quite a lot of noise. Hyung comments that Chung has grown a lot, even though the real owner is not there. Smirking, Hyung remarks that Jang Chung shouldn't act like he is in charge. Kang comments to Ryung that he has a foolproof plan, and if it doesn't work within the school, he can always resort to another strategy. Upon hearing this, Ryung responds that only those who have personally felt the weight of wearing a collar can place it on someone else. With a serious expression, Ryung warns Kang not to play around with this and emphasizes that he must know his own place. Lifting Kang from the chair, Ryung mentions that his father will provide support and that he will try to get out of there in a few months. Kang expresses relief upon hearing these words. With a cold gaze, Ryung orders him not to tarnish the family's reputation, as he will find a way to resolve everything as soon as he is free. Lowering his head, Kang confirms that he understands. With arms crossed, Ryung and Min exchange glances, satisfied that they have finally succeeded. On his phone, he receives a message inviting him to go out with friends. Now for the first time, he has been invited to a gathering. Excited, he asks his classmates for advice. However, both admit that they have never had this experience and therefore do not know how to help him. Pointing at the phone, Jung-min comments that he has a good feeling, especially since it was Jinny who invited him first. Deal, scratching his ears, recalls how many times Jung-min has gotten his hopes up for nothing. Jinsu, noticing Jung-min's desperation, suggests that perhaps this time there really is a genuine sign. Deal, however, argues that Jung-min has a talent for misinterpreting everything. Upon hearing this, Jung-min gets irritated with Deal, and to calm him down, he promises to buy him a burger for dinner. Taking advantage of the situation, addition, Deal also asks for dessert, and Jung-min agrees, sealing the deal. Later, at a cafe, Jung-min is visibly nervous. Deal asks how many cups he has already had, intrigued by his behavior. Observing him, Gil-soo thinks he has never seen him so restless and wonders who this girl might be. Suddenly, Gil-soo notices someone approaching. Looking more closely, he sees a very beautiful young woman. Surprised, he comments that it can't be her. Noticing Jung-min calling the girl, Prota concludes that he has high standards. However, Jin-hai is actually another girl with red hair. She enters the cafe, calling for Jung-min. Jin-hai apologizes for being late. Jung-min says it's no problem and quickly introduces his two friends to her. While sipping his juice, Prota reflects that this is the girl Jung-min likes and begins to think that maybe he shouldn't be there. But his train of thought is interrupted when another girl appears before him. She introduces herself as Jung-mei and says it's a pleasure to meet him. Surprised, Prota responds that it's a pleasure as well, changing his mind about not wanting to be there. Curious, Jin-hai asks how Jung-min is at school, since she only sees him at the gym. Drinking his coffee, Jung-min replies that he acts the same way in both places. However, Jin-hai promptly says that he doesn't pay attention in class and spends his time watching videos of the idols he admires. While the two argue, Jin-hai adds that at least he studies hard at the gym. Gil-soo, frustrated at not being able to join the conversation, just observes. But then Jung-mei, who is in front of him, notices something. She calls him by name. Smiling, she asks if he doesn't like to talk. Surprised, he responds that it's not like that, and at that moment, he imagines that Anna must think she was the first to start a conversation with him. Jung-mei comments that she's also not a big fan of noise and that the others beside them were too excited. They start talking about how they are often excluded among their classmates. Curious, Jung-mei asks Gil-soo what his MBTI is, thinking they might share some personality traits. Gil-soo hesitates, not knowing exactly how to answer the question. Suddenly, Jin-hai suggests that everyone go to a karaoke place that can accommodate a lot of people. Gil-soo feels slightly discouraged, realizing that his conversation with Jung-mei was interrupted. The scene then shifts to the Koei karaoke. At the entrance, Jung-mei asks Deal if he knows how to sing. While watching Deal and Jung-mei talking naturally, Jung-mei feels a slight pang of jealousy. Before entering, Jung-min grabs Deal's shoulder. Smiling, he asks Jin-hai to go in first, saying they needed to go to the restroom beforehand. Deal, confused, responds that he just went to the restroom and doesn't want to go again. Annoyed, Jung-min questions what is wrong with him that day. Suddenly, the two start arguing over the situation. Gil-soo decides to go ahead and enter first, since he was in the middle of a long conversation and didn't want to worry the others. Descending the stairs, Prota reflects that whenever those two are together, they end up fighting. However, Jung-min is sincere, unlike him, who considers himself a coward. In his mind, he can only think of one thing, Jung-mei. Excited, he feels that he wants to get closer to her. As he walks, he reflects on Miss Jung's last name and concludes that her name is very beautiful. Suddenly, something catches his attention. A man is bothering the three girls, insisting that they join him and his friends in the room next door. From a distance, Gil-soo shouts, asking what is happening. The man looks at him and mocks, commenting that the girl is accompanied by a loser. Holding Jung-mei's hand, the stranger says he would be a much better companion for her. Jung-mei tries to break free forcefully, but the man grips even tighter. He leans in and asks what she intends to do if he doesn't let go. Gil-soo starts running towards him. Before Prota can intervene, Jung-mei lands a precise strike on the man. As he is thrown into the air, she declares that if words don't work, then she has to act. With a determined gleam in her eyes, she states that she will teach him a lesson. The impact is strong, and the man crashes violently to the ground. Gil-soo is stunned by the scene. Jin-hai puts her hand on her head and sighs, saying that all this happened because the guy grabbed her hand. Turning to Gil-soo, Jin-hai comments that he didn't need to do anything. She adds that despite appearances, Jung-mei can be incredibly scary. While still cursing, the man tries to strike her again. However, he continues to be overpowered. Jin-hai then explains that Jung-mei's older brother has trained her since childhood. She is so skilled that most men can't even compete with her. Pointing at Gil-soo, Jin-hai mentions that Jung-mei's brother studies at the same school as him. Gil-soo is surprised to hear this, wondering if her brother could be Chung. Jung-mei finishes the fight by stepping on the man's head. She comments that he should have let go of her hand when he had the chance, but unfortunately, he chose to test her patience. Jung-mei looks back when she sees two guys talking about their friend lying on the ground. The two of them become furious that she get their friend. As one of them runs toward the girl, he asks if she knows who they are. Before he can finish, he gets punched in the face. The punch is so strong that he is thrown backward. Jung-mei, watching this, is surprised by what she just saw. Holding the guy, the protagonist asks what he thinks about ganging up on girls. Jin-hai comments that Gil-soo is no joke and that the school he studies at is really not normal at all. As he walks toward Jang-mei, the protagonist asks if she's okay, and she responds that she is. While the guy tries to get up, Jang-mei thanks him for his help. Young Min arrives and asks why they are still not in class and if perhaps there wasn't a a room available. Jin-hai yells at him, asking why he arrived so late and if he has any idea what just happened. Pointing behind her, she says that some thugs were there, but when everyone looks, they realize that they have already escaped through the door. As the three of them walk outside, they comment that those guys study at Six Gate School, and because of that, always end up getting into fights. Grinding his teeth, one of them mutters that he will make them all pay for what they did to him. Meanwhile, Jung-mai is walking with the protagonist and asks how long he has been training since he fights so well. Embarrassed, he thinks that he can't even call it training, but then he asks how she knows how to fight so well too. Smiling, she responds that it's thanks to her brother's training. Seeing her smile like that, the protagonist comments that she looks nothing like her zombie. Gil-soo then tells Jin-yi that his trainer was actually her brother. Surprised, she points a finger at him and comments that he is the transfer student from the first year. Shocked, the protagonist asks if her brother has ever talked about him. Then he remembers Jung-mi's words when she mentioned wanting to introduce him to someone and realizes that she might have been referring to her own sister. Gil-soo feels down when he realizes that Jin-yi knows about his loser past, which embarrasses him. However, she points her phone at him and says she found him interesting, so she would like to stay in touch. As he types his number into her phone, he comments that he is happy he decided to go out today. In another place, inside a large building, some people are beating a man who is lying on the ground with a plastic bag over his head, begging for mercy. The attacker, unfazed, says that if he wants to live, he must return the money. The victim responds that he has no money, but will do anything to pay the debt. The attacker then rips the bag off the man's head and says he will do exactly as he is told. With a cold look, he orders the man to become a player, as he had demanded before. Still trying to catch his breath, the man replies that yes, he will become a player. The attacker then warns that if he took the money, he will have to pay at least with his own life. At that moment, the three thugs who were beaten by the girl and the protagonist appear. One of them comments that a girl dared to touch their group and that they need to teach her a lesson. Before he can say anything else, the attacker simply covers his mouth and then punches him in the face. Looking at the boy lying on the ground, he mocks him, saying that he was defeated by a girl. Without mercy, he starts kicking him repeatedly, while the other writhes in pain and complains about the beating he is taking. The attacker was beating up the Baxen group. Another guy arrives trying to save his friend, saying that they didn't just get beaten up by a woman, but also by other people from Six Gate School. The attacker asks about that school. They try to explain that if it weren't for that, they would have won the battle. Smiling, the attacker says that this fight is very interesting. The scene shifts to Six Gate School. In the hallway, Jung-min is sad because Jin-hai hasn't contacted him since the weekend. Soon after, Deal starts mocking him, saying that he failed again. Jung-min yells at Deal, accusing him of being the cause of everything. While they argue, the protagonist is distracted, talking to someone on his phone. On his phone, he asks Jung-mai if she has already eaten. She replies that lunch was bad, so she's going to buy bread with her friends. Then she sends a very cute emoji. Seeing the emoji, the protagonist thinks it is very adorable and cute. As they walk down the hallway, Jun-soo notices that Park Yong-gu is inside a room. He is kneeling, begging for mercy. Kang asks if Yong-gu doesn't find his existence a nuisance. Then he spits on his head. Mocking him, he says there's no place for a loser who wets his pants. Gil-soo watches everything while Kang comments that he would be ashamed to go to school. Deal warns the protagonist, saying that nothing good comes from getting involved with those guys. As they walk down the hallway, the protagonist asks why thugs like Park Yong-gu want to follow Kang. After all, it doesn't make sense to stick together in school. Deal adds that it might not make sense inside the school, but outside, the story is different. He explains that there is a famous company called Gang-un. Although it is a company in name only, in reality it operates as a secret organization. They have connections with the police and politicians, and the second son of the family is Kang In-hai. Deal says that Kang was born into a family of gangsters, which is why people like Park Yong-gu want to be under his command. Young-soo is surprised to realize that everything comes down to this and comments that he didn't know this neighborhood was so dangerous. Later, on a deserted street, Jung-mai walks, thinking that her work ended late and wondering if her brother is already asleep. She looks at her phone screen and smiles. However, someone comes running up from behind. The person calls her attention and screams for help. Jung-mai asks what is happening. The girl says she was attacked by some strange guys after refusing something. Jung-mai tries to calm her down, saying that she will report everything to the police. Desperate, the girl insists that if she keeps running, she will be caught, so she asks to hide in that alley. Unfortunately, one of the pursuers arrives and says that he thought she was running away, but in the end he found someone even prettier. The fat guy comments that today is his lucky day. Jung-mai yells at them, saying that the girl doesn't want anything and orders them to leave. The fat guy asks if she really hates this. Jung-mai, not realizing the trap, asks what he means by that. Then she is struck by an electric shock to her back. Still standing, the girl smiles and says that she hated it, and that she doesn't like dumb men either. Lying on the ground, Jung-mai asks who she is and if she was with those guys. The previous attacker approaches and says it is a pleasure to meet her. Trying to get up, Jiang Mei hears the guy say that she seems to fight well. This person is named Jia Han, and he is 18 years old. With a mocking smile, he asks if she would like to have some fun with him. The guy who got beaten up by her earlier comments that he would never let her escape after messing with the Baxen group. She thinks that he was the one she fought with at the karaoke. As he walks toward her holding a stick, the guy asks how it felt to be shocked by a taser. Jae-gu prepares to hit her with the stick while saying he'll make things more interesting. Jung Mei tries her best to move. Before the guy can hit her, she manages to dodge at the last second. Jae-gu is intrigued by how she can still move. The one holding the taser is pleased to see that she can still move after being electrocuted. Jiang Mei begs her to stop while hearing the woman say that things are about to get even more interesting. In the next scene, Jiang Mei is electrocuted. The woman approaches, saying that if she had stayed still, she would have only taken one hit and wouldn't be unconscious now. Then she asks what Jiang would do, as she would love to keep the girl around to teach her a good lesson. Jae-gu states that the girl is too important, so no one is allowed to touch her. He then orders his underling to tie her up and take her to the hideout. However, someone approaches quickly. One of the henchmen looks to the side and notices something. Gil-soo is already right next to them. He points and warns that Gil-soo is getting closer. But before anything else happens, the henchman is struck by the protagonist. Everyone watches the scene and Jae-gu quickly asks what's going on. Standing still, the protagonist comments that if he had been faster, none of this would have happened. Then he shows his phone with the screen still lit next to Jiang Mei, who is lying on the ground. Furious, Gil-soo looks back. 30 minutes before this happened, the protagonist was walking while thinking about his training. Looking at his phone, he wondered what Jiang Mei was doing at that moment. In his message, he asks what she's doing and mentions that he's heading home after training. Seeing that she responded so quickly, he's shocked. Jiang Mei says that she's also on her way home after training a lot. Further down in the conversation, she mentions that she's passing by the same karaoke place from before and asks if she should go in since there's no one there and she could sing a song. Smiling like a fool, the protagonist realizes that she's bored and comments that he would love to sing a lot with her. However, something catches his attention. He notices that her last message has a different tone. Before being attacked by tails, the woman mentioned that she liked playing with beautiful people. At the moment when Jiang Mei asked who she was and if she was with those guys, she was on her phone sending a message to Gil-soo. Furious, Gil-soo begins to suspect something while analyzing the messages right after arriving at the scene. One of the men points at him, saying that he's one of the students from Six Gates School. Jae-gu comments that he will be the first guest. However, the members of Six Gates were growing impatient. Enraged, Gil-soo declares that they messed with the wrong person and that he will simply kill them all. The fat guy charges at the protagonist, saying that he can't do anything alone. In response, the protagonist dodges the punch and immediately lands a precise blow to the opponent's mouth. Two other men run toward the protagonist, saying that he will die there. They both attack at the same time, but the protagonist dodges and lands a direct punch to one of their stomachs. Meanwhile, the other, thinking the protagonist's guard is down, attempts to kick him. However, the protagonist blocks the attack. Then he counterattacks with a direct punch to the opponent's mouth. With eyes full of rage, the protagonist thinks that they are definitely weaker compared to the kids from Six Gates. It didn't matter how many people were against him, he would defeat them all. Something approaches at high speed. Gil-soo manages to dodge at the last second. Jevu comments that he's always been curious about Six Gates and that he wants to test the protagonist's skills. He then charges at Gil-soo. He starts attacking repeatedly, but the protagonist dodges every strike. Jae-gu tries to hit him from below, but the protagonist jumps. While in the air, he prepares to counterattack with a kick. Meanwhile, the protagonist questions who Jae-gu thinks he is to judge him when he doesn't even have the skills for it. Jae-gu manages to defend himself using a wooden stick. Smiling, he comments that the protagonist isn't bad at all. The protagonist advances and says that this is only the beginning. Gil-soo tries to intimidate him, saying that he doesn't know how to fight without a weapon. With a sneaky move, Javu sweeps the protagonist off his feet. As he falls, the protagonist thinks that he is actually excited. He lands face first into something relatively suspicious. Smiling, Javu comments that dealing with Gil-soo is more complicated than he expected, so he decides to send someone else to fight him instead. Fortunately for the protagonist, he landed on something relatively soft. He quickly moves away, saying he didn't do it on purpose and apologizing. With an unfriendly expression, the woman comments that he looks cute and is embarrassed. Gil-soo notices that she is holding a taser. Immediately, he deduces that she must have used it on Jiang Mei. Excited, the woman charges at Gil-soo with a taser. With the electric device approaching dangerously, he wonders how he could dodge it. He is saved by Jiang Mei, who kicks the taser into the air. The protagonist realizes something has happened. The woman seems startled by what she just saw. Right in front of her, Jiang Mei is standing, furious. Surprised, the woman asks what's going on, as she was sure that Jiang Mei had been knocked out before. Holding a wooden stick in her hand, Jiang Mei comments that she received something interesting earlier. She remembers the moment when the enemy tried to hit her with a wooden stick. At the last moment, she managed to dodge. A piece of the wood fell near her. While the woman celebrated that she could still move even after being electrocuted, Jiang Mei was holding that piece of wood. At the instant, she was struck by the the shock, she managed to defend herself using the stick. Furious, the woman starts cursing at Jiang Mei. Irritated, Jialu yells at her, saying she can't even finish things properly. Gilsu approaches and asks Jiang Mei if she's okay. She replies that she is, especially because he arrived in time, giving her the chance to recover. Both take a fighting stance. Then they declare that now is the time to teach their enemies a good lesson. Jeju states that he didn't want to make a scene. Even without the stun gun, nothing would change. However, before he finishes his sentence, something quickly approaches his face. Gilsu lands a solid punch straight to his face. Right after, he throws another blow, saying that this is what happens to those who cross the line. The woman looks at Jiang Mei and comments that she has courage and tenacity, but she should have stayed down. In a fighting stance, the woman declares that she too is a great fighter. Jiang Mei responds that she really did want to stay down. However, she doesn't like people who do bad things, and because of that, she needed to get up and do something about it. Hearing this, the woman simply rushes toward Jiang Mei. In the other fight, Jiayu is thrown into the trash. With Gilsu standing in front of him, he comments that he can't even fight. The protagonist hears Jiayu saying that he expected much more from him. As he gets up, Jiayu comments that the warm-up is over and that now the game is really about to start. He puts something in his mouth and starts biting down. Then he runs toward the protagonist. Jiayu tries to land a punch, but the protagonist manages to defend himself. However, furious, Jiayu successfully lands a solid blow to the protagonist's stomach. Smiling, he asks what the protagonist can do now. Then he delivers a violent kick to the protagonist's shin. The protagonist wonders how Jiayu suddenly regained his strength so quickly. Jiayu throws multiple punches at the protagonist and questions where his confidence has gone. As he's hit, the protagonist realizes that Jiayu is strong and powerful. He wonders how he's even managing to fight against a guy like this. Even holding back, he can't believe what's happening. Jehu doesn't understand it either. The protagonist was able to block one of his punches with his face. Enjoying the situation, the protagonist grabs Jehu's neck. Then he lands a powerful punch to his opponent's stomach. Jehu counters with a punch to the protagonist's face. Gilsu, holding his opponent's neck with both hands, steps back to gain momentum. Then he smashes his own head against Jehu's. They both seem like machines. They don't stop. They begin exchanging blows evenly. As he's hit, Jehu realizes that the protagonist is reckless, attacking randomly. However, at the right moment, the protagonist lands a precise jab to Jehu's chin. Gilsu asks if he'd like to know what a fight from his school is like. Shouting, he says that this is what a freshman can do. Then he delivers a devastating punch, sending the guy flying. Wiping his face, the protagonist states that no one has been bullied like he has. That's why he can take a beating better than anyone. The protagonist remembers something before Jiayu attacked him. He recalls that Jiayu took something from his pocket and put it in his mouth before fighting. Before he can think more about it, he remembers Jiang Mei and quickly looks to the side. She has just finished for battle against the woman. Jiang Mei comments that she knew he was capable of defeating Jiayu. The protagonist, in turn, thinks that now she looks a lot like Joan. Jiang Mei grabs the woman by her clothes and asks why she did all of this. Desperate, the woman responds that she doesn't know anything and has no connection to the Baxen group. She claims she only did it because she was paid by those guys. The protagonist remembers the moment when Jiayu mentioned the Baxen group. Curious, Baksu asks about the group and why they were paying people to act this way. The woman asks if they've never heard of the Baxen group. She explains that maybe they haven't heard of it because they study at Six Gates. She continues saying that Baxen is an alliance of high school students that suddenly emerged in the city of Jiangnan half a year ago. But they aren't just a group of delinquents. They are a much larger organization. All the strong fighters from other schools were joining the Baxen group. She mentions that there are other gangs in the city, but Baxen is growing much faster than all the others. The protagonist wonders about the alliance of high schools. She continues saying that she doesn't know how they ended up on the group's radar, but she knows Gilsu is plotting something. She remembers when Jaeyu gave her a large sum of money to make sure she didn't fail. This was his chance to be recognized within the group. If he could gather enough players, he had a chance to become one of the 5 dragons. Gilsu says that they weren't after him, but his school, so he wants to understand why. The woman explains that the Baxen group controls most schools in Jiangmyang, but still had no influence in the northern part of the city where the protagonist's school is located. Gilsu remembers when the man commented that he was curious to see the abilities of the people from 6 Gates. The woman stands up and says that this is all the information she knows and that she has nothing to do with it. However, she is stopped by Jiang Mei, who grabs her hoodie. Looking seriously at the woman, Jiang Mei asks where she thinks she's going. Smiling, she replies that she wasn't done with her yet. Then something happens. As they walk, the protagonist apologizes for involving her in this matter related to his school. She replies that it's not a problem and that there's no reason for him to apologize. Besides, she says that anything related to his school was also part of her family. Therefore, there was no reason to turn her back on it. Pointing his finger, he says that she really is Chung's sister, so he knew she'd get involved either way. Looking down, the protagonist reflects for a moment and says that, in a way, this is a good thing. She asks what he means by that. Yolsu comments that no matter how fierce the Baxen group is, they couldn't touch them as long as they had Chung by their side. He reflects on the guys he fought today, realizing they weren't that strong. Smiling, she asks if he's sure about that, knowing that her brother is a bit peculiar in that sense. He blushes when he hears Jiang Mai say that he was amazing back there. Happy, she thanks him, saying that this is the second time he's he's helped her. He smiles, satisfied that he was able to protect her. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jae-woo tells someone that this wasn't what he wanted to do. The guy asks if Jae-woo knows what his problem is, and the problem is that he bit off more than he could chew. Jae-woo apologizes and explains that this was the only territory he didn't have control over. Sookie got greedy. Hearing this, the guy gets furious and kicks him in the face. He says that he had plans to take over the north of Gyeongnam and didn't need Jae-woo causing problems. The man states that Jae-woo was being demoted and that from that day on, he will become a player. As he is stomped on, Jae-woo tries to plead not to be demoted. Tyron Guan says that being a player will be fun and that he'll see them in the Coliseum. In a different location, a few people are gathered and a young man from behind says that they are weak and have just run away from home. This man asks if they would like to join the Thunderstorm gang. One of them responds that it has already been a month since they left home and that they heard that if they joined the gang, they could get food and a place to stay. As soon as he finishes speaking, the guy gets punched in the face and is thrown against the nearby wall. Everyone looks at the guy lying on the ground, while the other one comments about food and a place to stay, asking if this place was supposed to be a charity. The man was known as Jinsap, the leader of the runaway gang Thunderstorm. After seeing all of this, the others start running away to escape. He gets furious that they all ran off, leaving the guy behind. To him, this showed that they had neither courage nor loyalty. As he sits down, he wonders what's going on with today's candidates and why it's so difficult to find good talent. The man lighting his cigarette says that maybe it's because of the Baksam group, where all the good ones must already be joining. While smoking, he says that the gang needed to grow, not just being a group of runaways, but building strength. As he thinks about this, someone arrives and asks if he needs help. From the other person's expression, he already knows who it is, Park Yongo. He asks how the Thunderstorm gang became so desperate for help. Two of the men comment that Yongo has no right to be there and that he must be joking. He replies that he came for a visit as he is much more qualified than those who just ran away. Jinsap approaches Yongo and asks why he should take back a traitor. Standing in front of him, he says he can't apply because, in reality, he's just kind of an asshole. Yongo replies that he's not that shameless and that he's not asking to be accepted back. However, he asks Jinsap to give him a task and he will do whatever is necessary. Upon hearing this, Jinsap starts to smile. The next day at school, Gil-soo feels sicker than usual and thinks about going to the pharmacy to buy some ointments. While leaving an alley, Proto sees someone talking to another person in the hallway. They are trying to convince Park Yongo to return to the gang. Yongo tells them to stop stalling and get straight to the point. Rooster Crest comments that he heard Yongo knew many girls when he was part of the Thunderstorm gang and that he could have more fun with him since he doesn't have a home to return to. Yongo simply ignores them and heads toward the exit. Furious, Rooster Crest throws a soda can at Yongo's head, calling him a loser who pisses his pants and saying he should be grateful for the chance given to him. With quick reflexes, Park Yongo kicks the can back toward the two. He tells them not to worry that he only tolerated them to get into the group, but now he's giving up. They won't be able to talk to him like that anymore. The two men ask if Kang knows about this. Flipping them off, he asks what the point was of studying at a school like this. Gil-soo just watches all of this from afar. At the high school gate, Yongo walks while holding a box. He reflects on how he no longer cares about the In-Yang group or the Kang group, and that now he will start over again with the Thunderstorm gang. He stops after hearing someone calling his name. Looking back, he sees it's the protagonist asking if he is really going to quit school. Gil-soo asks if the reason was what happened in the arena. He says that if that's the reason, Yongo can always prove his worth again in the arena, and that he is always willing to fight. Park Yongo simply throws the box on the ground and then grabs the However, Yongo manages to block it with his knee. He asks the guy why he looks so surprised. While kicking the two men, he comments that his shin is made of steel. The two lunatics pass by their own boss. Yongo prepares to finish this quickly because he doesn't want to waste energy working. Three more guys charge at Yongo while he also runs toward them. Yongo shouts, saying that he cannot lose and that he will win no matter what. Looking at photos, someone asks if Jinsap is really going to accept Yongo back into Thunderstorm. Jinsap, looking at the photo, replies that he will not accept him back. However, someone asks why he gave those orders to Yongo. Jinsap replies that if Yongo succeeds, he will clear the space for other runaways. Right after that, Yongo gets hit in the face with a wooden stick. Holding a lighter, Jinsap burns a photo saying that he has nothing to lose. As the photo burns, he says that this is what happens to traitors like Yongo. Grinning maliciously, he says that first he abuses with force and then throws them under the bus. The scene changes to a gas station. The stick falls to the ground and Yongo remains standing in front of several people lying on the floor. The boss of the defeated men says that Yongo has turned into a monster and that he wasn't that strong before. Wiping his face, he says he doesn't want to talk about the past as he is now a completely changed man. While preparing a kick, he says that he had two options, but now he doesn't have any choice left. Lifting his foot, he tells the guy to get lost and never bother him again. And that's exactly what he does. He kicks the guy in the face. Now at high school, two people comment on how Yongo is still causing problems even after leaving the school, as they are throwing away all of his clothes and belongings. One of them asks if they've heard the rumor that Yongo went back to his runaway gang and has already earned a position there. Apparently, he might start attacking people who didn't like that school. Prota just listens to them talk about having accepted Yongo back into the gang. Gil-soo asks if they heard the school rumor. Gil responds that he did and wonders why he hasn't seen him at school anymore. Gil adds that Kang abandoned him, and that could happen. Until then, the only reason Yongo went to school was to keep good relations with everyone in the gang. Gil-soo believes that he didn't quit just because of that and asks if he didn't have friends there. Gil asks who would want to be friends with that guy. If it weren't for the gang, he wouldn't be able to talk to anyone. Gil-soo becomes somewhat concerned after hearing this. The scene changes to a child singing. She looks back to see if any of the other children moved. The 3 children remain practically still. The boy notices that no one moves, so he starts singing again, and everyone begins to run. Gil-soo, noticing that the boy turned around, tries to stay still. However, he's caught in the act. The boy points his finger and asks who he is. Gil-soo says he's looking for someone named Haitian. He looks back after hearing that someone might be able to help him, and that person is Haitian herself. They are at the orphanage. He hands her the letter Yongo had dropped, and she asks if he really quit school. Gil-soo confirms that he dropped the letter, but didn't know where to return it, so he tried to find the sender. Gil-soo thinks that Yongo didn't care to take his other things, even though he had no friends at school. However, he packed the letter, so it must be something important to him. The young girl says she also doesn't know where to send it, and Prota asks if she really doesn't know, since she was close to him. Sadly, she says she doesn't know where he's staying since he left the orphanage, so she sent the letter to the school thinking he would find it there. Surprised, Gil-soo asks if Yongo is from that orphanage. Haitian replies yes, saying that he doesn't have a father and that she grew up with him there. In her flashback, she remembers the moment when she fell to the ground. The children around her cried, asking if she was okay, while someone standing told them to stop crying. The fat rooster Crest told them to bring money from now on and to complain to their father if they didn't like it. While crying, she says that the children who live in orphanages are often discriminated against and bullied by others. However, every time someone intimidated them, Yongo would appear to help. He was there to protect his family as if he were a hero. However, things were different when he was the one being bullied. The boy in front of him told Yongo to know his place and that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. He had no one to rescue him for help. He suffered a lot of bullying in elementary school, and that's when he stopped smiling. Standing in front of Thunderstorm, that's when he joined the Runaway Gang, and that's how Yongo left the orphanage. He only returned after a long time. Holding some food bags, he says he's back and completely different from how he was. The children even doubted whether he was really Yongo they knew. The young lady comments that he has changed so much that she's even afraid of him now. He approaches the children, saying that it hasn't been long since he left and that he missed them a lot. She tells Gil-soo that he visited them every month and brought many gifts. However, lately he stopped showing up, and because of that, she started worrying about him and she had no idea he had dropped out of school. Prota thinks that she makes Yongo seem completely different from the person he knows. Shaking as she holds the letter, she thinks it sometimes scares her. She cries, thinking that one day he could become a completely horrible person. Prota just watches, not saying a word. The scene then changes to Thunderstorm. A wrench is completely stained with blood. Jinsop has beaten a guy, saying that he gave him food to eat, a place to stay, and is it really that hard to repay the favor? The person promises that next month they'll have double the money. Jinsop says that he knows what will happen if he disappoints him again. While smoking his cigarette, he adds that today's kids don't have the courage to do things and that it's totally different from his time. He then asks Yongo if he doesn't agree, saying he needs people like him. Grabbing Yongo's shoulder, he adds that he finished the gang alone and even praised his skills, saying that he improved them. Jinsop sits down, saying that at least this compensates for the way he betrayed them, so now he could see if he deserves to join the Thunderstorm gang again. Yongo yells, saying that he thought Jinsop would take him back after destroying the other gang. Smoking his cigarette and smiling, Jinsop says that the verification process became harder after he betrayed them. Concerned, Yongo asks what he would like him to do this time. Jinsop asks if he's really willing to do anything. Hearing this, Yongo is surprised, and then Jinsop asks if he would be willing to kill someone. Once again, Jinsop asks if Yongo is willing to do anything. Yongo is speechless and doesn't know how to respond. Jinsop asks if he really thinks he can kill someone. Hearing this again, Yongo is lost, wondering what he means by talking about killing someone. Jinsop starts to smile slightly. Then he begins to laugh, thinking that the boy is quite funny. Unfortunately, he really believed that he would have to dirty his hands with blood. Yongo asks if he really thinks this is funny. Extinguishing his cigarette, Jinsop says that indeed, he will have to do something as risky as killing someone. As he lights his lighter, Yongo wonders what he means. Approaching, Jinsop says he has to set fire to a motorcycle. He states that it's hard to make money lately, but he was paid a lot to carry out this job. Yongo asks if that's really what he has to do. Placing his hand on Yongo's shoulder, Jinsop affirms that it won't be hard for him to complete it. If he succeeds, he will get his place back in the Thunderstorm gang. In an empty street, Yongo walks. He reflects that if he gets caught doing this, he could end up in juvenile detention for arson. Unfortunately, he had already come so far only to quit in the end. Looking up, he sees the sign of the orphanage where he grew up. Rubbing his head, he wonders what he's doing there, now feeling like a complete fool. While thinking about going home to sleep, someone appears behind him. The person calls his name and turns around around to see who it is. Haejin asks if it's really Yongo. Moments later, the two are sitting on a swing in a park. Yongo asks Haejin why she's walking alone at night, and she replies that she was out because she couldn't sleep. She asks if he's okay since he hasn't been answering her calls, and he says he's fine, just busy. Haejin calls him a liar, saying she can clearly see that he's going through tough times. Downhearted, she talks about her past, when she was a child, and how they used to play in the park together all the time. Yongo replies that he doesn't remember because he was too busy pushing other kids. The two discuss the past, where she even has a scar because of him. Smiling, he now remembers how excited he was to see her having fun. Haejin reminds him of when he always saved them when they were bullied at the playground. He's surprised by everything she said. Curiously, Haejin asks why he doesn't go back to the orphanage. Sadly, he just listens as she says he could stay with her and the other children at the orphanage. Yongo thanks Haejin. As he stands up, he says it's too late for him, and Haejin asks what he means by that. However, he just says that maybe he won't be back anytime soon, so there's nothing to worry about. As he leaves, Yongo tells her to go inside and sleep since it's late. Crying, Haejin wonders why she has to say things like that. It makes it feel like these are her last words before he disappears forever. The next day, in a parking lot, a motorcycle is covered with gasoline. Yongo is carrying out the mission given by Jinsop. Looking around, he sees that everything is going according to plan. He just needs to stay calm. Yongo is surprised by everything Jinsop said about no cameras and not many cars around at that hour. The gas can is thrown on the ground. All he needs to do is set the motorcycle on fire without hesitation. Staring intently at the lighter, he knows he doesn't need to think twice. After all, this is the only way he has to survive. Going back further in the past, a child walks among some people. Without a family, he realized something very early. Seeing other families having fun, even the smallest things that other children appreciate, are not free for him. While someone is born in a world as a small fish, he's treated merely as a toy for some other people. The boy approaches, curious, wondering what to do, thinking why he could fight him without even having a family to support him. The boy grabs a dangerous tool and says he's forced to use extreme measures. Pointing the tool at Yongo, he says he never wanted to do this. The reason for all of this is because Yongo caused it. Almost poking Yongo's eye out, the boy warns him to be careful what he bites off more than he can chew. Everything is interrupted when some people show up at the scene. The children look back after hearing the men asking what they're doing there. The man in the middle comments that the brats don't know where they are. The troublemaker tries to argue, asking who the man thinks he is, and says he's not scared, just because they're wearing suits. Before he could say anything else, a punch is directed to his face. Hit hard, the boy is thrown to the ground with a tremendous impact. The man calls him insolent and says he'll teach him a lesson for answering a member of the Ungang. The two boys are scared when they realize they're dealing with members of the Ungang. Surprised, Yongo wonders who these guys are. It was at that moment that he learned something in those endless days of despair. The only way to stay alive is to become a powerful predator. Outside, another man gets out of the car. He asks everyone what all the unnecessary commotion is about. One of them apologizes, saying he had to clean up a small mess, and then the boss orders the manager to appear in his office later. His employees bow in respect to their boss's orders. The man is seen as a fierce and hungry dragon. It was on this day that Yongo made his decision, that he would become a predator so that he would never be hunted again. The mark on his chest was proof of his determination, and that's why he no longer has a choice. He needed to do this to become like that man. However, someone appears ordering him to stop. Then Yongo is doused with a lot of water. The person holding the bucket warns him that he will wet the blanket if he plays with fire at night. Yongo asks this person how they discovered his location. Gil-soo, holding the bucket, says that he's going to piss his pants again, and everyone is going to start calling him a real bedwetter. 3 hours ago, someone was calling for Gil-soo. Anxious, Haejin searched for Gil-soo to talk. Sitting in the park, he asked if she knew anything about Yongo planning something. Nervously, she replied that she always noticed when he became restless and anxious before acting. It was exactly like this when he decided to join the fugitives gang. She remembered the moment when he told her not to worry, but his tone sounded like someone who would never return. Amidst tears, she confessed that she was terrified. Although she said Gil-soo had no reason to help, she still asked for his help. Meanwhile, some meat was being prepared. Two young men were having fun on the rooftop, grilling the pieces and enjoying the absence of their seniors. However, the door suddenly opened, shocking them with the unexpected presence of someone. It was Gil-soo, asking if that was the thunderstorm base. The reaction of the boys gave away the answer, and the protagonist realized he was in the right place. He recalled when Do-hyo mentioned they probably lived in an abandoned building. A little nervous, Gil-soo stated that he wasn't there to join the gang, but was looking for someone. The two were surprised to hear that he was actually looking for Yongo Park. One of them asked what his interest in Yongo was, and Gil-soo explained that he needed to talk to him but couldn't find him. To his surprise, he was told that Yongo was probably being arrested at that very moment. While chewing a piece of meat, one of the boys suggested that Gil-soo leave quickly before one of Yongo's friends came to beat him up. However, before he could finish chewing, the protagonist covered his mouth. With no other choice, he advanced toward him, saying he didn't have time for fights but would face whatever was necessary. He then demanded to know where Yongo was. In the present, Yongo stared at Gil-soo in surprise, asking how he had arrived there. Trying to advise him, Gil-soo asked him not to do anything he would regret, reminding him that it was a crime. However, Yongo charged at him, stating that Gil-soo didn't know him and therefore had no right to tell him what to do. Yongo attacked the protagonist, claiming that Gil-soo knew nothing about his life. Even though intimidated, Gil-soo held his ground and said he didn't care because there was someone more important. He then asked him to return to the orphanage where he came from. Gil-soo explained that Hazen had asked for his help because she feared Yongo would do something reckless. Upon hearing this, Yongo was surprised by the audacity of his friend. Gil-soo stated that she was a good person and very important, to the point of asking a complete stranger to help him. Then he asked him not to throw his life away since there was still someone who truly cared about him. Holding a lighter, Yongo became thoughtful. He hadn't imagined that Hazen saw him as such an important person. However, before he could react, a new presence appeared, interrupting the moment with clapping and a mocking smile. "What a wonderful show we have here," said the newcomer. Jinsop sarcastically said that Yongo almost made him cry. Yongo was stunned to see who had just arrived, his former boss. Jinsop stared at him and said he had almost ruined everything. Surprised, Yongo asked how long he had been watching. In response, Jinsop raised his phone and laughed, explaining that he truly believed Yongo would let him return to Thunderstorm. Then he showed a video where Yongo was pouring gasoline on a motorcycle. Shocked, Yongo asked why he had recorded that. Smiling, Jinsop stated that Yongo was nothing more than disposable, someone who would be used and then thrown under the bus. Furious upon hearing this, Yongo began shouting at his former boss. While tossing the lighter, Jinsop told him to go to jail and reflect behind bars. The other man just smiled wickedly, wondering what worse things he could do to his former subordinate. However, something caught Jinsop's attention and he immediately looked back. At that moment, someone appeared and kicked the lighter out of his hand. It was Deal, arriving to help the protagonist. Young Min quickly jumped over the fence, commenting that at least he had arrived at the right time. With their arrival, Yongo was surprised. Gil-soo stated that they had appeared at the perfect moment. Then the protagonist felt relieved that he had been able to warn them in advance. In a brief flashback, he thought that the man with the lighter would certainly try to set something on fire before they had time to stop him. While running, he reflected on the fact that there were only 2 weak henchmen on the rooftop. So, where were the other members? Worried, he sent a message to Deal and Young Min, asking them to meet in a parking lot. In the present, Gil-soo sighed in relief upon seeing them. Curious, he asked if this was some kind of extracurricular activity. Then he teased Yongo, saying he had left him to hang out with those losers. Irritated, Deal responded that he wasn't there for Yongo Park, but to help the other guy. He complained that he had to cancel an important appointment for this. Soon after, he ran toward the gang leader. However, he was intercepted by an unexpected opponent. When he tried to attack, he felt pain in his fist and was intrigued by what was happening. With a confident smile, the man commented that Deal had some interesting friends in charge at him. The blow was precise. The man in the cap was Hang, and he asked Yongo why he hadn't introduced them yet. Yo prepared to help his friend, but before he could react, another person appeared to stop him. With a direct punch, the adversary muttered that he hated people like him. After a sequence of punches, he asked if Deal had started boxing. Analyzing his enemy, Deal tried to find a gap to counterattack. However, before he could act, he was hit squarely in the face, opening a cut on his cheek. The person who attacked him was Michael, 18 years old, also a boxer. Seeing the situation, Gil-soo was furious, realizing that the opponents were playing dirty. But before he could do anything, a new fighter appeared in front of him, speaking in another language. Holding 2 sticks in his hands, a newcomer was Kiyoshi. Upon hearing the young man's language, Gil-soo was surprised to realize that he spoke Japanese. Suddenly, Kiyoshi charged at the protagonist, delivering a spinning blow. Trying to defend himself, Gil-soo realized that his attempt was ineffective. After being hit, he wondered how his enemy had managed to break his guard. How could he face someone like that? The Japanese man raised both sticks high. Then he struck Gil-soo squarely on the back. Jinsop pointed behind him and commented to Yongo that his friends were in danger. Then he asked if Yongo wasn't going to help them. Without hesitation, Yongo landed a precise kick, telling Jinsop to mind his own life. However, for a brief moment, Yongo was intrigued when he heard a different sound. As he threw his shirt aside, his opponent commented that Yongo's kicks were more intimidating than before. Wearing a vest, he added that he had taught his former pupil well. However, Yongo wasn't the only one who had improved, and he was surprised to notice his opponent's vest. With his guard up, Jinsop stated that it had been a while since his last fight, and then invited Yongo for a sparring session. The two stared at each other for a moment, but soon Yongo lunged with a kick, making it clear he didn't care about the past. Jinsop defended the strike with his arm and quickly countered, landing a clean blow to Yongo's face. Dazed by the impact, Yongo was surprised by the strength of his opponent. Breaking the gaze, Jinsop declared he wouldn't go easy and would beat him until he understood who he was dealing with. Meanwhile, Jung Min struggled to defend against Hang's attacks. His arms were numb after receiving so many blows from that strange weapon. Hang, curious about how long Jung Min could endure, intensified his attacks, striking several times in quick succession. However, Jung Min noticed something. Hang was only using his arms, not involving his fists in the strikes. This meant he wasn't able to move his arms properly. Thinking quickly, Jung Min jumped backward, thinking that if he could reach the wall, Hang wouldn't be able to hit him. Surprised by Jung Min's statement about his arms being useless, Hang hesitated. Jumping up, he realized that his combat ability was even more limited than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Deal faced a brutal series of strikes. Michael, laughing, asked where he had learned boxing, and if they only taught him how to keep his guard up. On the next attack, he tried to break Deal's defense. Fortunately, Deal managed to dodge at the last second. In that instant, he realized something important. Michael was using something more than his fists. If he imagined that his opponent's arm was longer than it appeared, he could better predict the strikes and dodge them more effectively. Michael, advancing, said that this time Deal wouldn't be so lucky. But to his surprise, it was Michael who ended up getting hit. Astonished by the quick adaptation of his opponent, Michael retreated. Deal ran toward him, saying he would teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Gil-soo was thrown against a car. Twisting his baton skillfully, the Japanese man seemed excited about the fight. Struggling to get up, the protagonist reflected that the battle was complicated as the opponent's attacks were unpredictable, and he was still able to defend well. Gil-soo then ran toward his opponent, demanding that he speak his language because he couldn't understand anything. The Japanese man, relentless, hit him again, mocking the fact that Gil-soo was accepting the fight despite being a foreigner. Advancing, he declared that this was the reason he was there, to eliminate all the enemies of Thunderstorm. And since Gil-soo wasn't part of the gang, the Japanese attacked him again, claiming he would kill him. Even the car nearby took damage during the fight. On the ground, Gil-soo tried to find a way to defeat the enemy. Looking down, he noticed something curious. His shoes were untied. The Japanese man approached, stating it was time to end the fight. However, he noticed something strange. Gil-soo was now holding his shoes, which were completely tied. Amused by the situation, the opponent advanced to attack. But something seemed different. Gil-soo used the shoes to defend himself, surprising the Japanese man. Completely defenseless, the opponent couldn't react as Gil-soo attacked. With a smile on his face, the protagonist commented that this was the true meaning of improvisation. Blood spread across the floor. Yongo was completely beaten. He asked Jinsap to stop talking about the past, showing discomfort with the subject. However, Jinsap didn't back down and stated that Yongo couldn't deny what he had already lived. He reminded him that it was Yongo who had taught him how to fight and use protectors, highlighting the irony of the situation. Approaching, Jinsap reinforced that all those pieces of equipment belonged to Thunderstorm. He questioned why Yongo insisted on avoiding the past, considering that, in the past, he was known as the dog of Thunderstorm. At that time, Yongo always walked with his head down, constantly intimidated by others. He couldn't even remember the last time he looked at the sky. Turning his gaze away, he noticed a group of people celebrating after a long day's work. Jinsap and his henchmen were among them, laughing and chatting casually. The first impression Yongo had upon seeing them was fear, but the scene intrigued him. He asked why they seemed so happy and carefree. He felt a pang in his stomach as he realized he was hungry. He couldn't remember the last time he had moved. A whole day without food had left him weakened, and now his stomach was growling loudly. That's when a voice called him. He turned around and saw Jinsap, who suggested he return the next day if he had nowhere else to go. Jinsap smiled as he noticed something different in Yongo's gaze, realizing he could use him for his own purposes. In a flashback to the past, on top of a building, Yongo was training with Jinsap. He was attacking a pad that Jinsap held, showing his strength. After watching the kick, Jinsap stated that Yongo had potential, but needed more practice. Shortly after, he ordered his henchmen to bring something and handed Yongo a box. He asked him to remember that moment and, smiling, explained that it wasn't the strongest who won, but those who became strong. His philosophy completely captivated Yongo. From that day on, he began to follow Jinsap's orders without question. But standing in front of the orphanage, Yongo realized that Thunderstorm was on an irreversible path. Jinsap grabbed his head firmly and accused him of betrayal, saying he had returned crawling like a defeated dog. He raised his fist and stated that Yongo deserved punishment, insisting that he was nobody and didn't belong anywhere. However, Yongo defended the strike, surprising Jinsap. The gang leader hesitated for a moment, stunned by the unexpected resistance. Then he noticed that Yongo had equipped himself with the Japanese man's weapon. Looking back, he saw that Gil-soo's friends were standing, while his own allies were lying on the ground. They had been defeated by 3 children. Deal, noticing the situation, mocked the enemies, commenting that those who resorted to weapons did so because they weren't strong enough to fight for real. Jinsap couldn't believe what he was seeing. Gil-soo, without hesitation, reminded Jinsap that he still had an unfinished fight with Yongo, and for that reason, he ordered him to leave that place. Jinsap ran his hand across his neck, showing irritation, and asked why Gil-soo was so determined to protect Yongo. He argued that more than anyone, he should understand the situation and stated that Yongo was just a bastard traitor, someone who wasn't worth defending. In the past, Yongo had brutally attacked a group of boys. One of them, desperate, grabbed his leg and begged for mercy, asking him not to kill him. Yongo smiled upon hearing those words and without hesitation said that he used to ask the same thing, but back then, no one listened to him. Holding the boy's head, Yongo asked if he had ever spared him. Squeezing the boy's ear, he asked what he would do if he didn't hear anything. With a knife in his hand, he claimed there was no use and that therefore he would do the dirty work for him. In a quick motion, he ripped the boy's ear off. As the boy cried, now without his ear, Yongo realized that by joining the Thunderstorm gang, he had stopped being the victim and became the predator. He had become addicted to the power that strength gave him, and now he wanted more. As he smoked, Yongo thought he was ready for anything that would prove his strength. At that moment, Jinsap appeared from behind and upon seeing him, said that he had finally found him. Holding the phone, he commented that he had received a job offer that paid well, where he would have to manage a of business. Curious, Yongo asked if it was from the group and what Jinsop intended to do. Jinsop replied that it wasn't, but it was something more exciting than that. He then asked if Yongo remembered a man called Sinchiro, who had worked with them before. Yongo was surprised and asked if he was talking about the guy who ran a punishing operation using voice commands. Jinsop confirmed, saying that he made a fortune by collecting money from victims. Yongo commented that he heard the police nearly caught Michael and hanged near the terminal lockers last time, and that it had been very risky. Jinsop responded, suggesting that Yongo think of a better way to make money without the risk. Intrigued, Yongo asked if that was possible, and Jinsop explained that there was no problem with doing the job as long as physical effort could be avoided. Yongo asked where he could find enough manpower for such a task. He was startled when he heard the name of the orphanage he grew up in. Jinsop revealed that the orphanage's director was addicted to gambling and had lost all his fortune to the guards and had also gone into debt with them. From what he knew, he had also squandered all the orphanage's funds. The only thing he had left was the position of director, and now he planned to make the children work to pay off his debts. As they walked through the orphanage, Yongo, holding a baton, knew the director was looking for children to force them into labor. Crying, Yongo regretted forgetting his family before joining Thunderstorm. Feeling remorseful, he prayed, asking God to take care of the children. Looking out the window, he saw the director gambling and losing to other men. The sight filled him with rage, and he tightened his grip on the baton, muttering that no matter what happened to him, no one had the right to mess with his brothers. As the two men ran, the director stayed behind, wondering what was happening. Standing still, he knew that Yongo was a man without mercy and didn't care about the children at the orphanage. Raising his bat, Yongo couldn't believe the director had used the children to try to pay off his debts. Attacking him, Yongo said that he had crossed all boundaries. The director begged for forgiveness, saying he had an explanation. However, Yongo responded that he could kill him right there, but instead, he would give him a chance to survive. He then broke the director's nameplate and ordered him to leave and never come back. Otherwise, Yongo would report his illegal gambling activities and his attempt to involve the children in crime. If the director didn't follow his orders, Yongo would expose him and kill him. A small child tried to wake up Haitian, and other children commented that they had heard a strange noise, thinking it was a thief, and that they were scared. Haitian tried to reassure them, saying everything would be okay. Going downstairs to understand what was happening, she thought the children were afraid of thunder. It didn't seem like anyone would come there at night without a reason. As she went further down the stairs, she noticed there was a mess and asked what was going on. However, something caught her attention. Looking ahead as she saw Yongo walking with a baton. Yongo looked back while crying heavily. At that moment, the orphanage was illuminated by a strong lightning bolt. Lighting his cigarette, Jinsop commented that the orphanage's director had disappeared. He also mentioned that he had spoken with Sinchira, who stayed out of this story. Jinsop asked if Yongo was responsible for this. Smiling, Yongo replied that they thought he would work for them forever, but that he found an opportunity and seized it. Jinsop listened coldly to Yongo's comment, saying that wolves don't belong to packs of stray dogs. As he stood up from his chair, Jinsop said that was why he tried to take the whole business for himself and that you couldn't trust anyone. Yongo, deep in thought, accepted that he would have to take full responsibility for what had happened. Raising his fists, still holding Yongo's head, Jinsop stated that he would show mercy for old time's sake. Coldly, he said that he didn't want his brothers involved in such unpleasant business. That's why he took the blame for them. Back in the present, Yongo said that they were like his family. So no matter what happened to him, no one would mess with his brothers. Jinsop then responded that he knew that, and that was the reason he accepted him back. However, he wasn't doing this out of charity. Jinsop knew that Yongo had been part of that orphanage and had been looking for an opportunity to get revenge on him. But in the end, Yongo came crawling back with his tail between his legs. Because of this, Jinsop didn't even have to look for him. Now he intended to finish everything he had started in the past. Gilsu asked if Jinsop hadn't heard what he asked and ordered him to step back again. Now it would be 4 against 1. Smiling, Jinsop replied that then it would be 4 against 1. To Gilsu's surprise, a large number of people appeared behind Jinsop. Deal and Gangmin wondered when the Thunderstorm gang had appeared. Everyone was armed with pieces of wood ready for a war. Gilsu was startled by the number of people who had shown up out of nowhere. Jinsop, smiling, said that Gilsu couldn't bite more than he could chew. Jinsop then gave the order for everyone to attack. After the order, everyone charges forward. Most of them shout that they are members of Thunderstorm. Surprised by the number of people present, Gilsu doesn't know how he will manage to handle all of them after already fighting hard against the other members. Placing his hand on Gilsu's shoulder, Gil asks everyone to gather. Jungmin says that fighting all of them won't be easy, but they might have a chance. Deal affirms that they can, as they are all decent fighters, so they might stand a chance. Seeing this, Yongo is surprised, thinking this has nothing to do with them, but still they want to fight. Seeing the 3 of them in their glory, Yongo asks the reason for this, but something quickly approaches him. Jinsop's punch hits him square in the face. Smiling, Jinsop says Yongo should pay attention since he still has unfinished business with him. Getting up, Yongo states that he feels the same. Wiping his face, this, he says he will finish this once and for all. The protagonist and his friends begin the battle with the gang members. While defending, Gil-soo thinks there are too many of them, barely managing to defend himself. Deal helps Gil-soo, hitting the enemy in front of him. He says he's there whenever Gil-soo needs help. Then the three of them unite and agree to defend each other's backs. Gil-soo thinks that now he is no longer fighting alone. Yongo attacks Jin-sup. He then tries to intimidate Yongo with some offensive words. Attacking several times, Jin-sup tells Yongo to know his place. While defending, Yongo realizes that his kick isn't working due to Jin-sup's vest. Instead, he's being hurt by the brass knuckles. Seeing Jin-sup's attack, Yongo thinks that if only he had some way to defend himself, it would be different. To defend himself, he uses his shin guard. However, the shin guard breaks completely. He's even surprised, thinking that it broke too quickly. Charging forward, Jin-sup asks what he will do without the shin guard and says he'll remember how things were when he was a weak guy. Jin-sup calls him a traitor as he attacks. Thanks to the impact, Yongo was sent back a considerable distance. Standing in front of Yongo, Jin-sup states that he was nothing without the thunderstorm gear. Frustrated without his shin guard, Yongo thinks that he never had a chance against Jin-sup. While distracted, he hears his friends fighting on the other side and stops for a moment to observe. He notices that the three of them are somehow handling the enemies. Even at a disadvantage, they are managing to hold their ground. Wiping his face, Yongo believes this is shameful and he can't give up while his friends are fighting seriously. Jin-sup, seeing this, is surprised. Throwing the broken shin guards on the ground, Yongo says he doesn't need them. Then he could get them back. Getting into a mortar position, Yongo states that he will show what he's really made of and won't give up until the fight is over. Smiling, Jin-sup thanks Yongo for his wish of death. He even tells Yongo not to take his shin guards off. Jumping at Yongo, Jin-sup says he will show what happens when he doesn't listen. Yongo believes it was too soon to think he could do anything against Jin-sup's infernal punches. At least he tries his best to dodge. For a moment, he avoids the first blow. He's even surprised by what just happened. Jumping back, he realizes his steps are much lighter than usual. Before he could think of anything, Yongo begins to dodge all the blows easily. Jin-sup becomes worried when he notices Ingi coming toward him. Hitting him in the chin, Yongo stops to think that now he's much faster than before. All of this after removing the shin guards. As he lands several blows on Jin-sup, Yongo wonders just how fast he's actually become, not knowing that he's also stronger. Trying to defend himself, Jin-sup says that this is the last strength he has. Trying to attack him, Jin-sup says it won't change anything and tries to prolong the fight. Yongo leaps into the air. Jin-sup looks up and sees a powerful kick coming toward him. Looking down, Yongo thinks that it's been a while since he fought this way without the shin guards. He remembers his past, where Jin-sup always said he didn't win because he was strong, but because the strong win. Jin-sup even told Yongo never to shoot to avoid losing. In the present, Yongo lands a precise blow. He thinks that the things that could protect him ended up becoming a burden, preventing his progress. On the ground, Jin-sup wonders how this is possible. How could he lose to Yongo? With eyes full of fury, Jin-sup says he can't lose to a failure. In a flashback, some people are sleeping. Jin-sup is talking to a man saying he's taking someone to an unknown place. The man says it's hard to keep everyone fed the way they are. Smiling, Jin-sup says he's keeping Yongo around just because he needs him for something. Smiling, Jin-sup says he's keeping Yongo around just because he needs him for something. Watching Yongo sleep, Jin-sup comments that he has no family. If something were to happen to him, no one would care. He could just take everything from him and then dispose of him after using him enough. With his hand on the ground, Jin-sup tries to get up, saying that he's Jin-sup of the Thunderstorm Gang. With great fury, he charges forward, saying he's not going to lose to a loser like Yongo. With quick steps, Yongo says that Jin-sup has forgotten his own words. With another kick, Yongo prepares to attack Jin-sup, and he hits him square in the face once more. With broken teeth, Yongo states that you don't win because you're strong. You win because you deceive yourself and you become strong. Gil-soo watches all of this happening. Placing his hand on his head, Yongo tells Jin-sup that he was the one who taught him that. Finally, Jin-sup is defeated at the hands of Yongo. The remaining members of the battle, surprised, are in shock upon seeing their captain fallen. One of the members comments that they could no longer escape now that they knew who had ordered the battle. Gil-soo, curious, asks what they were talking about. The three of them then get into position, ready to fight. However, after hearing this, the other members start running desperately to flee the scene. Exhausted, Yongo falls to the ground, unable to believe that he defeated the feared Jin-sup, the leader of the Thunderstorm Gang. Looking at the light, he sees the Prota approaching and thinks about how much he feared this moment. Gil-soo extends his hand to help him up, telling him to get up because he won the battle. Surprised to hear this, Yongo recalls the moment when the Prota extended his hand to him after his victory in the last fight. Thinking about how much he wished he had fought in a fairer way, he extends his hand to the Prota, admitting his defeat. Accepting Gil-soo's help to get up, Yongo thanks him. Looking at Yongo, Gil-soo tells him not to thank him, but to thank the girl who's approaching. Yongo is surprised when he hears someone calling his name and sees Hazen running toward him. him. Surprised, he asks how she knew he was there. Then, out of nowhere, she hugs him tightly. Crying, she asks if he's okay and expresses how worried she was for him. Not knowing how to react, Yongo answers that he's fine, giving a shy smile. Now, everyone can finally rest after the tough battle. The next day at school, Gil-soo is looking for his bag, saying he doesn't know where he lost it. Deal, curious, asks what happened, and Gil-soo responds that he can't find his wallet and doesn't know where he lost it. He screams in shock upon realizing that his debit card and student ID were inside it. Deal tries to calm him down, suggesting that maybe he left it at home and can find it later. Two people walk by them, commenting on the Thunderstorm gang, and one of them mentions that Yongo was seen there. Deal and Gil-soo look back, and the men say that Yongo would probably have to serve juvenile time for getting involved with the Thunderstorm gang. Gil-soo, curious, asks about the rumors, but before he can ask more, he is surprised to realize that Yongo is right there, overhearing the conversation. With a cold look, Yongo asks who's screwed here. The Debiloid, surprised, asks what Yongo is doing there since he had dropped out of school. To respond in kind, Yongo says that it's none of his business. Passing by Debiloid, he warns him, saying that he'd better watch what he says or he'll pay for it in the arena if he keeps talking nonsense. Seeing this, Gil-soo feels happy realizing that Yongo returned to school. Sitting at his desk, Yongo thinks that returning to school at that moment wasn't ideal and he feels tired. He didn't like school and he knew he wasn't cut out for it. He was only there because Ren Hasen had forced him to attend. Then, Yongo's thoughts drift back to a moment from the past. Hasen scolds Yongo for getting involved with crime and dropping out of school. She says that this wasn't who he was and she wanted him to return to his old self. He tries to calm her down, telling her not to cry, while the others watch from a distance. Wiping her tears, Hazen asks him to return to school, making a promise with him and raising their pinkies. Yongo is happy with the promise, saying their promise should be kept. But before he could think of anything else, the door unexpectedly opens. Someone enters the room saying they didn't expect Yongo to return so soon to school and thought he had left for good. Kang enters and says he heard that Yongo defeated Thunderstorm and that it seemed like he still had fire within him. Yongo asks what Kang wants since he had nothing to do with the incident. Kang, approaching Yongo, says that he could accept him back, mentioning that he only made a small mistake. Smiling sarcastically, Yongo asks if he would really accept him back. As he stands and passes by Kang, he says that this was an offer, but he immediately refuses it. Kang asks if Yongo is sure about this, reminding him that he has nowhere to stay. Kang mentions that the ungroup was Yongo's only hope. As he walks away, Yongo tells Kang to take care of his own life and that he would figure things out on his own. At night, in another location, a box is being packed with a red ribbon. While packing the box, Yongo thinks about the criminal syndicate, Gangun, and how they provided dormitories in the underground. He thinks that he didn't have much to do since he was an orphan and had nowhere to go. As he walks, Yongo reflects on his need to belong somewhere, as he had always been alone. He wanted to feel proud of being part of a powerful organization, seeking security in it. But he soon realizes that fighting only brings more violence and betrayal. Now, Yongo finds himself in front of the orphanage where he lived as a child. He realizes that the gang cannot offer what he's looking for. At this moment, Heijin asks the children to stop running, as they could get hurt. The children stop when they notice someone approaching and point at Yongo. He asks the children to listen to Heijin. Happy, the children run toward Yongo to hug him. Yongo smiles because all he ever wanted was one family. With some lights on, the children ask him to wait a minute. Yongo looks back and something catches his attention. When he realizes the three of them are there, and he wonders why. Smiling, Gil-soo says that this is how he greets his guests. Heijin, a bit angry, tells Yongo that she invited them because it was the least he could do to thank them for their help. Gil-soo is happy to see Yongo back at school because there is a big issue to resolve. Yongo says that next time he will win quickly, like a flash. Deal and Jungmin observe the two of them teasing each other. Gil-soo, curious, asks what happened to the motorcycle. Yongo responds that maybe he'll have to pay for the repairs. Curious, Gil-soo asks who the owner of the bike was. Yongo doesn't know, but he heard that the owner was also at the school. In a corner, some people are busy and the bike is covered in gasoline. Someone picks up a lighter that was on the floor. Then they look at the bike, wondering why it was completely destroyed. With glowing eyes, they couldn't believe someone actually tried to set fire to their bike. Like a snake, they say they'll kill whoever did this. They are known as the leader of Ginseng Tech, and their name is Haya Qinhuang. He approached and followed the young man's gaze toward a point under the flickering light. Gil-soo, observing the scene, decided to ask Yongo if that boy had ever done anything for Thunderstorm. Yongo promptly replied that he hadn't, as he had no connection to the group. Yongo's response seemed to raise suspicions in Gil-soo, who looked at him with distrust. Without delay, Yongo explained that the Thunderstorm boys had been punished after a recent incident. Gil-soo, surprised by the information, questioned the reason for the punishment. Taking a sip of his drink, Yongo clarified that occasionally large organizations such as gangs would commission crimes from the group known as Heavenly Wa. In the case of that arson attack, those who had ordered the assault were also responsible for punishing those involved. Still intrigued, Gil-soo questioned whether this was really necessary and what kind of organization acted this way. Yamgo admitted that he knew little about this group in that region, but mentioned that they were called the Baksun Group and had a ruthless reputation. Upon hearing that name, Gil-soo was visibly shocked. His expression was one of complete disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. At the market, Gil-soo made a gesture to get Jang Mei's attention, and when she noticed him, she smiled warmly. As he tried to process the latest events, Gil-soo began to reflect on the situation. Ever since the Baksun Group had been defeated by Yongo, he had worried that Jang Mei might become a target, so he decided to send her a message. Reading her response, a slight smile appeared on his face. Jang Mei suggested that they shouldn't just talk through messages and instead arrange to go out for a meal. The suggestion caught him by surprise, and he wondered if that could be considered a date. On the weekend, they finally met. During their walk, Gil-soo couldn't stop thinking about the possibility that they were on a real date. At the restaurant, when the waiter brought their dish to the table, he announced that it was the house's famous mushroom noodles. Seated at the table, Gil-soo mentioned that he had heard many praises about the dish, especially about the pink sauce and rado mushrooms. Jang Mei, excited, declared that she would enjoy the meal. As he poured water into his glass, Gil-soo felt a sense of relief, realizing that everything was going well. The day before, he had spent some time researching online to plan this moment and was confident that Jang Mei would appreciate the experience. Determined to make the date even more special, he suggested they go to a charming cafe nearby. Jang Mei hesitated for a moment before agreeing, her subtle smile revealing a mix of surprise and shyness. Noticing her reaction, Gil-soo started to wonder if she was uncomfortable. Upon arriving at the location, they stopped in front of a pink building. Gil-soo commented on the beauty of the interior and the good reviews of the desserts. Upon entering, he encouraged Jang Mei to choose whatever she wanted, trusting the cafe's reputation, but as he observed her, he realized that she might not have liked the restaurant as much as he had imagined. Still, he hoped the desserts would at least please her. At the moment of payment, the cashier informed them of the total amount. Gil-soo reached into his pocket to get the money, but as soon as he tried to pay, all of his coins fell to the floor. He quickly crouched down to pick them up, muttering to himself about his bad luck. Jang Mei watched the situation with a curious look before extending her card to the cashier, offering to pay. Gil-soo tried to stop her, insisting that he would cover the bill, but she simply smiled and explained that she had already received a lot of help from him and never had the chance to properly repay him. Surprised by her reasoning, he hesitated for a moment before finally thanking her. When the food arrived, he broke the silence and invited her to enjoy the meal. However, while drinking his juice, he felt a slight disappointment realizing that Jang Mei only wanted to balance things out and might have felt pressured by him. As she savored the dessert, Gil-soo realized he was overthinking things. Jang Mei was about to take a bite of her cake when he called her name. With a hesitant tone, he mentioned that this was the first time he had gone out alone with a female friend and without realizing it, had planned everything as if it were a date. A bit unsure, he asked if that seemed strange. Jang Mei's eyes widened in surprise before she responded that he had gotten it all wrong. Gil-soo was confused by her reaction, not understanding what she meant. Then Jang Mei revealed that in reality, she didn't usually eat Western food and wasn't a fan of cafes either. Gil-soo was even more surprised upon hearing that. Jang Mei continued, admitting that this was her first time in a pink cafe, which made everything even stranger for her. The revelation made Gil-soo realize his mistake. He had assumed that all girls liked that kind of place and that therefore Jang Mei would also enjoy the experience. With a sigh, he admitted that he too felt out of place there and that he didn't really like the previous restaurant. Hearing his confession, Jang Mei laughed, amused by the situation. With a playful sparkle in her eyes, she suggested they do something different. Gil-soo was momentarily surprised by the idea, not knowing exactly what she had in mind. As clouds covered the sky, Jang Mei moved closer and almost touching his shoulder, asked another question. Curious, she asked if he had really never had this experience before. Feeling confused, Gil-soo hesitantly replied that he hadn't and admitted that because of that, he was a bit nervous. Jang Mei leaned close to his ear and with a mischievous smile, said that he was very cute. However, before he could react, she suddenly shouted for him to hold on tight. Jang Mei and Gil-soo were sitting on a Tagada ride, which began moving faster and faster. Gil-soo, surprised, realized that the sensation was much more intense than anything he had ever experienced before. As the ride spun at high speed, Jang Mei held on tightly and screamed with excitement, saying how fun it was. Gil-soo, watching her enthusiasm, began to understand that she really enjoyed this kind of thing, which explained why she didn't like quiet dates in cafes. Still trying to recover, Gil-soo started feeling nauseous from the ride's intense movement. Jang Mei laughed and patted his back, reassuring him by saying that it was normal to feel sick the first time, but that over time, he would get used to it. Before he could react, she spotted another ride and excitedly suggested they go to the next one. Gil-soo stared at her in frustration and asked if she was being serious. Jang Mei, playfully blinking, replied that there were still many other rides left to try. Soon, they were on the pirate ship, which swung rapidly back and forth. Jang Mei raised her hands and screamed, saying that this was the best ride. Meanwhile, Gil-soo held on tightly, looking completely exhausted. The next stop was a roller coaster. Jiang Mai enjoyed every moment, screaming with excitement and declaring that this was her favorite ride. Gil-soo, however, in terrible shape, looked on the verge of fainting, foam forming at the corners of his mouth. When they finally sat on another ride, Gil-soo, still shaken, begged Jiang Mai to at least tell him that this one didn't have any drops. As soon as he finished speaking, the cart plunged down at high speed. Jiang Mai screamed in excitement, declaring that the drop on the gyroscope was the best. Gil-soo, on the other hand, collapsed to his knees at the end of the ride, visibly trembling. With no strength left, he said he couldn't continue. Jiang Mai crouched beside him, helping him up, and asked what was wrong, trying to encourage him to keep going. In the distance, two boys were watching the scene. One of them commented that there was no doubt about it, it was really him. The other nodded in agreement, mentioning that he was thinking the same thing. That was Gil-soo from Six Gate School. Completely exhausted, Gil-soo was trying to catch his breath while Jiang Mai kept trying to cheer him up. Later that night, under the soft glow of the streetlights, Gil-soo and Jiang Mai walked together. Jiang Mai stretched her arms, took a deep breath, and commented that going out after so long felt wonderful, since staying in study rooms all the time was suffocating. Gil-soo reflected for a moment and then agreed, saying that despite everything, he had actually had a lot of fun. As they continued walking, Gil-soo thought about how, even though it had been terrifying, this was the first time he had ever had so much fun. Jiang Mai, smiling, thanked him for going out with her that day and, excited, suggested they do it more often. Gil-soo, blushing slightly, hesitated for a moment, but after taking a deep breath, decided to be a little braver. Gathering his determination, Gil-soo called Jiang Mai by name. She looked at him curious, waiting to hear what he had to say. With slight nervousness in his voice, he asked if they could meet again next week. Jiang Mai was surprised by the question and stared at him for a moment. Before she could answer, bright headlights shone behind them. Both of them quickly turned around, alert. A voice rang through the air, calling out Gil-soo's name. With a cold smile, the boy said he had finally found who he was looking for. On a motorcycle, a young man firmly planted his feet on the ground. It was Hyuk-jin, accompanied by his gang. He observed Gil-soo for a moment before asking where he had been all day, since they had been looking for him. Gil-soo clenched his fists, feeling the tension rise. However, his expression suddenly changed when he noticed something. His eyes landed on the motorcycle next to Hyuk-jin, and a wave of disbelief washed over him. There was no doubt about it. It was that motorcycle. Hyuk-jin pulled a wallet from his pocket and with a mocking smile called Gil-soo cute, revealing that he had dropped this in the parking lot. According to him, a boy had found the wallet on the ground and handed it to him. Inside, there was a student ID card with Gil-soo's name. Hyuk-jin's gaze grew even sharper upon realizing that he was from Six Gate School. Laughing, he commented that the situation had just become much more interesting. Gil-soo, staring at his wallet, felt a wave of uncertainty take over his thoughts. Hyuk-jin held the wallet provocatively, adopting a threatening posture as if he were about to attack. With a predatory look, he asked if Gil-soo really thought he could walk away so easily after what he did to his lovely motorcycle. His eyes gleamed menacingly as he clicked his tongue, sharp as a snake's. Smiling darkly, he declared that Gil-soo was so cute that it made him want to kill him. Gil-soo heard Hyuk-jin's words and immediately tried to explain. He began by saying that he understood how the situation could be easily misinterpreted and hurried to clarify that it hadn't been him who did it. However, before he could finish his sentence, Hyuk-jin suddenly attacked, launching himself at him. At the same time, he declared that he wanted to see how many hits it would take for Gil-soo to confess the truth. For a moment, Gil-soo was startled, looking at him in surprise. Realizing quickly he couldn't afford to be struck by this guy. As soon as Hyuk-jin advanced, Gil-soo instinctively reacted, moving to the side and dodging the attack. Seeing this, Hyuk-jin let out a mocking laugh. With a sharp gaze, he taunted Gil-soo, asking if he had actually managed to dodge. Then he remarked that, looking at him now, it seemed like he had improved. Suddenly, Jiang Mai interrupted the exchange of blows with a shout, demanding that they stop and asking what they were doing. Hyuk-jin turned his gaze to her, appearing confused by her interruption. With an irritated tone, he asked why she was making so much noise. Before he could say anything else, Gil-soo shouted back at Jiang Mai, warning her that this was dangerous and asking her to step back. Jiang Mai, however, did not retreat. Raising her voice, she looked directly at Hyuk-jin and declared that she didn't know what had happened, but Gil-soo had already said it was all a misunderstanding. As soon as she finished speaking, one of Hyuk-jin's companions blocked her path, putting his hand in front of her. Without hiding his arrogance, he told Jiang Mai that she should step back because his brother was in the middle of a fight and asked how she dared to interrupt. With a serious voice, Jiang Mai asked why he wouldn't just get out of her way. The boy laughed sarcastically, asking what was wrong with her. Then he began to say that he didn't hit women, but before he could finish, he took a blow. Jiang Mai attacked him directly in the face. With a cold look, she said she told him to move. The boy managed to defend himself and said that now he would have to feel bad for hitting a girl. Jiang Mai praised him, saying that he was able to block her kick, and that she could even use him for training. In the distance, Gil-soo shouted, ordering them not to touch her. Grabbing him, Hyekchin told him to let them have their fun. In the next moment, Gil-soo was thrown to the ground. Smiling coldly, Hyekchin said he wasn't done playing with his toy yet. As he got up, Gil-soo realized that Hyekchin wouldn't listen to him. Now standing, he knew he had no choice. Taking a fighting stance, he understood that he would have to fight to defeat him. The scene shifts to someone walking. This person is sweating heavily from nervousness. Soon, they open a door. Inside, they ask what their father wanted. Turning around, the man asks his son if he has been visiting his brother regularly. Kang replies that his brother seemed fine. Hearing this, his father orders him to do everything his brother asks. Then his father asks if he has any news to share. Without saying anything, his father stands up and states that his brother was about the same age as him. When he took over the school, he demanded a share of the family business after proving his worth. Facing his son Kang, Hyuk, as his father, says that he has nothing to expect from him. Kang remains silent, merely listening to his father. He tells him that there is no place in the gang for someone who cannot even conquer a school on their own. Kang clenches his fist in fury. As his father leaves, he tells him not to worry. Determined, he says that he already has his own plan. The scene shifts back to Hyekchin, saying that this time Gil-soo won't be lucky. He attacks with a rapid sequence of strikes, but Gil-soo blocks all of them. As he prepares to strike again, Hyekchin says that blocking his attacks won't save him. Grabbing Gil-soo, he comments that everything ends once someone is caught. Suddenly, Gil-soo apologizes but quickly adds that this won't work anymore. Without hesitation, he grabs Hyekchin from behind, forcing him down. At that moment, Gil-soo realizes something important. If he lets his guard down for even a moment, his opponent could quickly counterattack. Remembering the techniques used by many fighters in the arena, he remains alert. Observing Gil-soo's counterattack, Hyekchin smirks and sarcastically comments that apparently, going on dates isn't the only thing he knows how to do. Wasting no time, Hyekchin grabs Gil-soo's legs and squeezes them tightly, pulling him closer. Gil-soo faces the situation in shock, but before he can react, Hyekchin effortlessly lifts him over his shoulder. With a provocative tone, he tells Gil-soo not to think he can stop him so easily. Then, using all his strength, he brutally hurls him to the ground, making him crash into a nearby puddle. The impact with the water leaves Gil-soo dazed, and he instantly regrets being caught like that. Without giving him time to recover, Hyekchin grabs his face and pushes his head down, trying to drown him. Desperate, Gil-soo struggles as he fights to breathe. Hyekchin's eyes shine with fury as he says that Gil-soo has no idea what he went through to get to where he is. A flashback shows a young Hyekchin, always shorter than everyone else. There was a boy who used to bully him every chance he got. Hyekchin was constantly beaten by this boy. The excuse they gave for hitting him was that he was too cute when he was younger. Power was everything in that school, and he was at the bottom of the food chain. The violence turned him into a monster to fight against other monsters. Determined, he started attending a gym. He went through difficult and painful moments while training, waiting for the moment when he could make the bullies tremble in fear. That day finally came. He finally achieved what he had wished for. With a cold expression, he asked the boy, "Who's the cute one now?" While everyone around him looked at him in fear. Back to the present, Hyekchin prepares to strike. Gil-soo was still struggling to breathe as a punch approached him. At the last second, he spits water in Hyekchin's face as a defensive mechanism. This allows him to escape safely. Catching his breath, Gil-soo says that he understands why Hyekchin is mad about the motorcycle, but insists that it wasn't him. Wiping his face, Hyekchin calls him Little One. Gil-soo, now worried, knows he'll be in trouble if he gets knocked down again. But something catches his attention. He took another blow from Hyekchin. Smiling, Hyekchin stated that Gil-soo was the cutest guy he had ever fought, finding him interesting. Trying to break free, Gil-soo used the concrete base behind him as support. Intimidating his opponent, he tried to buy time by saying that he hadn't changed at all since the last time when he was still adorable. Furious, Hyekchin asked if he had any idea how much he hated those words. Grabbing him, he demanded to know how long Gil-soo thought he could hold out. Gil-soo screamed in agony from the pressure crushing him. As his last resort, he called out for the attack to happen now. Immediately, he grabbed Hyekchin's arm, making him uneasy. Behind him, Jang Mei prepared to strike. Seeing his fallen allies, Hyekchin thought that his day had been truly wonderful, until now when it was completely ruined. Looking up, confused, something approached. Jang Mai delivered the finishing blow with her kick. Nervous, she declared that he wouldn't get away unscathed after this. Gil-soo asks Jang Mai if she is okay while standing in the water. Jang Mai responds that it's nothing and compliments how well they work together. Observing her, Gil-soo agrees, admiring her skill. Meanwhile, the two beaten and injured boys on the ground watch them in disbelief. Gil-soo, surprised, can't believe she took down all those guys in an instant. As they climb the stairs, Jang Mei questions the reason behind this sudden attack. Laughing in confusion, Gil-soo replies that it's a long story. Just as they reach the top, a voice shouts from behind. Hyekchin, now standing in the water, asks where they think they're going. Gil-soo and Jang Mai turn around and see him in disbelief. Hyekchin playfully sticks out his tongue and calls them cute. Shocked, Jang Mai exclaims that he's already back on his feet, insisting that she was sure her attack was perfect. Gil-soo, equally frustrated, glares at him and mutters that he's a disgusting bastard. Hyekchin smirks and says he only felt a scratch, nothing strong enough to bring him down. At that moment, Gil-soo gestures for Jang Mai to step back, warning her of the danger. Without hesitation, Hyeochin rushes toward Gil-soo, wrapping his arm around his neck and pulling him backward, taunting that they should play some more. Jang Mai watches in shock as Hyeochin slams Gil-soo hard against the wall. Frustrated, he grabs his throat and asks if he really thinks he's strong just because he called him cute. Gil-soo, feeling helpless, wonders if Hyeochin is a monster and realizes that even though he thought he had gotten stronger, he still isn't a match for him. Meanwhile, Jang Mai runs forward, shouting for Hyeochin to let him go. The moment Hyeochin turns his face, she delivers a powerful kick, sending him flying backward. In a mocking tone, he says he's just returning the favor, as he can't stand owing anyone anything. Hyeochin then grabs Gil-soo by his shirt, lifts him up, and taking a deep breath, calls him a cute bastard. He then throws Gil-soo over his shoulder. At that moment, his eyes shine with fury as he prepares to slam him into the ground. Gil-soo, desperate, realizes he's about to die. As Hyeochin prepares for the final blow, he yells that this time he's going to finish him. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle revving at full speed catches everyone's attention. Startled, Hyeochin looks ahead in shock, trying to understand what's happening. Upon recognizing the approaching motorcycle, he shouts that it's his. The vehicle speeds through the middle of them, cutting between Gil-soo and Hyeochin, leaving them stunned. Perplexed, Hyeochin screams, demanding to know who dares to ride his motorcycle. The engine roars, and as Gil-soo looks at the rider, he is shocked to see Park Yongo sitting on the bike. At the same time, Yongo warns Hyeochin not to mess with the wrong person for no reason. At that moment, Gil-soo realizes that Park Yongo had been there about an hour ago in the PC room building and had been defeated. Grumbling, Park Yongo scratches his head, saying that even if he carried them, the guy from the lower track was an idiot, and it was all a waste of time. Typing something on the keyboard, he sighs and mutters that he's hungry, wondering if he should get some ramen. Suddenly, he feels a hand rest on his shoulder. Turning around to see, he finds a boy holding a cell phone. The boy immediately steps back, denying any involvement. Yongo stares at him in surprise but quickly gets annoyed, muttering that he was already frustrated from losing. He stands up and asks the boy who he is and why he touched him. The boy, still holding the phone, looks at Yongo and explains that he was confused upon seeing him wearing a Six Gates uniform. Then he tells Yongo to mind his own business and start another match. Yongo tries to understand what he means, but suddenly the boy makes an obscene gesture, provoking him. Smiling, he comments that he knows Yongo is irritated for losing the match, but that has nothing to do with him. At that moment, Yongo grabs the boy by the collar and yells, asking if he has a death wish. The boy, frightened, responds that he's busy and questions the aggression, revealing that he's looking for someone. Curious, Yongo asks who, but upon looking at the phone screen, he sees a student ID photo of Gil-soo. He immediately recognizes him and without hesitation, grabs the boy's wrist, demanding to know who he is and why he's looking for Gil-soo. About to punch him, he demands an answer, but just then, a hand rests on his shoulder. The boy insists again that it's none of his business. Irritated, Yongo turns sharply and complains that too many people had touched his shoulder that day, asking what he should do about it. Back in the present, the boy's face is swollen and a lump has formed on his head. Trying to explain himself, Yongo says that from what he heard, it seems he misunderstood everything. Hyeochin questions if he really made a mistake and asks if it was someone else. Pointing at himself, Yongo confesses that he was the culprit but clarifies that he was only protecting his motorcycle. Hearing this, Hyeochin is shocked, accusing him of lying and asking if he really thinks they're friends. Hyeochin insists that he has proof and demands an explanation. Yongo then shows the phone screen, saying he also has proof and that he was only following orders. The screen displays a photo of the motorcycle and a message from Jinsop instructing Yongo to take it. Finally, he admits that he was indeed responsible. This revelation triggers a furious reaction on Hyeochin's face. Yongo explains that, to be precise, it's what the group begs and orders them to do. Hyeochin is left in shock upon hearing the name Baeksun Group. He grabs Yongo by the collar, who looks back at him questioningly. Furious, Hyeochin demands that if he doesn't want to die, he better explain everything properly. The streetlight glows in the parking lot as Hyeochin sits on the stairs with the others nearby. Hyeochin asks if the Baeksun Group bribes the runaway gang and orders them to set fire to his motorcycle. Holding his neck, worried that it's still tense, Gil-soo asks Hyeochin if he didn't tell him it wasn't him. Sitting in anger, Hyeochin asks if those bastards have lost their minds and how they dare cross their line. Yongo then asks Hyeochin who the hell the Baeksun Group is and why they are after him. Hyeochin explains that the Baeksun Group wants to unify all high schools in Gyeongnam City, which is why they approached him. He then recalls an old memory of a time when drinks were being served in a glass. Hyeochin was sitting in a club surrounded by people eating and drinking. Some girls were also sitting close to him. A particular man with green hair sits in front of him and tells him to drink it, saying it costs millions and to enjoy and have fun as much as they want that night. Hyeochin realizes that at first they pretended to be close and started flattering him. A girl sitting beside him lifts a glass to his lips while Hyeochin asks the green-haired man who they are. In response, the man tosses an envelope onto the table in front of Hyeochin, saying it's a gift before they start enjoying themselves. The man, holding a drink in his hands, tells him to check the contents contents and think carefully. The man with glasses smiles and says that if Hyuk-chin refuses, the burden he'll have to carry will be immense. Hyuk-chin realizes that they immediately reveal their true intentions. Holding the envelope, he realizes it is an offer to sell ginseng to the Baksun group. Of course, Hyuk-chin immediately rejects the offer. He walks away, leaving everyone stunned and comments that they were just showing off. Hyuk-chin reveals that this was when they started causing trouble. Ginseng High School became a target of relentless conflict threats and other corrupt activities. Students got involved in fights and even their motorcycles were set on fire, making him worried. He reveals that because of them, his school has turned into a ruined battlefield. Hyuk-chin tells them that he would rather face anything than work for them, and that is why he is protecting the school. Gil-soo and Yongo listen as he explains that this is not easy. Hyuk-chin says they are a powerful group and have already taken over all the high schools in the region, except for Six Gates and Ginseng. Most notably, there are the 5 dragons of the Baksun group. A towering building comes into view. A man rests his leg on the table, surrounded by a few others. Hyuk-chin tells them that he has heard that each of them is the leader of their school. A man with long hair states that the Thunderstorm team couldn't even handle a simple task. This man's name is Tyron Guan, the leader of Munji High School, the 5th of the 5 dragons of the Baksun group. Beside him, a bearded man advises everyone to go to Ginseng and put an end to this situation, questioning how much longer they will delay. This man's name is Noman Choi, the leader of Salmon High School, number 4 in the Baksun group. A woman casually eating a lollipop comments that there is no need for all of them to go, as she wants to handle that small fry, Hyuk-chin, herself. Her name is Maria, the leader of Jusing High School, number 3 in the Baksun group. Tenchai tells Maria that Ginseng will await higher orders and that she should focus on the present. Tenchai, holding a cup in his hands, warns everyone that this is an important meeting for the elder brother and asks them not to act recklessly. He is the leader of Wandong High School, number 2 in the Baksun group. He takes a sip from his cup and advises them to stay focused, as this could be the final piece needed for the unification of Jiangming. At that moment, a boy enters the room pushing the large door open. He tells them it is nice to meet them like this. Everyone looks at him. Kang steps forward, smiling, and calls them the 5 dragons of the Baksun group. Tenchai says he is also happy to see him. He adds that it is an honor to meet the son of the Gangon clan in this way. Meanwhile, another person emerges from behind and slowly steps forward. He comments that the place is just as flashy as before. Seok, from Six Gates, positions himself behind Kang and observes that the business still seems to be going well. Kang listens attentively. Seok smiles as he makes the remark. Tenchai places a glass on the table and questions what he means by going well. He says it is just enough to survive, drops a capsule into the drink and pushes it forward, suggesting that Seok must be tired and should drink to relax. Seok takes the drink with a sarcastic smile and comments that it really does seem like a good drink. He starts drinking and then states that he already knew that, but he came there for another reason. At that moment, Kang places a hand on Seok's shoulder, stopping him. Seok looks at him with curiosity. Kang firmly says that they are not there for games and orders him to get a hold of himself. Surprised, Seok hesitates but soon agrees. Tenchai observes the scene and realizes that, as expected from the son of the Gangon clan, he is not like the others. Seok places the glass on the table and says he wants to start right away. As he sets the drink aside, he expresses his frustration, stating that he feels like he's going crazy. Tenchai smiles and agrees, saying it seems like he wants to get straight to the point. He then states that he wishes to dominate Six Gates, but needs the help of the Baksun group. Now, everyone is seated around the table. Kang mentions that the candy Tenchai gave Seok last time was not as effective as expected. Tenchai refuses to believe it, asking if Seok really took it properly. In response, he explains that there was an effect, but he needs something stronger to defeat Jang Chung. Seok smirks and teases, saying that compared to the Baksun group's reputation, that drug was not very effective. As he speaks, a fly passes in front of his face, and he waves his hand to shoo it away, murmuring his frustration. Tenchai observes the scene and begins to wonder if Jang Chung is really that strong. He remembers that when he investigated him, Jang Chung did not seem so powerful. Suddenly, a hand crushes the fly. Tyron Guan looks at Tenchai and asks if he has his own methods. He questions whether Tenchai wants to die. Annoyed, Seok asks if Tyron Guan is talking to him. Still furious, Tyron Guan declares that if they want his help, they should crawl like that fly. He then questions how they dare to judge them. Enraged, Seok exclaims that Tyron Guan has a filthy mouth. Seok rises from his chair, overcome by anger. Tyron Guan glares at him, but before the situation escalates, Tenchai intervenes. He orders the two to stop, as that is not the place for fights. Kang, sitting beside Seok, agrees and says they should also stop provoking them. Seok looks at him and slowly sits back down. He states that he has already been controlling his temper too much that day. Kang then mentions that he has heard of higher quality candies and asks if it is true. Tenchai takes a sip of his drink. Suddenly, he slams the glass on the table and indignantly asks how many more times Kang will talk about candies. Kano stares at him strangely. Tenchai then pounds his fist on the table and, furious, demands that Kang not think of the Baksun group as just a bunch of drug dealers. He emphasizes that they got to where they are not by selling drugs. Surprised, Kang watches Tenchai slam the table in anger. Tenchai warns that Kang should be be careful, as if his boss did not have a close relationship, that meeting would not even be happening. Kang asks if Tenchai is trying to make the gang unclan his enemy. Tenchai responds that on the contrary, they have only helped Kang so far, not because they trust him, but because of his background. Kang observes him intently. Tenchai explains that Six Gates' reputation is indeed impressive, as they once managed to dominate the city of Jeonnyang. The presence of Jang Chung proves their worth. Smiling, Tenchai admits that he is tempted to help them dominate together. However, he states that the deal must be based on trust. Still skeptical, Kang says that Tenchai is speaking as if he wants something in return. Looking at his drink with a malicious smile, Tenchai realizes they have finally reached what really matters. He then reveals that he cannot ally with Kang for free. He tilts his glass and drinks the purple substance. Tenchai comments that if Kang accepts his demands, he might consider the proposal favorably. He still smiles provocatively. The daylight pierces through the partially cloudy sky. While quietly counting, Gil-soo climbs the metal structure, training with determination. He reaches 81 repetitions when suddenly he realizes that the Baksun group plans to dominate all the schools in Jeonnyang. The thought lingers in his mind as he recalls Hyeochin's words about the 5 dragons of the Baksun group, who are actively making their mark. He reflects that the future of Jinsing High School will also be grim. Gil-soo continues training, but he cannot avoid thinking about the fact that even a fearless person made that comment. He wonders how strong the members of the Baksun group really are. Gil-soo remembers the moment when Hyeochin lifted him onto his shoulder and realizes that he was not even a match for him. If it had not been for Jang Mine or Yonggo's help at that time, he would have lost. Suddenly, he loses his balance and falls to the ground. Lying in the park, he rests his head and realizes that he is still far from being strong enough. Determined to become more powerful, a shadow appears over him. 2 figures approach. Gil-soo looks at them, and one of them asks what the important things he needed to complete through training were. Jung-min and Deal are eating while Gil-soo remains seated on a bench and Deal stands beside him. Deal imagines what Gil-soo is saying and asks if the Baksun group is taking over Jeonnyang's schools one by one. Gil-soo confirms and adds that from what he has heard, all schools except Six Gates and Jinsing have already been dominated. He recalls a scene of students beating each other up for no reason and comments that the once influential schools are now in worse conditions than slaves, living in a true hell. Young-min, sitting beside him, clenches his fist and says that no matter how big the Baksun group is, he asks Gil-soo if he believes they would be a match for them. Proudly, Jung-min adds that Six Gates is not popular for no reason. Gil-soo scratches his cheek and reveals that he is not worried about Six Gates either, but he feels that he has been very weak lately. He looks at Deal and says that if he gets caught by someone using ground fighting techniques, there will be no way out. Then he asks if there is a way to break those techniques. Deal reflects for a moment before responding. He explains that even when facing someone, the proper technique is completely different from just attacking the opponent. Hearing this, Gil-soo realizes that there may not be a simple solution. Deal, however, mentions that he knows someone familiar with that kind of fighting. Gil-soo looks at him with curiosity. Suddenly, Jung-min interrupts and tells Deal not to say that he is talking about Sung. Gil-soo looks at him, surprised, and asks who Sing is. He wonders who the hell this person could be. Meanwhile, the ball moves quickly across the field. One of the boys kicks hard toward another, but it veers in a different direction. Another boy yells, asking where he is kicking the ball, and tells him to bring it back quickly. The boy who kicked it apologizes and moves to retrieve the ball, accompanied by another. As they walk, one of them comments that it would have been a goal. However, as he steps forward, the other places a hand on his shoulder and asks him to wait. The boy looks ahead with a questioning gaze. The ball has fallen near a wooden sign that reads Six Gates Farm. He asks why, out of all places, it had to end up there. The other boy steps back and suggests they leave, as it would be problematic to get involved with that. The first one agrees and both walk away. Meanwhile, Gil-soo runs in their direction, passing by quickly. He hears one of the boys complaining that today's game was completely ruined. Continuing on his path, Gil-soo suddenly notices the ball lying near the Six Gates Farm sign. He stops, looking at the object in surprise. Observing the area, he reads the sign that says Six Gates Horse Ranch. Gil-soo murmurs to himself, confirming that this is the place. He finds the environment somewhat eerie. At that moment, a rooster crows in the distance. Taking a step forward, he apologizes and mentions that he is a first-year student named Lee Gil-soo. He reaches the door and explains that he is there because he has something to discuss. As he opens the entrance, he looks inside with curiosity. Suddenly, a man rises behind him with a grim expression. The stranger asks who he is. The man places his hand on Gil-soo's shoulder. Feeling the grip, Gil-soo asks if, by any chance, he might be Sung. Then the man tightens his grip even more, causing pain. Gil-soo becomes frightened and realizes that this is madness. The grip is so strong that the man pushes him to the ground. Without hesitation, he grabs Gil-soo by the head, pinning him down. Then he asks if he does not know the rules. Struggling against the hold, Gil-soo demands to know what he is talking about. The man intensifies his control, twisting Gil-soo's arm behind his back. He declares that the Six Gates Farm is a restricted area. He introduces himself as Sung, the third strongest member of the Six Gates Student Council. Deal mentions that he knows someone familiar with the subject. Gil-soo, still confused, listens attentively while sitting on a bench beside Jung-min, who warns him not to talk about it. Surprised, Gil-soo questions what that means and asks who the person mentioned is. Deal explains that after Jang Chung merged the 6 gates, he acknowledged 3 students as the strongest, known as the 3 powerhouses of the student council. Among them is Junhang, the current student council leader, along with 2 others. One of them is the 6th strongest fighter of the 6 gates, and the other is the 2nd strongest. Hearing this, Gil-soo stands up in shock and questions if such a powerful guy really exists. He comments that he has never seen him in the arena where he lives. Crossing his arms, Deal clarifies that this student is no longer involved with the council due to certain circumstances, and that he currently lives at the farm behind the school. Excited, Gil-soo happily runs off and suggests they should quickly go challenge him to a duel. Deal and Jung-min are startled to see him sprinting away. Jung-min shouts for him to stop and wait, while Deal, irritated, warns that the farm is not an ordinary place. Angrily, Sung intercepts Gil-soo, slamming him to the ground and pinning him down, pressing his head with one hand. He firmly states that the area is restricted. Sung, the 3rd strongest student of the 6 Gates Student Council, observes the scene. Frustrated, Gil-soo asks what he means by restricted area. Still angry, Sung lifts him by the collar and warns him, saying he looks like a newbie, and that this time he'll let it slide, but he won't allow him to return again. Indignant, Gil-soo lowers his head and apologizes to Sung, justifying that he didn't know about the restriction. Irritated, Sung orders him to leave immediately. Gil-soo watches Sung walk away and wonders who he really is. At the farm, there is a house. Sung opens the door, deep in thought, still surprised at the audacity of someone showing up there without fear. He considers the possibility that it might be a transfer student. Entering the house with a plastic bag in hand, he is called by someone. Surprised, Sung sees Ju and a child hiding near the bed, looking scared. Looking at Swan, Sung notices his fear and tries to reassure him, assuring that everything is fine and that he can come out. Ju, crying, says that he was sleeping, but the rooster's noise outside woke him up. He confesses that he got scared when the door suddenly opened. Sung approaches, extends his hand, and assures him that there's no reason to worry since he handled the intruder. Still unsure, Ju asks if it's really safe now. Sung nods with a smile and reinforces that as long as Ju is around, nothing bad will happen. Pointing to the food he brought, he announces that he brought his favorite dish, tteokbokki, and suggests they eat quickly. Excited, Ju exclaims, "Tteokbokki." The lamp glows softly in the room as they sit on the floor to eat. Sung watches Ju enjoy the meal and asks if it tastes good. Satisfied, Ju responds that it's delicious. Then he asks why Hen isn't eating. Sung explains that he's already full because he ate a lot at school. Holding a fork, Ju cheerfully comments that they must have served something special since Han's birthday is coming up. Excited, he mentions that he can't wait to go to school and receive gifts before the special day. Sung asks if he wants anything in particular for his birthday, suggesting that there should be a present and maybe even a surprise party. Sung laughs and says he doesn't need anything as long as everyone is together. He promises to come right after his part-time job and asks Juin to wait for him. While eating, Juin mentions that it would be great if his mother could also be at the party. Hearing this, Sung replies that she's busy chasing criminals. Juin lowers his gaze and sadly murmurs that he already knows. Trying to cheer him up, Sung reminds him that she promised to return as soon as everything was resolved. Juin continues eating while Sung sighs, saying they need to be patient. Meanwhile, Gil-soo returns and is greeted by his friends Deal and the others, who laugh at him. Deal playfully pats his back, laughing at comments that he didn't expect him to come back after getting beaten up. He advises that next time, he should listen to him completely. Still puzzled, Gil-soo responds that he didn't know about these rules and had no idea that the farm was a restricted area. Deal reflects and mentions that Sim didn't used to act this way. Gil-soo asks how long this has been going on. Thoughtfully, Deal recalls that in his first year, Sung was very sociable and had many friends. However, when he reached his second year, his personality changed abruptly, becoming more reserved and isolating himself at the ranch. No one was allowed to enter anymore, not even Jang Chung. Remembering the fight, Gil-soo acknowledges Sung's impressive skills, admitting that he dominated him with a single hand. Laughing, Deal puts an arm around Gil-soo's shoulder and jokes that his first impression of Sung is already ruined. Deal then suggests that they find someone else in the arena who is good with techniques. Gil-soo confidently replies that no, he must learn from someone capable enough to become stronger quickly. A few days later, Sung leaves the 6-gate school building at night while crossing the street. Gil-soo hides behind a wall, watching him confidently. In the past few days, Gil-soo has investigated many people about Sung. He approaches 2 boys at school who tell him they used to be close to him, but now they don't know anything. The second boy asks if he isn't at the ranch. The The two boys walk away and Gil-soo doesn't get any useful information from them. Still hopeful, he goes to Yongo, who tells him that he once saw Sung before. Shocked, Gil-soo asks when and where he saw him. Thinking, Yongo says that he was at a restaurant with the orphanage kids and saw Sung working there part-time, though he didn't act as if he knew him. Hearing this, Gil-soo's mouth drops open again and his eyes widen. He exclaims in surprise. Sung works part-time at a restaurant. A little later, at a barbecue restaurant, hot and delicious food is placed on a table. Some girls and boys are eating and praising the meat. A girl happily says that the meat here is really good. Another girl agrees, saying that it's very tender. A boy sitting nearby comments that he already told them this place is the best and that the part-timer does a great job. Smiling as he prepares the meal, Sung exclaims that they should just let him know if they need anything. Hiding behind the restaurant and watching Sung through the reflection in the glass door, Gil-soo thinks that Sung smiles a lot when he works. He wonders if Sung is really the same person he met before. Suddenly, someone slams their fist on the table and yells, calling for the part-time worker. Sung turns and sees two guys smirking arrogantly. They mock him, asking if he's so good at grilling meat and if he can grill something for them too. Gritting his teeth in anger, Sung asks how they knew he was there. The first guy, still with a provocative smile, responds that he really thought he could play hide and seek with them. Gil-soo watches in amazement, wondering who these two people are. The first person, still smiling, looks at the other and comments that Sung is better than his mother, at least he pays the interest even when hiding. Sung, hearing this, approaches angrily. The second person insults his mother, saying she keeps running away and making more debts, but at least she left behind a responsible son. Sung grits his teeth in anger and demands to know why they are there since he already sent the interest for last month. The second man casually reassures him, saying they are not there to collect money. They came only to inform him that they will no longer do business with him. Sung stays silent, trying to process the words. The man then reveals that someone unexpected came looking for them and bought all of Sung's debts. Upon hearing this, Sung is shocked and asks in disbelief if someone bought his debt. The guy unscrews the cap from a bottle and says it wasn't a big deal, just a small amount that a kid had to cover. Pouring the drink into a cup, he adds that it seems like Sung is valuable to someone. He presumes that this person must want something from him, and with that, Sung must understand that it's just a business deal being handled properly. Sung, in disbelief, struggles to understand that his debt has been paid. He's never heard of anything like this before and wonders who could have done this. The man continues, saying that when the purchase was made, they were asked what Sung valued most. Their answer was that Sung takes care of a little child instead of relying on his irresponsible mother. Sung freezes upon hearing this. At that moment, the cup slips from his hand and shatters on the floor. Overcome with rage, he grabs the man by the collar, lifts him off the seat, and yells at him not to involve Juin in this. In the restaurant, customers begin to look in their direction. The man, still smiling, says that he understands that this makes Sung furious. Then he asks if Sung should be leaving instead of staying there. Sung shoves the man to the ground, rips off his apron, stares at him, and warns that if anything happens to Juin, he will regret it. Without saying another word, he storms out of the restaurant. Kil, who had been hiding, watches Sung run out and murmurs quietly, "Sung." Running through the streets, Sung is filled with anxiety, thinking that this can't be happening. That place should have been impossible to find. Upon reaching the dorm, he bursts into the house, calling out for Juin frantically. He searches every room but finds no one. His heart beats wildly as panic sets in. He mutters, "Not even the lone sharks knew about this place." Meanwhile, Juin happily walks along the road, holding a paper bag. He smiles to himself, thinking, "I have a beautiful colored paper." He had bought it as a surprise for his birthday. Suddenly, someone calls to him from behind. Three unfamiliar boys approach with friendly smiles. One of them says that they were friends and asks if he would like to play all night. Sung walked along the roads, calling out for Juin while trying to figure out his whereabouts. Although he had insisted that no one leave, he had left himself, creating a conflict in his mind. Still, he continued the search until he felt exhaustion take over. In the middle of the journey, an unexpected call interrupted his thoughts. Someone called his name Sung, causing him to quickly turn toward the voice, trying to recognize if it was familiar. The figure of Juin appeared running toward him, a smile on his face showing enthusiasm as he approached. The young man seemed relieved to find him again, but his sudden appearance caused concern in Sung, who immediately wanted to know where he had been. Juin, in turn, hurriedly apologized and explained that his absence was due to wanting to prepare a surprise, a birthday party. Upon hearing this, Sung, overcome with emotion, pulled him into a tight embrace, reaffirming that for him, Juin was enough and he didn't need anyone else. While trying to calm him down, Juin revealed that he had relied on some friends to get there safely. Sung found this information odd and, looking around, noticed the presence of three men nearby who began to approach. One of them fixed his gaze on Sung before addressing him, pointing out that the young man was not a pure blood. The tone of his voice suggested suggested that this meeting was no coincidence. Dugyeok, one of the executives from the Baksun group, introduced himself with a malicious smile. Tall and burly, he exuded an intimidating presence. Sung immediately associated his image with something he had heard in the restaurant about bastards who had bought debts. He wondered if they were the ones responsible for his current situation. The executive continued, informing Sung that from that moment on, he would have to pay his debts to the Baksun group, and whether he liked it or not, he should consider them his new masters. Sung lowered his head for a moment, processing the words, but soon raised his gaze with determination. Without hesitation, he grabbed Juwon's hand and began to walk away, refusing to pay any sum to someone he didn't even know. His intention was to avoid problems, knowing that if the situation spiraled out of control, Juwon could end up in danger. However, before they could leave, Dugyeok grabbed Juwon's arm, preventing his movement. The action was accompanied by a sneer, indicating that it wouldn't be so easy to escape. Sung immediately reacted, grabbing his friend's arm and keeping his eyes fixed on the man. Without any hurry, Dugyeok yanked a small paper package Juwon had been carrying out of his hands. The gesture was followed by a taunt, suggesting that a fragile child shouldn't be responsible for something so delicate. Despair overtook Juwon, who began to cry, begging for the gift to be returned. He revealed that it was a birthday gift for someone important. However, his pleas were ignored. Dugyeok crumpled the paper without any remorse and threw it to the ground. His laughter echoed as he said that the world was cruel, and this was the consequence of depending on a guardian with no money or influence. The impact of the gesture shook Juwon, who cried as he watched the gift get destroyed. Sung, filled with rage, stared at Dugyeok with a furious expression. Before he could react, Gil-soo suddenly appeared and landed a powerful kick on Dugyeok, knocking him down. Surprised by his unexpected appearance, Sung questioned why he was there. Gil-soo, however, did not give an immediate explanation. His gaze fell on Juwon, who was still sobbing, bringing to mind a memory. Once, when opening the door to a house at the stables, he had found toys scattered across the floor. At that moment, he began to suspect that Sung might have secretly raised a child, keeping the place restricted to hide it. Dugyeok's henchmen quickly assumed combat positions, preparing to retaliate. The leader of the group fixed his gaze on Gil-soo, questioning his identity and asking if he wanted to die. However, before any attack could be made, Gil-soo stepped between them and assured Sung that since they weren't at the stables, they could handle the situation right there. Without losing his composure, he smiled and said he would take care of all that scum. Amid the rising tension, Sung was overtaken by a distant memory. He remembered the day he met Juwon. At that time, the boy was walking alone down the corridor carrying his bag. Suddenly, a noise made him look back, and that's when he saw him sitting on the floor, downcast as if he was going through a tough moment. On that day, Juwon had given him a note written by his mother. On the paper, she explained that she was leaving her son in Sung's care. If he couldn't raise him, he could send him to an orphanage. Reading those words, Sung felt rage rise within him. He couldn't accept that someone could abandon their own child like that. The memory of his own childhood resurfaced. He remembered how his mother had been his only family and how, over the years, they lost contact. He also recalled how she always brought new boyfriends home, trying to support herself as best she could. Sung knew it would have been easier to send Juwon to an orphanage, since he didn't have the means to take care of another person. However, something changed when he looked into the boy's eyes. There was a sparkle there, something familiar to him. At that moment, he understood that he couldn't abandon him. Without thinking twice, he placed his hand on his head and declared that from that day on, they would be a family. The weight of this decision never left him. He couldn't let go of the hand of the child who carried the same scars as him. Determined to protect him, he sought help from Jang Chung and managed to gain custody of the school's farm where they lived in hiding. Even amid the struggles, Juwon found small moments of happiness. He took care of the chickens with enthusiasm and even named one of them T-Rex, trying to keep a bit of joy amidst the hardships. Sung never regretted it. He took care of Juwon with dedication, telling him stories to help him sleep because the boy's presence was his biggest motivation to endure everything. After sharing his memory, Solid placed a hand on Gil-soo's shoulder and said that there was no need for him to get involved, but that he should ensure Juwon's safety. However, before any reaction was possible, one of the Baksun group members took advantage of the distraction and lunged towards Sung, laughing. The aggressor mocked, saying that Sung was only pretending to be kind in front of his younger brother and that he should learn his lesson. However, Sung blocked the attack with a single hand, surprising the opponent with his strength. Without hesitation, he twisted the aggressor's fingers, causing him to scream in pain. Coldly, Sung warned that Juwon was the only reason they were still alive. Another member of the Baksun, furious with the scene, charged at Sung and without hesitation launched a quick kick toward his face. The impact made Sung stagger back while Gil-soo watched with a serious expression. He realized that the kick had been extremely fast and concluded that these guys were more trained than he had imagined. The aggressor, convinced of his superiority, bragged about having competed in the international taekwondo circuit and warned Sung not to underestimate him. In a swift movement, he launched another kick, this time knocking Sung to the ground. Juwon, seeing his brother fall, called out to him desperately. Gil-soo, in turn, confirmed his suspicion. Fighting against someone with a kick like that would be complicated. Still on the ground, Sung surprised everyone by firmly wrapping his hands around his opponent's leg and with a sudden movement, throwing him to the ground. With With a provocative tone, he declared that Taekwondo had always been his favorite fighting style. Gil-soo, shocked by the scene, covered Ju-won's eyes and asked if the opponent had fallen on purpose. The injured fighter groaned in pain on the ground, unable to react. Duyak, who had been watching closely, assessed the situation with a calculating look. He stated that initially he had only wanted to introduce the Baksun group, but now he realized he would need to demonstrate his own strength. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on Sung. The fight between the two intensified, and Gil-soo, analyzing the difference in skill level between Sung and Duyak, decided that he needed to intervene. At the decisive moment, Sung made an agile leap and maneuvered his body over Duyak, wrapping his legs tightly around his opponent's neck. The opponent struggled to breathe, unable to free himself. Pressing Duyak like a crocodile capturing its prey, Sung kept his voice firm and ironic, saying that if they wanted money, they should at least ask politely. Gil-soo, astonished by Sung's strength, confessed that he hadn't imagined him to be so powerful. Later, at the club, the party continued with loud music and flashing lights. In the middle of the commotion, a man was on the phone questioning the situation. Upon hearing the response on the other side of the line, he shouted indignantly, "What?" On the other end of the line, Duyak tried to justify himself, apologizing as he dragged his injured partners. He admitted that Sung was much stronger than they had predicted. The man on the other end of the call showed irritation. His name was Tyron Guan, tall and imposing, with a demonic tattoo on his neck, surrounded by two women. In desperation, Duyak begged for another chance, promising that if he had another opportunity, he would give Sung the definitive lesson. However, Tyron Guan, impatient, reinforced that Sung was one of the strongest men from the Six Gates. In a cold and decisive tone, he ordered Duyak to return to the Colosseum and wait for a different punishment for his failure. Duyak protested in panic, asking why, but the call was abruptly ended. Tyron Guan leaned back in his chair, a mocking smile on his lips. Watching the boxing match taking place at the club, he disdainfully commented that his men always failed when facing the Six Gates. As he observed one of the fighters in the ring, he murmured that the guy had already reached his expiration date. Indifferently, he concluded that he could simply replace him with Duyak. A fire was burning on one side. Siak, with a serious expression, asked if he was really okay just following everything that the Baksun group said. Another boy, standing in front of them, said that he didn't know about the others, but he heard that Sion, the second strongest of the Six Gates, was very close to Chung. While contemplating his glass of juice, Kang questioned what made him better. Then he laughed and commented that the lone sharks who followed him were just losers from his gang. For the clan, it made sense to sell the debts to the Baksun group. Siak, upon hearing this, became serious and stated that if Chung knew about it, the situation wouldn't be resolved easily. Kang just laughed and said that this made the fight between Chung and the Baksun group even more interesting. Now that Baksun had laid hands on the students of the Six Gates, they couldn't just back out of the situation, even if they wanted to. Siak laughed and commented that the idea of provoking a fight between the two sides sounded great. With a sarcastic smile, he brought his glass of juice to his mouth and said that if they fought, it would create opportunities for them. They just needed to wait for the bait to be caught at night on the road. Sung held Ju-won's hand while talking to Gil-soo. He asked his name again and then said that he didn't even know how Gil-soo had found his location, but thanked him for saving his life. Gil-soo smiled and said it was nothing, as he hadn't done much. As they walked, Sung told Gil-soo how he ended up living at the horse farm. With that, they cleared up all the misunderstandings between them. Sung stated that since Gil-soo helped him, he would return the favor. Gil-soo thought for a moment and said he needed help with something. Sung remained silent, listening attentively. The next morning, near a rocky area, exercise machines were set up. Sung, dressed in training gear, was exercising his arms. Suddenly, he heard someone call him Sunbae. He turned around and saw Gil-soo smiling, accompanied by his two friends, Gil and Gyeongmin. The three approached, ready for whatever was next. Sung remembered the moment when Gil-soo asked him for a favor. Gil-soo had insisted strongly that Sung teach him to fight, especially the ground techniques he had demonstrated before. Now back in the present, Sung smiled seeing the group there. He reflected, surprised at the fact that these guys actually wanted to learn from him. As they warmed up, Sung reminded them that they should come in even numbers, but they were an odd number. Gil-soo laughed, scratching the back of his neck, and explained that the person who was missing would arrive soon. At that moment, a boy appeared behind them and angrily asked why they were calling him on the weekend. Everyone looked back. It was Park Yongo. He clearly seemed bothered. Gil looked at Gil-soo and asked if he had called Yongo. Gil-soo confirmed, saying they needed one more person. Seong, observing Yongo, commented that the way he spoke made it sound like they had begged him to come. Gil made a joke, saying that maybe Yongo didn't have any other friends as he always visited their group to see Gil-soo. Jung-min joined in the joke and asked if that was true love. Yongo, furious, called them bastards for saying such things in front of him. Sung, tired of the joke, looks, ordered everyone to line up. He gave stern instructions, telling them to stay quiet and listen attentively, as he wouldn't repeat himself. Then he began explaining several fighting techniques. Sung emphasized that now that these techniques were available to them, they could practice on their own. The group was confused and asked what he meant by that. Sung picked up a rock from the ground and everyone flinched. He explained that the most important thing in ground fighting techniques was grip strength. With a firm movement, he crushed the rock into pieces in front of them. Everyone was shocked. Sung declared that grip strength was his best weapon to never let an opponent escape once captured. Learning the techniques could wait, but developing grip strength was crucial. Gil-soo, still surprised, agreed but asked what they should do now. On the ground in front of them, there was a rope. Sung handed it to Gil-soo and said that it was the rope used to climb the stone wall. He divided them into two groups and ordered them to climb the rock. Gil-soo held the rope and everyone looked at the size of the wall in awe. Gil-soo hesitantly asked if Sung really expected them to climb that. The weather was pleasant, but Park Yongo, while climbing the rock, loudly complained about wasting such a nice weekend on this kind of training. Gil-soo, climbing confidently beside him, encouraged him, reminding him that even he didn't want to be there. The training began with climbing and continued with even more demanding challenges. The students climbed the ropes in pairs. After finishing the climb, they had to do exercises on bars, holding heavy logs. Sung, attentive, counted each movement they made. Meanwhile, the rest of the group, completely exhausted, collapsed on the ground. The next part of the training involved hanging on bars and testing their endurance even further. Deal showed unwavering determination as he climbed the rock. Even with his hands covered in cuts, he didn't hesitate. The effort was visible in each movement and fatigue was accumulating, but he didn't stop. When everyone finally reached the top, they collapsed on the ground, exhausted, feeling the weight of the intense training. Gil-soo, lying on the peak, reflected on the need to endure the hard routine every day. Despite the fatigue, the achievement was rewarding and he couldn't help but shout in celebration of their accomplishment. As the sun set, Gil-soo approached Sung. The young man opened a bottle of water and handed it to him, acknowledging that the group had exceeded their expectations. However, Sung warned them not to get comfortable, as this was just the beginning. Gil-soo was incredulous upon hearing that. For him, the climb had already been a massive challenge, but he quickly accepted the reality. He knew that the effort would make them stronger. Sung observed Gil-soo's determination with curiosity. There was something in his persistence that caught his attention. He then asked what his motivation was for wanting to become stronger. For a moment, Gil-soo remained silent, as if searching for the right words. For him, the Six Gates held a special meaning. It was more than just a school. It was the place where he made his first friends, where he had the chance to train and feel the thrill of progress. Every morning as he went to school, he relived those moments with joy. However, a weight settled over him. The threat against the Six Gates wasn't something he could simply ignore. The idea that someone was trying to weaken that place made him uncomfortable, and he wouldn't allow that to happen. Sung understood the gravity of the situation. If there was a threat to the Six Gates, it was likely that the Baksun group was involved. Gil-soo then recalled a moment that had deeply marked him. He remembered when Chung confronted him, pointing out his lack of willingness to protect himself. At that moment, he felt ashamed, but now he finally understood what he wanted. There was something he wished to protect, and that motivated him to become stronger. The recognition in Sung's gaze showed that he understood that feeling. For him, it made sense that Chung would want to train someone like Gil-soo. There were similarities between him and another person that Chung respected. That same night, the bell of an orphanage echoed through the place. The door opened and a young woman smiled upon seeing who was there. Chung had returned after a long time. He seemed embarrassed by his absence, but he was welcomed with understanding. The lady assured him that he was always welcome there and invited him upstairs. As he walked through the corridors, Chung noticed the presence of empty plates outside a room. He stopped in front of the door, hesitant, but soon called out to the person inside. He asked how the person was and mentioned that it had been a long time since his last visit. Inside, the room was messy, and a boy was lying on the bed. Upon hearing Chung's voice, the boy turned his head, paying attention to what he was saying. Chung began to share a story. He spoke about a transfer student who at first had trouble adapting to the Six Gates. The boy thought about giving up, but after winning his first fight in the arena, everything changed. The boy on the bed sat up, and the scars on his feet became visible. Chung continued. That student had grown and fully adapted to the arena. There was pride in his voice as he asked the boy what he thought about seeing the growth of that place. The boy remained silent, staring at the door. Even without words, he seemed to be reflecting on the question. Chung was striking the punching bag forcefully in the arena when a boy standing behind him approached the fighting cage and asked if he knew Jaejong. He then asked if the meeting had gone well and how Jaejong was doing. At that moment, Chung remembered standing outside the door. Taken by this thought, he hit the punching bag even harder before answering that. As always, Jaejong hadn't said anything. The boy then told Chung that he would need to wait a little while because he believed that when Jaejong was ready, he would open up. Observing Chung with his arms crossed, the boy thought to himself that every time he encountered Jiazhang, he seemed sad. Changing the subject, he informed Chung that he had investigated the issue Chung had asked him about. At this moment, Chung stopped hitting the bag to listen carefully. The boy continued, explaining that the Baxen Group wasn't just any organization. Chung, attentive, asked for more details. The boy went on, revealing that the Baxen Group had been established recently, but had already taken control of several schools. He added that he didn't know much, but was certain of one thing: the group was dirty and involved in serious crimes such as drug trafficking and assaults. However, what worried him the most was the fact that they boasted about how they would dominate Jianmian. Chung listened seriously and remembered how Jiang Mei had been distressed when talking about a suspicious organization called the Baxen Group. She had insisted that he investigate before something bad happened. With this thought, Chung clenched his fist and murmured that everything about it seemed suspicious. He then delivered a punch so powerful that the punching bag came loose from its position and fell to the ground. Taking a deep breath, he said that for the first time in a long time, he felt the need to reorganize the hierarchy. The punching bag exploded, scattering sand across the floor. 1 week later, at night, a girl tightly held her boyfriend's arm, nervously asking if they were at the right place. He reassured her, saying they were just observing the surroundings. Still holding on to him, the girl looked around and commented that she didn't see any club. Her boyfriend smiled and told her to trust him, assuring her that they were almost there. Soon after, he pointed to a church and said that was where they were going. Shocked, the girl looked up and asked if this was a joke. How could there be a nightclub inside a church? Smiling, the boy held her hand and invited her to follow him to find out for herself. As they went down the stairs, she, still skeptical, asked if he was taking her to a dangerous place. She then threatened to report him to the police if she was being deceived. However, as they descended further, colorful lights, loud music, and a crowd of people dancing appeared before her. Amazed, she exclaimed that it was a nightclub. Her boyfriend put his arm around her shoulders and smiled, reminding her that he had promised to take her to a good place to learn how to be a DJ. Surprised by the number of people, the girl commented that for a club, there weren't many underage people there. At that moment, a man approached, looking at her and asking who that beautiful young lady was. Across the room, another man smiled at them. His name was Dave, the manager of the Coliseum, which belonged to Tyre and Guan. He asked if it was her first time at the club and, enthusiastically, welcomed her to the Baxen Group. Dave then asked her boyfriend if she was the DJ candidate he had mentioned. The boy confirmed, and the girl, feeling embarrassed, pushed her hair behind her ear while thinking about how kind the manager seemed. Greeting him, she admitted that she still had a lot to learn and that all of this felt like a dream. Dave smiled warmly and assured her that she could learn at her own pace. He then invited them to follow him for a tour of the club. As they went down the stairs, the girl looked around, amazed and surprised, asked if there was also space on the second basement floor. Dave explained that this was just an appetizer. In reality, the club had 3 underground floors. When he opened a door, he revealed an immense main stage. The young woman, shocked, observed the scene before her. Smiling, Dave explained that this was the Coliseum. Confused, the girl asked if this was a place for martial arts or something similar. He laughed and said it was something much more intense and exciting, something incomparable. Inside the space, a crowd was holding money in their hands, shouting and pressing against each other. Excited, Dave stated that here, all desires mixed and shined together. A woman positioned inside the fighting cage enthusiastically announced the main event of the night, the battle between the Baxen Group and Duyak against 5 slaves. The fight began and the crowd erupted in excitement. Dave and the girl watched everything from above. He commented that hearing those cheers, it was understandable that people were excited because this type of event was rare. The girl, stunned by what she saw, exclaimed how fantastic all of it seemed. Suddenly, Dave's phone rang. As he stepped away to answer, he put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he needed to attend an urgent meeting. He would be absent for a while. The boy simply responded with, "Ah, I understand." Dave smiled knowingly, turned around and asked the boy to take the girl to the 3rd underground floor, as her presence might be too stimulating for some people. Soon after, he walked confidently to a VIP room whose doors were guarded by 2 men. He entered and walked over to the man sitting on the couch, thanking him for attending. This man was Seong from 6 Gates, who looked at him seriously. Seong remembered the message that Dave had sent him on his phone, summoning him for that meeting. Then he comments that he had no choice but to attend, as refusing wasn't an option. He thinks to himself that he would like to understand what those bastards are planning. Dave, with his hands in his pockets, watches Seong and says that his judgment was better than expected. He is pleased that Seong isn't a stubborn man. Adjusting his blazer, Dave asks if Seong doesn't think he treated his people too harshly. Seong answers seriously that it was because they sent arrogant subordinates. Dave accepts the explanation and says that the past should be left behind. Leaning both hands on the table, he explains that the purpose of this meeting is to establish a partnership. Surprised, Seong asks what kind of partnership this would be. Dave, holding a remote, presses a button and says that Seong knows the Baxen Group does incredible things. Then a curtain opens, revealing the Coliseum below. Seong, shocked, sees a woman announcing the main event. The former executive of the Duyak Group prepares to fight, overflowing with rage. The woman points to the blue corner and introduces their opponents, 5 slaves from the Jinwang Group. They hold Batemans, trembling in fear. She explains that these slaves are students trying to pay off their debts with their own bodies. Around them, the crowd shouts angrily and bets money on the fight. A man waving his bet threatens one of the fighters, telling him that if he loses, he will be killed. The fight begins. Duyak faces the 5 slaves. Dave, calm, comments that the banks and the Baxen group are some of the main businesses of the Colosseum. He suggests that Seong sees it all as a betting house for private fights. Seong, still shocked, asks what all of this is. Dave continues explaining that it's not just simple fights. In the Colosseum, anything is allowed. Forbidden weapons, uneven fights, and insane duels. Every fight is bloody and people can't contain their excitement. Unlike other gambling games where multiple variables influence the outcome, here everything is more direct and intense. Seong, watching the brutality of the fight, feels anger as he realizes how much the audience enjoys this unrestrained violence. Dave smiles and asks if that makes his blood boil. He explains that if Seong uses the 6-Gate name in his fighting skills, his value as a fighter will increase significantly. He then points to a screen and tells him to look at that. The total amount of bets on the fight is displayed. Seong, stunned, sees the sum of 12 million in cash and reflects on how much can be earned in just one round. Dave places his hand on Seong's shoulder and says that life with debts is hard, but he can escape this situation using his talent. He moves closer and adds that the Colosseum is just the beginning. Meanwhile, the boyfriend guides the girl to the 3rd underground floor. In the dark space, she looks around and asks if they are really on the 3rd floor. He explains that the darkness is due to the fact that they store important things there. Curious, she asks what kind of things those could be. Suddenly, a door opens and a bright light floods the room. The girl freezes in surprise. Her boyfriend smiles and says that he brought her to the heaven where countless treasures are stored. Back in the VIP room, Dave extends his hand to Seong and proposes that by joining the Baxen group, he will not only enjoy life, but also make a lot of money. Not just with the Colosseum, but by working with them, he will gain a wealth of experience. Seong stares at Dave's hand while reflecting on the proposal. Dave, extending his hand even further, asks what he thinks of it. Seong continues to watch, deep in thought. Dave, with a confident smile, asks if Seong liked the offer. After hearing the proposal, Seong replied that he needed some time to reflect on the matter. He explained that there was someone he needed to take care of, and if something happened to him, it could cause problems for both of them. Dave placed a hand on his shoulder and seriously told him to think about it carefully, but not take too long as there was only 1 week to decide. Then Dave handed Seong something resembling a card and told him that if he had any doubts, he could come to him. He also reminded him to keep the conversation respectful, emphasizing that they were being kind. Seong held the card and looked at it seriously, noticing Dave's name and phone number written on it. The next morning, the horse breeding farm woke up to a pleasant atmosphere. Jun was there feeding his T-Rex chicken by hand. Seong, observing the scene, asked Jun if he liked playing with T-Rex. Jun smiled and replied that since he only went out on weekends, he spent most of his time with T-Rex to have fun. Seong was happy to hear this and remembered the day he returned from the Colosseum where Kim Duk had defeated 5 slaves. He reflected that, although it seemed reckless, if he could endure, perhaps he could escape the lone sharks and Juwon could have a good life. While watching Juwon playing with T-Rex, some leaves fell from a tree above him. Seong looked up and noticing Gil-soo quietly hiding between the branches began shouting. He asked if Gil-soo would not even let him rest on weekends. Laughing, Gil-soo climbed down from the tree and explained that he wasn't there to disturb him, but to ask for feedback on his training. Seong, impatient, called Gil-soo annoying. Gil-soo jumped to the ground and apologizing, assured him that he didn't want to bother him. Seong, more seriously, reinforced that he had already said there were no shortcuts to getting stronger, and that he needed to keep training without breaks. Gil-soo listened in silence and finally agreed. He became thoughtful when Seong mentioned Jang Chong, commenting that he seemed quite free now. Gil-soo confirmed, saying he was almost free. Then Seong entrusted him with the responsibility of taking care of Hwan. Juwon, excited, jumped onto Gil-soo's back and playfully encouraged him to keep going. Exhausted, Gil-soo walked like a tired horse and reflected that being a babysitter was harder than training. Before leaving, Seong warned that he had plans for the night and that, instead of training, Gil-soo should look after Juwon. He regretted not coming up with an excuse to escape the task. Juwon continued to have fun on Gil-soo's back and led him into the room, directing him to a corner. Gil-soo, completely drained, begged to rest, but Juwon refused to get off, pulling his hair and ears. Gil-soo screamed at him to stop and asked for help. After much playful torment, Juwon finally got off and said he wanted to repeat it later. Gil-soo collapsed in a corner, surrounded by scattered books, and thought that taking care of kids was much harder than he had imagined. Chan appeared again, calling Gil-soo for a fight. With books even on his head, he sighed and replied that he was too tired. He wondered where Juwon got all that energy. When he lowered his hand, a club card fell. He picked it up, curious. and wondered what it was. At night, near a church, Gil-soo, Deal, and Jung-min secretly observed the place. Deal asked if that was the address Gil-soo had mentioned. Gil-soo confirmed, recognizing the name of the place and suspecting that it was connected to the Baksan group. They noticed a line of people outside and wondered what kind of place it was. Gil-soo, rubbing his nose, commented that seeing people dressed like that in front of a church was strange. At that moment, a voice came from behind them, calling them losers. They turned around and saw Park Jang-ho with his hands in his pockets. He said that this was the club he had been invited to and taunted the group, implying that they were spying because they were scared. Jung-min, irritated, said he was tired of seeing Jang go around. Deal smiled and commented that Jang-ho should change his entrance style. Gil-soo, surprised, asked if he had heard correctly, if this place was really a youth club. Confused, he tried to understand what was going on. His friends said they didn't know anything and were just following Gil-soo. Jae-woo commented that the place accepted everyone, minors or adults, and Jae-woo cheered, saying he loved clubs. Deal laughed and joked that even so, the place seemed more like a boxing club. Parano warned that he had heard that the entrance had strict restrictions and that it would be hard to get in. The three were shocked, and Jae-woo said he saw no chance of them getting past the entrance. Jae-woo added that the club was private and required a secret code. Upon hearing this, the group realized that the mission was much more complicated than they had expected. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to run such a business so openly. Jae-woo turned around and explained that it was a private club where only invited people could enter. He observed the line of people at the entrance where guards were positioned. Suddenly, someone in the crowd began shouting, demanding to be let in. The young man, angry, questioned if they knew who he was. He threatened them, saying that if they touched him, he would kill everyone there. Gil-soo, surprised to recognize him, muttered, "Jae-woo, he's here." Jae-woo, even though injured, was yelling at the guards who held him tightly and ended up throwing him out. He walked away down the road, furious and cursing them, vowing to take revenge one day. Soon after, he heard someone call him from behind. He turned around, still angry, and saw Gil-soo. With a smile, Gil-soo commented that he had changed so much that he hardly recognized him. He pointed to the club and asked if Jae-woo had just been kicked out, asking him to tell them what was going on inside. Jae-woo, irritated, said he wouldn't reveal anything so easily. He added that if he weren't injured, he would show Gil-soo who was stronger. Yong-woo approached and placed a hand on Jae-woo's shoulder, telling him to cooperate since they were being polite. Jae-woo became even more furious and questioned why everyone was so curious about that place. They stepped away and Jae-woo sat on the stairs surrounded by the others. Gil-soo commented that the club seemed to have ties with the Baksan group and explained that he needed to confirm something because he knew someone who could be inside. Jae-woo laughed maliciously and said that the person Gil-soo was looking for was also from Six Gates. He insinuated that everything was going according to plan. Jae-woo, surprised, asked what he meant by that. Yong-go, overhearing the conversation, called Jae-woo a bastard and asked how he knew about Six Gates. Gil-soo, filled with rage, grabbed Jae-woo by the collar, demanding that he speak. Jae-woo, with a devilish smile, said that if they wanted information, they would have to do him a favor first. He promised to tell them everything after that. Gil-soo, still holding his collar, was surprised and asked what the favor was. Jae-woo explained that all he needed was for them to enter the club and grab something specific. Gil-soo seriously responded that he needed to know what the job was first and whether it was worth it. Jae-woo stuck out his tongue, teasing him, and warned that Gil-soo couldn't back out once he accepted. He revealed that the club, which on the outside looked like an abandoned church, was actually a club run by the Baksan group at night. Deal, confused, asked why such a simple club would need secret codes and so much security. Jagan recalled several others who had been defeated there, and explained that the place was actually an underground fighting arena called the Casino Arena Coliseum. Everyone was shocked by the revelation. Jae-woo continued explaining that they forced high school students to fight, betting money on these fights. He showed his own injuries as proof and said that there were no rules. Anything went to entertain the bettors. Gil-soo, astonished, said that this was madness and asked why they made children fight. Jae-woo responded that either the Baksan group had something against them, or they owed money to the Baksan group. He laughed provocatively and suggested that the person Gil-soo was looking for might be in the same situation. Jae-woo, furious, said that they needed to stop this. He warned that once someone was trapped in that scheme, it was nearly impossible to get out because the Baksan group had another business besides the fights. Gil-soo, even more shocked, asked what kind of business that was. Jae-woo revealed that they distributed an addictive drug called Ledged. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the club, Tyron Kwan was sitting, holding a drink supported on the table. Seong, sitting beside him, was also holding a drink, observing Tyron Kwan. Tyron Kwan told Seong that he had made a good decision by choosing that path. He suggested they celebrate the first fight contract with Six Gates. Seong, still sitting, looked at the drink in his hands, thoughtful. On the other side, Jae-woo continued to explain the drug to Gil-soo. He explained that once someone signed the contract, they became addicted to it. He stated that after trying it, it was as if they entered a state from which they would never escape, becoming slaves to the group. In the club, Seong slowly brought the cup with the drug to his mouth, while Tyron Guan silently watched him, holding his own cup. Outside the church, the guards stood still, closely watching Gil-soo, Deal, Jung-min, and Yongo. His eyes scanned the group as he had never seen them before. A suspicion was evident when he asked who they were. Yongo replied that a friend had recommended the place and that it was their first time there. While speaking, he reflected on Jaeho's words, who had mentioned a secret code. The guard, arms crossed, assessed the situation before allowing entry and demanded they say the secret code. Without hesitation, Yongo answered correctly, mentioning the 5 dragons before the White Hill. The guard remained silent for a moment, listening carefully, then nodded and signaled that they could enter. As they passed through the entrance, Yongo smiled with satisfaction and looked at his friends, who shared in the relief and joy of having made it inside. As they moved forward, Django expressed his excitement, pleased that they had succeeded. Deal, walking a little behind, admitted he was nervous since it was his first time at a club. Gil-soo, upon hearing this, just laughed and kept walking, thanking the guard. However, when he tried to go through, he was suddenly stopped. Gil-soo, witnessing the scene, was confused and began to wonder if they had been found out. The guard stared at him firmly and, without mincing words, explained that security measures had been tightened. Not fully understanding, Gil-soo questioned the meaning of the restriction, but the answer came immediately: he would not be allowed in. Surprised and almost in tears, he insisted on knowing the reason. Jung-min, who was behind him, laughed at the situation and reminded Gil-soo that he had already warned him to dress better. However, there was nothing else to be done now. He would have to wait outside. When Jung-min tried to enter, he was also stopped, just as shocked. In disbelief, he protested, demanding to know why. Meanwhile, inside, Yongo and Deal turned around, casting a discreet smile toward the two. Deal made a calm gesture, suggesting they shouldn't worry as they just had to wait. Jung-min and Gil-soo, outraged, protested, insisting it was unfair and that they also wanted to go in. Jung-min, furious, pointed at Gil-soo, arguing that if he wasn't allowed in, then neither should he be. Inside the club, vibrant lights flashed to the rhythm of the music, creating a lively and immersive atmosphere. The place was filled with people having fun, and Yongo, impressed, observed every detail around him. With a satisfied look, he concluded that the place was even better than he had imagined. Despite the excitement, Deal couldn't help but worry about the friends left outside. He asked whether they were really going to leave them behind. Yongo, however, smiled indifferently, stating that their absence made everything easier. To him, having a frustrated Orthodox around would just be annoying. Deal watched him seriously, realizing that this had been the plan all along. Without hiding his arrogance, he declared that there was nothing to be done, as he was just a humiliated loser in the arena. Outrage took over Deal, who, unable to contain his anger, challenged Yongo, arguing that if cheating was acceptable, then they could settle it right there. He was ready to fight again and prove who truly deserved to be there. Yongo, showing impatience, said that if a fight was necessary, he'd settle the matter in 5 minutes. Deal, not wanting to prolong the argument, decided to walk away. To him, staying there was a waste of time and it would be best for each to go their own way. Yongo remained unfazed by the decision, simply warning Deal not to come back asking for help. Deal stared at him in silence before leaving, thinking that, in truth, being alone was the best choice at that moment. With a subtle smile, he thought that he had already mastered the club scene and could handle everything. He remembered Jaeho's instructions about meeting his friend in the basement of the 2nd floor. The strategy to get there involved setting something up with a party girl, as Jaeho had explained earlier. As he analyzed the environment around him, Yongo noticed a young woman in a bold dress, dancing with a drink in her hand. Upon seeing her, he smiled, considering it the perfect opportunity. The music throbbed as he discreetly approached. With a calculated move, he bumped into her, causing her drink to spill onto his shirt. The young woman, surprised, exclaimed when she noticed what had happened. Yongo promptly apologized, but instead of getting upset, the girl just laughed, joking about the situation. With a teasing smile, she commented that her outfit was soaked too, and in the end, he had an interesting style. He was momentarily intrigued by her reaction, wondering if she had drunk too much. Before he could say anything, the young woman moved even closer, suggesting that it was the perfect time for them to have fun together. The ease with which she fell for the conversation made him smile, satisfied with his strategy. When the girl asked if that was the reason he was there, he confirmed without hesitation. Without warning, she grabbed his shirt and pulled him close, leaving him surprised. However, before he could react, she simply smiled and invited him to follow her outside the club. Outside, Gil-soo was fixing his hair and asked if he looked good. Jung-min, seeing him, laughed and adjusted his own strands, assuring him he looked fine but could lift it a bit more. Gil-soo looked at himself in the car window and questioned whether he was overdoing it with the hair wax. Jung-min assured him that without it, his strands would look dull under the club lights. Gil-soo listened and commented that if he raised it anymore, it might look weird. Meanwhile, Jung, who watched them from a distance and perplexed, asked himself what those idiots were doing. Jung-min, thoughtful, analyzed Gil-soo and stated that his fashion sense only made him look worse. Faced with that critique, Gil-soo asked what he should do to improve. Jung-min, still deep in thought, concluded that they needed to find better clothes for him. Behind them, Jaeho was sitting on the stairs watching the conversation without quite understanding what was going on. Jung-min and Gil-soo turned toward him and stared with a mischievous look. Without giving him time to react, they started walking toward him, warning that he shouldn't move from there. Surprised and alarmed, Jialu shouted, asking if they had lost their minds. The two moved quickly, and without hesitation, Gil-soo tore off the jacket and necklace from him, putting them on immediately. Satisfied with his new look, he looked at his friend and declared that now he was perfect. Gil-soo and Jung-min adjusted themselves and, ready, decided to try again. Seeing Jiayu sitting on the ground, visibly downcast, Gil-soo commented that he hadn't meant to steal his clothes, and because of that, even felt a little guilty. However, since he had handed everything over voluntarily, it couldn't really be considered theft. Without looking back, they headed back toward the entrance of the club. With renewed confidence, Jung-min stepped forward and addressed the guard, asking if they could come in now. The guard looked over the new clothes and, after a brief assessment, confirmed that everything was fine. Authorized to enter, Jung-min smiled with satisfaction and walked in, thanking the guard. However, as soon as Gil-soo tried to follow, he was stopped again. The guard extended his hand and bluntly stated that only Jung-min was allowed in. Gil-soo was completely shocked by the statement. Jung-min, equally surprised, turned to face the guard. Without changing his serious expression, the guard justified his decision, stating that he had seen a coward try to sneak in before. Behind them, a group of girls started whispering among themselves. Between discreet giggles, they commented that if someone like Gil-soo managed to get in, they'd never come back to that club. Hearing that, Jung-min, filled with rage, turned abruptly and shouted, asking what they had just said. Meanwhile, Gil-soo, ignoring the situation, smiled cheerfully and walked toward the club. Frustrated, Jung-min ruffled his hair and shouted, unable to believe what was happening. He couldn't accept that someone as low-ranking as Gil-soo was getting in, while he himself was being turned away. Meanwhile, in the basement of the club, the girl accompanying Yongo guided him down the stairs. As he descended, he looked around, impressed by the size of the place. The young woman laughed and commented that on her first time there, she had also been surprised by what she saw. When they reached a door, she opened it and invited him in. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Yongo was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the center of the hall, two people were fighting intensely, surrounded by an excited crowd. Intrigued, he asked the girl what this was all about. She smiled and replied that it was exactly what he was thinking. Yongo, observing the space more carefully, realized it was a fully equipped octagonal ring. Looking around the room, he wondered how an underground group could afford so much luxury. Suddenly, a voice shouted his name, drawing his attention. He turned and saw Deal, who was surrounded by two girls holding his arms. Deal smiled and, in a teasing tone, remarked that Yongo had acted very confident earlier, but in the end, he'd arrived after him. Yongo, surprised to see him there, asked how he had gotten in first. Noticing the girls beside him, he'd also asked who they were. Deal thanked the ladies for bringing him there and explained that after they had split up, he was just standing around nearby when they approached and mentioned the place. Hearing the explanation, Yongo felt slightly irritated. It was always Deal who managed to be one step ahead. Meanwhile, the girl in the center of the arena, holding a microphone, began to speak, announcing that the wait was over. The night's main match was about to begin. She informed everyone that betting would remain open round by round, encouraging the crowd to keep wagering until the end. People immediately pulled out their phones and began placing their bets. On the big screen, the accumulated prize was updated, showing an exorbitant amount. Deal and Yongo, seeing the number, were stunned. Yongo commented that they were really betting money on these fights. Deal, impressed, pointed to the screen and highlighted that the values were in the tens of millions. In the arena, the announcer continued narrating and began introducing the fighters. In the red corner, there was a group of 5 fighters known as Slasher. They had an undefeated record and hid their faces behind masks. In addition, their hands were bound with chains. Deal, shocked at the sight, questioned how they could allow a fight against an armed team. The announcer, ignoring any concern, proceeded with the presentation of the opponent. In the blue corner, a fighter from the Jiangnu district entered, known as one of the strongest early players of the 6 gates. His name was Seong. The moment Seong entered the arena, wearing a fierce expression, Deal and Yongo couldn't hide their surprise. Both shouted his name in disbelief. Yongo, still taking in the scene, commented that it was unbelievable that he was going up against the undefeated Slasher team. Seong raised his hands in front of him, showing he was ready to fight. Then, without further delay, the fight began. Deal and Yongo, realizing the situation, reacted with outrage and decided to get out of there. As they ran, Deal shouted angrily, saying that those lunatics were putting Seong to fight against an armed opponent in a tiny ring. Yongo, equally furious, exclaimed that it was clearly a trap to make Seong lose. Inside the arena, Seong remained still, ready for battle. Yongo, watching the scene, questioned how Seong could agree to such a dangerous fight. Seong, in turn, felt his anger growing as he reflected on the situation. As he had expected, nothing about that place or that fight felt normal. His mind then drifted back to a memory. He was sitting in a room holding a glass of liquor in his hand. However, instead of drinking, he simply placed it on the table, as he usually did. Tyron Guan, sitting across from him, noticed the gesture and commented that he hadn't expected him to refuse a congratulatory drink even before the fight began. Seong bluntly nonchalantly replied that he didn't want to drink anything before the fight. Tyron Guan smiled at his answer, and after taking a sip of his own drink, asked whether he was naive or just cautious. Still speaking provocatively, he added if Seong really believed anyone fought in a coliseum using only their own strength. Seong, intrigued by his words, asked what he meant by that. In response, Tyron Guan handed him a small plastic bag containing 2 pills. With a serious look, he explained that fights in the Coliseum were even tougher than he imagined. That's why he brought those pills. Seong, holding them in his hand, examined them carefully and wondered if Tyron Guan seriously expected him to fight under the influence of those drugs. Tyron Guan maintained his smile and said that if the fight got too hard, all he had to do was take a pill to turn the match in his favor. Back to the present, one of the slasher team members, masked and wielding a weapon, rushed towards Seong, ready to strike. As he tried to close in, Seong blocked the attack with precision. He grabbed the opponent's leg and firmly declared that reckless attacks with dangerous weapons were useless against him. Then, lifting the enemy, he said with a fierce look that since he had charged so confidently, now he would have to face the consequences. With a powerful blow, he slammed the enemy to the ground. Without giving him time to react, he mounted him and began to choke him. Another member of the slasher team, holding his weapon, didn't hesitate and charged at Seong, shouting that he had talked too much already. Seong, however, reacted swiftly, dodging the blow by ducking. With an agile move, he grabbed the attacker from behind and asked if he wasn't overstepping his bounds. The first fallen enemy, seeing his comrades being overpowered, shouted for them to stop. But it was already too late. Seong finished off the 2 of them brutally. Outside the arena, Yongo and Deal watched everything, their excitement growing. Deal smiled with satisfaction and told Yongo that this was the level they expected from Seong. He had just defeated 2 opponents in an instant. Yongo, impressed, replied that maybe the fight was easier than they thought. However, a man nearby overheard the conversation and interrupted. He asked if it was their first time at the Coliseum. Without waiting for an answer, he warned them not to get too excited. The slasher team wasn't dangerous just because of their weapons. Yongo remained silent, attentive to his words. Inside the arena, the 3 remaining members of the slasher team fixed their gaze on Seong. The leader of the group swung the chain in his hand and, analyzing Seong's stance, concluded that he was a ground-style fighter. Still spinning the chain, he threw it in Seong's direction, saying he had already figured out his fighting style. Seong, showing great reflexes, dodged to the side before the chain could hit him. While evading, he asked what exactly the opponent's intention was. The 2 other slasher members didn't waste time. Without hesitation, they ran towards Seong to attack him. The leader, noticing the movement, gave the order to kill him. One of the opponents charged and tried to punch Seong. Seong, frustrated, raised his arm to block the strike, but at that moment he realized they were trying to surround him. From behind, a second enemy climbed the arena net, holding a knife. With a predatory look, he rushed towards Seong and declared that he was completely cornered. Realizing the dual attack coming from opposite directions, Seong knew that moment demanded all his skill. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, ready to respond. The 2 slasher members exchanged smirks before putting their plan into action. The opponent spun the chain around Seong, tightly trapping him from both sides, completely immobilizing his body. Seong tried to break free but realized he was trapped. Filled with rage, he screamed in frustration. Outside the fighting cage, Yongo watched the scene in shock. He finally understood that this strategy had been in the works from the very beginning. Beside him, a man who was also watching the match remained calm and reinforced what he had said earlier. The slasher team's strength wasn't just in their weapons, but in their ability to observe and analyze every movement of their enemies. The 2 slasher members pulled the chains tightly as Seong struggled, fighting against the bind. In front of him, the masked leader of the team, carrying shark knives on his belt, watched closely before welcoming him to what he called the main event. In the club's basement, the lights flashed and the music echoed through the space. Gil-soo watched the flow of people entering and remembered Jae-woo's advice: look for the girls from the party to find the manager. However, he knew that approaching the manager directly would be much more effective. It was then that he noticed a man standing near the door. Something in his posture suggested he might be a security guard or perhaps the manager himself. Without hesitation, Gil-soo ran after him, determined to follow. As soon as the man opened the door and entered a room, Gil-soo called out, saying he needed to ask something. However, the man did not respond and continued on his way. Gil-soo stepped inside behind him and upon seeing what was in the room was surprised. The space was filled with people sitting on sofas, and near the door, a man named Dave, who seemed to be one of the guards, turned to stare at him. Dave's gaze turned suspicious as he asked what Gil-soo was doing there. Realizing he had made a mistake, Gil-soo quickly bowed an apology, saying he was confused and thought it was the bathroom. At the same time, he knew that was definitely not a place where he could ask questions without drawing suspicion. Dave, impatient, ordered one of his men to remove Gil-soo immediately, stating that the area needed to remain secure. The guard began escorting him out, but suddenly Dave stopped the action when he noticed something around Gil-soo's neck. His gaze fixed on the necklace Gil-soo was wearing. Recognizing the item, Dave realized it belonged to Jae-woo. His expression of suspicion intensified, and he ordered them to bring Gil-soo to him. Gil-soo felt the danger rising, and as he was forcefully taken away, realized he had been noticed. In the fighting cage, blood dripped onto the floor. Seong remained bound in chains, his body covered in wounds and bruises. One One of the slasher team members mocked the situation, commenting that Seong was really good at dodging fatal blows, even while completely restrained. Seong shot him a hateful glare and, without hiding his fury, made it clear that this wasn't a fair fight. The masked leader of the slasher team, standing in front of him, coldly declared that this was the true essence of the Colosseum. The crowd wasn't there to watch balanced matches, but to be entertained. Then, with no patience to drag the fight out, he moved forward again towards Seong, clearly intending to end it once and for all. Even while bound, Seong kept his eyes on him, his rage growing. Then, in a sudden motion, he propelled his body forward with all the strength he had left. His kick was fierce and precise, striking the opponent like a predator capturing its prey. The impact knocked the slasher team leader to the ground. His mask shattered on impact and blood streamed from his nose. The two remaining slasher members stepped back, shocked by the scene before them. One of them murmured in disbelief that Seong was a real monster. With an intense stare, Seong realized this was the perfect moment to turn the tide. Quickly, he lunged at the two of them, grabbing their heads and slamming them brutally to the ground. Outside the fighting cage, Yongo and Deal watched the scene in silence, trying to process what they had just witnessed. Seong's power was astounding. Still holding his defeated opponents, Seong stood imposingly at the center of the arena. That was when a female voice announced the next stage. With excitement, she told the audience that Seong had defeated the slasher team in the blink of an eye, and that the real show was just getting started. She encouraged the crowd to place their bets for the second round. Deal was furious when he heard that. To him, it was completely absurd that there was another fight. The event announcer continued, revealing that in the next match, Seong would face Duyak, the executive player from the Baksan group, along with his team. At that moment, Duyak entered the arena. Shirtless, he showed off his muscular body as he looked directly at Seong. His provocative smile made it clear that he was enjoying this. To him, it was fun to find Seong in that place, and now things had just gotten even more interesting. Watching the scene, Deal felt it was unfair. Seong hadn't even had time to treat his wounds, and they were already throwing him into another fight. Beside him, Yongo remained calm and placed a hand on Deal's shoulder, asking him to stay calm. With a firm gaze, Yongo removed his jacket and took a step forward. He had no intention of standing by while those lunatics continued their manipulations. On the other side of the club, Gilsu reacted. Without hesitation, he threw a brutal punch at the face of the guard who was trying to stop him. The impact was so strong that the man staggered backward, falling onto one of the sofas. Dave watched the scene with an amused smile. Gilsu's move had caught his attention. Looking at him with curiosity, Dave tried to figure out who this guy was. Gilsu, in turn, kept his aggressive stance and, with no patience for games, demanded to know where the second floor was. Dave adjusted his glasses and, still smiling, responded with a challenging tone, making it clear he had no intention of giving in so easily. Gilsu, noticing the provocation, already knew what he would do if he didn't get the answer he wanted. In the fighting cage, Seong noticed movement behind him. Turning quickly, he found Yongo and Deal ready to fight. Yongo stepped into the middle of the chaos and called out for Seong. Sunya turned upon hearing his name and saw Yongo and Deal both wearing furious expressions. He ordered them to stop that insane fight, trying to put an end to the confrontation. Some people nearby stared at them seriously, questioning how they had managed to enter a restricted area. A girl holding a drink noticed the commotion and, surprised, shouted that something unexpected had happened. Spectators had invaded the ring. The audience reacted with outrage, yelling that they were interfering with the fight. Some demanded to know where the Colosseum's management was, while others ordered them to leave the arena immediately. Near the fight cage, Yongo heard the protests and, in response, loudly declared that they weren't just spectators, but also members of the Six Gates. If anyone had a problem with that, he challenged them to step into the ring and face them. Immediately after, an announcement echoed through the venue, reinforcing that anyone who wasn't a fighter should leave the ring immediately and cooperate with the organization. Deal also heard the message and, with an ironic smile, said that if they were so unhappy with the situation, they should stop the fight themselves. To him, the whole thing seemed completely absurd. On the upper floor, Tyron Guan watched the scene with a satisfied smile. Holding a microphone, he addressed the crowd, announcing that the Colosseum's special event had just gotten even more interesting. He said there was no need to worry and encouraged the audience to just sit back and enjoy the show. Yongo, hearing the voice, turned and asked who was speaking. At that moment, Tyron Guan intervened and revealed that there would be a new match, a 3-on-3 battle between the Six Gates and Kendu. He then instructed the audience to start placing their bets. Excitement swept through the crowd, and many started pulling out their phones, chatting amongst themselves about the surprise. Some questioned whether those fighters were really from the Six Gates, and upon considering that possibility, they realized it would drastically change the betting odds. The fight now promised to be even more thrilling. On the other side, Kang-ho watched the situation with a confident smile and concluded they were being used. Deal agreed, noting that Tyron Guan was a true businessman and clearly had control of the place. Meanwhile, Seong remained silent, simply observing Tyron Guan. The event organizer in turn approached a mirror, handed the microphone to his guard, and stepped back a few paces. With a satisfied smile, he reflected on his luck that day. He had never imagined he would make so much money in a single event. Raising his glass, Tyron Guan walked over to the couch to sit down. His bodyguard, alert to the situation, questioned whether such an improvised fight was really safe. Without showing any concern, Tyrant Guan said that if it led to a betting record, it would be worth it. He then ordered the guard to prepare the next match and take the opportunity to test the skills of the Six Gates. In the ring, Yango, Seong, and Deal were already ready to fight. On the other side, Duyak took a combat stance and with a provocative tone insinuated that Seong was afraid, hence why he brought a junior fighter into the match. Seong, clenching his fists, shot back saying that Duyak seemed to have forgotten the last time he got beaten. What really fascinated him was that despite having lost before, his opponent still talked too much. Duyak, however, smiled confidently and replied that he was sorry to have disappointed him in the past, but now he was fully prepared and no longer the same person. Seong stared coldly at him and concluded he was still bluffing. Turning to his teammates, he said he didn't know how they had found him there, but they needed to capture one of the opponents and end the fight quickly. He explained that he had left someone with Gil Su and needed to return as soon as possible. Upon hearing that, Yango clarified that Gil Su hadn't come with them. Seong, surprised, asked what they were talking about. Yango explained that, in fact, it was Gil Su who had discovered where Seong was. Processing this information, Seong was in shock. If that were true, it meant Gil Su was also there. Feeling a mix of anger and concern, his thoughts immediately turned to Juin, who might be alone at that moment. Meanwhile, Duyak and his team charged in with fury, cutting the conversation short. They declared that the time for talking was over and that now their opponents were going to die. Duyak attacked with a quick punch, but Seong managed to dodge and back away. Clenching his fists, he felt something bothering him deep inside. He couldn't afford to stay trapped there much longer. He needed to finish that fight as quickly as possible. However, Duyak, keeping his confident smile, sees an opening and grabbed Seong's shirt, yanking him down forcefully. While holding him, he said he had already warned him before. Now he was much stronger than before. Without hesitation, Duyak slammed him to the ground. Lying down, Seong observed the situation and analyzed his opponent's technique. Duyak, still smiling, stood tall and declared that Seong wasn't the only one who knew how to fight on the ground. Duyak was a member of Munin High's wrestling team. The next moment, Sunwood landed a powerful punch to Duyak's face, making him stumble back as blood dripped from his mouth. Still on the ground, Seong mocked the situation, asking if that was really wrestling. It sure suited his opponent. Duyak stood back up, but before he could react, Seong, still lying on the ground, landed another blow, stating that it didn't make a difference. With great force, he continued delivering a series of powerful punches until he finally landed a devastating strike that sent Duyak falling backward. Dazed on the floor, Duyak realized he hadn't expected Seong to attack with such precision and aggression. Seong, consumed by rage, clenched his fists once more and charged at him. Duyak, terrified, watched as his opponent closed in fast. Seong delivered a devastating blow, making Duyak scream in pain. Showing no mercy, he declared that whether it was wrestling or any other kind of combat, the result would always be the same. As he turned around, Seong saw Deal and Yango, who had already defeated Duyak's allies, leaving only two opponents standing. Yango, with his foot on the neck of one of the fallen adversaries, said angrily that no one should ever underestimate the Six Gates. Finally, Duyak's team was defeated. The audience applauded the victory, impressed by the strength of the Six Gates. Smiling, Seong commented to his companions that in moments like that, they proved to be quite reliable, which made training them worthwhile. However, suddenly, Duyak stood up again and hurriedly began swallowing multiple pills. He looked at Seong and declared that the fight wasn't over yet. Some of the pills fell to the ground, but he quickly picked them up and swallowed more. Seong, seeing that, was shocked to recognize the substance. It was the drug Stain, the same one Tyrant Guan had once tried to offer him. Duyak's allies, still on the ground, looked at him alarmed and tried to warn him that taking that many pills at once was dangerous. Duyak ignored their warnings and shouted for them to shut up. He explained that if they didn't do it, they would lose. If both of them wanted to stay in the ring and in the group, they had to take the pills too. The two of them stared in surprise at the pile of pills scattered on the ground. Now, with a completely altered expression, Duyak planted his feet firmly on the ground and, consumed by intense fury, glared at Seong. He stated this would be his final attack and that now he would truly kill Seong. Without hesitation, he charged at full speed. Seong took a step forward and with an impassive look watched his opponent rush toward him. He commented that Duyak still hadn't learned his lesson from the last time he attacked recklessly. Duyak, using only one hand, pushed Seong backward and ordered him to stop talking nonsense and just die. Taking advantage of the moment, he grabbed Seong and struck him brutally in the face, throwing him to the ground. The impact caused blood to spill from Seong's mouth. Lying on the ground, he wondered what was happening and how Duyak had suddenly become so strong. Duyak, kneeling beside him, was preparing to strike again. With a sarcastic tone, he mocked Seong's arrogance and said he always pretended to be tough. Laughing, he asked if Seong thought making real money was easy. Then he revealed that he had received an offer to enter the professional wrestling circuit, but at the same time, the Baksanakan group came to him with an even more tempting proposal. They offered him double the money to become an executive. That was when he realized how pathetic his life seemed just watching fights from the sidelines. Grabbing Seong by the neck, he he said he felt relieved to have joined Baeksun before it was too late. Seong, eyes closed and body covered in blood, remained motionless on the floor. Raising his hands, Doohyok declared that power, money, and strength go hand in hand, and that now he understood this perfectly. Consumed by rage, he prepared to land a blow with all his strength, but was suddenly caught by surprise. Still lying down, Seong blocked the attack with just one hand. Looking at Doohyok, he said that he believed he had become stronger, but was using a completely wrong concept from the beginning. Stunned, Doohyok became furious and wondered how Seong could still have so much strength. Slowly standing up, Seong delivered a powerful punch that sent Doohyok crashing to the ground. While his opponent lay on the floor, Seong approached. Doohyok, desperate, screamed, unable to believe that Seong was still standing even after all those pills. Seong, exhausted, heard his words and at that moment remembered Juin. Juin always told him that a person is truly strong when they have something to protect. Driven by that memory, Seong lunged forward and grabbed Doohyok by the throat, choking him firmly. Meanwhile, in another room, Gil-soo had already defeated all of Dave's guards. Impressed by Gil-soo's strength, Dave clapped his hands, saying that it was more than interesting, it was captivating. Taking off his jacket, Telson grew impatient, saying he was just wasting time and couldn't keep waiting. Dave, laughing, adjusted his ring and said that since he had received a demonstration of strength, he would return it in kind. He took a fighting stance, extended his hand, and warned Gil-soo not to underestimate him. Gil-soo, irritated, realized that this was taking longer than expected. Frustration was building inside him. Meanwhile, it was already late at night at the stallion farm. Juin, scared, was sitting on the bed, clutching a pillow tightly. He murmured to himself that Seong hadn't returned yet and that the darkness of the night made him uneasy. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening echoed through the room. Juin looked up, frightened, and whispered, asking who was there. At that moment, a silhouette appeared in the doorway. Juin widened his eyes in panic and screamed in fear, hiding under the pillow. The door opened fully and someone stepped inside. Seeing Juin trembling in bed, the person asked who he was. Still clutching the pillow tightly, Juin turned around, tears streaming down his face. With a desperate scream, he asked again who was there. Gil-soo, consumed by rage, charged to attack Dave. However, Dave defended himself effortlessly, stepping back with a smile on his face. He continued to skillfully dodge every strike, exuding confidence. While evading Gil-soo's blows, he remarked that he never promised to finish the fight quickly, but at that rate, they'd be there all day. Increasingly irritated, Gil-soo acknowledged that Dave had impressive speed. As he launched new attacks, he asserted that this time there would be no escape. Dave remained calm and with a sarcastic air raised his guard. At the same time, he held a cup containing drugs in his other hand and without hesitation threw the liquid toward Gil-soo. Then he expressed his disdain for the monotonous way his opponent fought. Gil-soo managed to dodge the cup and with a scornful laugh called Dave a coward. To him, real fights were always dirty, and they both knew that. Dave, however, declared with conviction that any opponent who attacked recklessly would never stand a real chance against him. Gil-soo, feeling a discomfort in his eyes, realized that tiny glass fragments might have gotten into them. Dave, laughing again, took advantage of the moment to go on the offensive, demanding that his opponent focus on him. Gil-soo stumbled backward but quickly regained his balance. With a determined look, he acknowledged that Dave was far more annoying than he appeared. Dave, in turn, analyzed his reaction and with a provoking tone commented that the blow had been serious, but even so, it was blocked. Gil-soo's arm began to bleed. He closed one eye and reflected on the situation. If he kept attacking impulsively, he would be easily countered. Suddenly, he decided on a new strategy and rushed toward Dave, grabbing his leg with both hands. Dave didn't show any surprise. On the contrary, with a calm smile, he acknowledged that his opponent was finally fighting for real. Even with Gil-soo holding his leg, Dave kept his composure. In a calm tone, he stated that there were still many things Gil-soo wouldn't be able to do. The opponent, overcome by fury, began questioning who Dave really was and why he could remain so relaxed during the fight. When he looked at his own arm, he was shocked to realize he no longer felt any strength in it. Dave smiled at Gil-soo's reaction and sarcastically asked if his arm had stopped working. Then he pushed him back, commenting that he was surprised by that outcome. Gil-soo fell to the ground, confused and furious, demanding to know what Dave had done to his arm. As he tried to understand, he recalled the moment he had blocked one of the blows and realized that the pain caused then might have been the reason for the sudden failure. Dave's ring cracked at the top and he laughed upon seeing Gil-soo's stunned expression. With sarcasm, he suggested that he enjoy himself a little at the Colosseum. Upon hearing this, Gil-soo looked forward, consumed by fury, as his mind struggled to grasp how the situation had become so absurd. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the arena, one of Kim Doo's companions delivered a brutal kick to Yongo. Yongo watched the scene, feeling uneasy. Something was different. The opponent they had been fighting seemed completely transformed. His speed and strength had increased alarmingly. In a sudden attack filled with fury, the boy charged with all his might, shouting that the 6 gates needed to be eliminated immediately. Yongo tried to stay firm, but realized there was no stopping him. The enemy completely overpowered him. Before he could react, he was thrown to the ground and saw the opponent's leg rise for another strike. The boy, consumed by rage, declared that this was the fate of those who dared to challenge BS. Yongo, Yongo, watching everything, saw the enemy's leg about to strike him. Meanwhile, in another fight, Kim Dak was facing off against Deal. Deal, dodging a punch, began to suspect something strange. His opponent not only resisted attacks but also seemed infected by some kind of virus like a zombie. Deciding to test his theory, Deal struck the opponent in the face, but to his surprise, it had no effect. No matter how many hits he landed, the enemy showed no sign of pain. Then, before he could react, the boy grabbed him by the neck with force and threw him against the fence brutally. Deal began to realize that it wasn't just physical resistance, it was as if the opponent wasn't even capable of feeling pain. Looking around, he saw a container of pills spilled on the ground, and upon noticing it, his mind was flooded by a single thought. What the hell had that kid taken? Suddenly, the opponent opened his mouth in a beast-like manner and, drawing dangerously close to Deal's face, whispered that he would be his meal for the night. However, before anything could happen, Seong appeared from behind and with a swift move locked the boy's arms in a firm chokehold. The enemy screamed and tried to break free, but Seong held him tightly. In his other hand, he held another fighter by the collar, an opponent already collapsed on the ground in a pitiful state. Seong, looking at the opponents, sneered at them and called them filthy junkies. Meanwhile, Yongo and Deal, completely exhausted, remained seated on the ground, watching everything in astonishment. The crowd around them began to roar, impressed by the performance of the Six Gates. Outside the arena, a reporter holding a microphone excitedly announced that it had been one of the most intense battles so far. She then declared that the Six Gates had claimed victory over Duak's gang. Keeping the momentum, she prepared to announce the next fighter of the third round. However, before she could continue, the arena gate burst open and a girl in complete desperation ran in to save her life. Seong, who had kicked the gate open, cast a serious glance at his companions and without hesitation declared that he would no longer fight. To him, it was over. As the group walked through the crowd, several people began to protest, irritated by their sudden departure. The audience wanted more bets and wouldn't accept that the Six Gates were simply abandoning the fight. At that moment, one of the guards approached and blocked Seong, stating that leaving without permission would incur a penalty and that he should return. However, Seong, overcome by fury, didn't hesitate. With a direct blow, he punched the guard, grabbed him by the collar, and made it clear that if anyone else tried to stop him, the result would be the same. Seong knocked the guard down and, facing the crowd, challenged anyone who had a problem with him ending the fight. Turning around, he made it clear that if there were no objections, they should get out of his way. After that, he and his companions began to leave. The crowd, dissatisfied, murmured that the whole day had been wasted. Inside the arena, Tyron Guan remained still, watching Seong walk away. Calling out to him amid the murmurs, he said Seong was making tough decisions. Some people turned their eyes to Tyron, waiting for his next move. With a smile on his face, he mocked Seong, reminding him that he was abandoning the fight in the very first match. He questioned if Seong had forgotten about the debts he owed. Seong stopped for a moment and responded indifferently, suggesting they pretend the contract never existed. He stated they didn't need to charge him anything because he would work and pay off his debts. Tyron Guan, descending the Colosseum stairs, rejected the idea. He said that the Baxen group couldn't simply terminate the contract without reaching an agreement first. He advised Seong to reconsider his reckless behavior. Some spectators began to stare at them more seriously, questioning what would happen if Seong insisted on his decision. Tyron Guan then grabbed one of his own guards by the coat and violently threw him towards Seong. The guard screamed as he was hurled. Seong, filled with anger, stopped the man's trajectory before he could hit him. Without hiding his irritation, he accused Tyron of using his subordinates to stain the fight. While holding the guard, Sango also grabbed the man by the collar. However, when he looked forward, he realized that Tyron Guan had vanished. Stang, surprised, questioned where he had gone. Suddenly, Tyron Guan appeared behind Seong, smiling provocatively. With a challenging tone, he asked if Seong really thought Beaks and Groot were a joke. Seong turned his eyes backward, intrigued by the opponent's speed. Tyron Guan, with a calculated gesture, placed his hand on Seong's shoulder like a predator capturing his prey. With a threatening tone, he declared that Seong would never be able to escape the Colosseum. Meanwhile, outside a church, Juin sat on the ground, downcast. With a frustrated tone, he muttered to himself, questioning what was taking so long. He thought it might be better to just go home. At that moment, a few boys exited the church, chatting about the day's events. They commented on how the Six Gates had broken, and as a result, everyone lost their winnings. One of them, however, said that in the end, it was actually a stroke of luck that they lost. Young Min, hearing the conversation, was surprised. Intrigued, he tried to understand what exactly was happening inside. Without wasting time, he approached the guard watching the church entrance. He asked to be allowed in for a moment because he suspected something important was going on. The guard, however, stood firm and refused. In a cold tone, he said that he had already told him before that he couldn't enter. Young Min, irritated, insisted that he wasn't there to cause trouble. The guard, however, repeated the prohibition, making it clear that the rules wouldn't change. Furious, Young Min reached his hand forward and, with no other option, declared that if they wouldn't let him in, he'd find another way. Before he could act, two guards grabbed him by the arms, preventing him from moving. The guard in front of him smiled cruelly. He raised his fists and, mocking, questioned why Jung Min was even trying to fight. He stated that Jung Min should have just obeyed. Young Min, watching the blow coming, sighed and accepted that this really wasn't his day. He closed his eyes for a moment, resigned. However, when he opened them again, he saw that something unexpected had happened. Chung had appeared in front of him, intercepting the guard's punch with his hand. Young Min was shocked to see him there. Chung, gripping the guard's wrist tightly, asked with a fierce look if he wanted to die. Without hesitation, he twisted the man's wrists, immobilizing him. Young Min, still stunned, could hardly believe what he was seeing. Chung, standing in front of him like a shield, continued to stare down the guard, ready to take him on. Suddenly, another guard standing behind Chung placed a hand on his shoulder and asked who he was, questioning whether he was the one causing trouble. Without hesitation, Chung turned around and delivered a strong punch to the guard, clearly enraged. He then asked if they were part of the Baksan group or some other faction. The guard standing behind Jung Min also showed signs of irritation. He raised his hand and stepped forward, insinuating that Chung shouldn't be questioning who they were. Chung blocked the attack with his arm and countered with a precise strike. Realizing he was in the right place, he confirmed to himself that he hadn't been mistaken about the situation. Hours earlier, Jiang Mai had received a message from Gil Su while reading a book. Upon seeing the notification, she felt a wave of excitement and began reading carefully. In the message, Gil Su mentioned he needed her help. He explained that he had business with the Baksan group and asked if she could take care of a child for a while, promising to explain more later. He also mentioned that the child was at the Styx Gate horse breeding farm. After reading the message, Jiang Mai was intrigued and started getting ready to leave. As she held her phone, she wondered about the reason behind the sudden request. Something serious must have been going on. She closed the door and left in a hurry. Along the way, she ran into Chung, who noticed her urgency and asked where she was going. She hesitated for a moment, then looked at him and asked if he was free at that moment. Chung kept his eyes on her before deciding to accompany her to the farm. Upon arrival, they stopped in front of the house. Still puzzled, Chung asked if Gil Su had really asked her to take care of a child. Jiang Mai confirmed, adding that he had mentioned something related to the Sir group and the Baksan group. As they opened the door, Chung reflected on the fact that Juin's existence was supposed to be a well-kept secret. Inside the house, Juin was sitting on the bed, clutching a pillow and staring fearfully at the door. He trembled with fear and murmured Gil Su's name. As soon as Chung entered and called out to him, Juin, still crying, turned around and recognized him. Overcome with emotion, he ran into his arms. Chung held him and asked why he was there alone so late at night. Through sobs, Juin explained that Sion had gone out to take care of some business, but it had been more than an hour and he still hadn't come back. The answer took Chung by surprise. Sitting on the bed, he tried to calm Juin while keeping him close. That was when, lowering his gaze, he noticed a club card on the floor. He picked it up and examined it carefully. Jiang Mai, who was also trying to comfort Juin, suggested that Chung go check on the situation. Something was definitely wrong and she would take care of things there. Still holding the card, Chung realized there was something suspicious about the whole situation. He decided to go to the club. After confronting a few guards, he violently took them down, leaving them incapacitated. The remaining guards, stationed at the club's entrance, quickly got into formation. One of them, wearing an earpiece, noticed Chung approaching and alerted the others about the presence of an intruder. Immediately, the officials at the location gathered at the first floor entrance. Chung smiled at the commotion. For him, it would be easier to fight if they all came to him. Meanwhile, in another area of the club, Dave was charging at Gil Su with fury, clearly thrilled. Without hesitation, he landed a powerful punch, throwing Gil Su backward. The impact was intense and Gil Su fell to the ground, overwhelmed by pain. His injured arm prevented him from dodging and counterattacking as he normally would. Dave, maintaining a smile on his face, struck him again. Then, observing him on the ground, he commented on the discomfort he must be feeling, explaining that it was just a type of anesthetic and that it would wear off soon. Still on the floor, Gil Su murmured the word anesthetic, trying to understand the situation. Dave sat beside him, grabbed him by the hair, and continued smiling, stating that sometimes it was necessary to use certain methods to control disobedient players. Gritting his teeth, Gil Su, furious, asked if he was referring to the column. Dave seemed surprised for a moment. Then he flashed a wry smile and showed interest. He realized that Gil Su knew about the Colosseum, which made the situation all the more interesting. Without beating around the bush, he asked what the real reason was for him being there. Gil Su stated that he wasn't looking for Sion, but he knew Sion was involved in something dark. Dave smiled upon hearing this and commented that Sion was also part of the Six Gates. He added that even though Sion fought well, it didn't matter, as he was probably already being torn apart in the Colosseum. Gil Su, shocked, asked what that was supposed to mean. Enraged, he launched himself at Dave, demanding to know where Sion was. Dave dodged the attack and pointed out that due to the injury on his other arm, Gil Su's balance was completely off. Taking advantage of the opening, he delivered a powerful counterattack, knocking Gil Su to the ground. With a bottle of liquor in hand, Dave approached him and mocked, saying he couldn't believe a hypocritical moralist had entered his club. As he raised the bottle, he said that Gil Su's sense of justice disgusted him, as justice didn't exist in that world. He recalled his childhood and how he used to hunt lions. He explained that he came from a different world, where the strong hunted the weak, and to survive there, one had to be willing to take any risk. Laughing, he declared that this was the kind of fight he knew how to win, with brute strength. Then he smashed the bottle against Gil Gil-su's face, taunting him and declaring that he was nothing more than a fragile human. Blood ran from Gil-su's mouth as he screamed in pain. His body was completely unresponsive. At that moment, a phone began to ring in Dave's pocket. He pulled out the device, answered it, and listened attentively. Suddenly, he reacted to what he heard. There was chaos in the Colosseum. Intrigued, he asked for the situation to be properly explained. Behind him, Gil-su remained lying on the ground, listening to the conversation. With difficulty, he tried to raise his head, suspecting it had something to do with Seong or other people. Dave continued the conversation, asking if Seong was dealing with a problem. He stated that fighting against the Six Gates wasn't difficult and declared he would personally go and finish it. Almost unconscious, Gil-su squeezed his eyes shut and concluded that he needed to stop Dave right there. He remembered a moment during training when he was trying to climb a difficult rock wall. At that moment, he felt like he couldn't climb any further and was about to fall. He thought that maybe that was his limit. Then someone grabbed his hand from the top of the rock, preventing his fall. It was Seong, who, while holding him, advised him to be more careful. Stating him, Gil-su felt relieved and thanked him for saving his life. Seong just smiled and asked if he really thought that was the end. Then, without warning, he let go of Gil-su's hand. Desperate, Gil-su screamed as he fell, not understanding what was happening. At the last second, he managed to grab onto a rock, stopping his fall. Exhausted, he murmured that he almost couldn't hold on. Then he wondered if that test had been intentional. Still smiling, Seong looked at him and asked how he felt. He said that, as expected, he believed Gil-su could do it. Reflecting on that, Gil-su began to suspect that everything had been planned. Seong explained that when people are on the brink of death, their strength increases. He said there was no hidden power inside humans, only the ability to turn any battle around, even if they could move just a single finger. The revelation shocked Gil-su. In the present, he recoiled slightly. Dave wrapped his arm around Gil-su's neck, immobilizing him. Gil-su gritted his teeth and declared that he would never give up, not until the end. Furious, he said that for a bastard like Dave, one arm was more than enough. Dave looked at him angrily and questioned his stubbornness. He growled, asking how Gil-su dared to defy him. Then he punched him in the face, provoking him to see what he could do with only one arm. The blow was strong and Gil-su felt like his body was about to break apart. However, remembering his friends, he found the strength to keep going. He knew he had to protect them and could never give up. With only one arm, he tightened his chokehold on Dave even more. As he struggled to break free, Dave muttered in disbelief how Gil-su still had so much strength left. Desperate, he reached out for the shards of the broken bottle on the floor. He thought that if he was careless with Gil-su, things could end very badly. He concluded that this time there was no way out. But before he could grab the glass, Gil-su pulled him hard, knocking them both to the ground. Enraged, he declared that one arm was more than enough. Meanwhile, in the Colosseum, Tyrant Guan held Seong by the hair. Smiling, he said it was a shame. He stated that he liked Seong as a player, but he couldn't believe things were ending like that. Calmly, he opened the lid of a small pill box. He said it didn't matter anymore. He took some pills and forced them into Seong's mouth. With a sinister smile, he said that in the end, Seong would still be his slave. At that moment, the door to the room was kicked open. Chung entered, demanding to know who the leader of that place was. Surprised, Tyrant Guan smiled. He admitted that things had just gotten interesting. He couldn't believe that Chung himself had shown up. Chung jumped into the room, preparing for battle. He declared that Tyrant Guan should get ready because he was about to face a tough fight. Around them, Yongdo and Deal were lying on the ground, seriously injured. Seong, nearly unconscious, watched as Chung charged forward in fury. With a fierce look, Chung clenched his fists full of rage. Then he threatened Tyrant Guan, saying that now he would see what happened to those who dared to mess with the Six Gates. While eating, Tencha remarked that Kang had proven his worth as a son of Gang Un, having managed to defeat someone as skilled as Chung. However, Kang stated that eliminating just one enemy wasn't enough to reach his true target and asked what the next step would be. In response, Tenchai revealed that he intended to expel the Alpha Beast from the clan and face it directly in its own den. Curious, Kang asked if Tenchai truly believed he could defeat the beast, considering Siak had failed, even after taking the pills. Tenchai, however, didn't hesitate to claim that Siak had never been on par with the Five Dragons, emphasizing that the power gap between them was immense. The conversation then shifted to the Five Dragons, and it was mentioned that they didn't even need to unite to capture Chung and bring him there. Skeptical, Kang voiced his doubts about that claim. The leader present at the scene intervened, pointing out that Kang seemed much more suspicious than his own brother, who was imprisoned. The leader continued, saying Kang had already fulfilled his part and was therefore free to leave. It was then revealed that this leader was Tae-san, head of the Dasong school and the first dragon of the Baksan group. He also made it clear that Kang should simply watch as Baksan took control of the Six Gates. Kang trusted Tae-san's words, but Suryo warned him not to forget his role in handing Chung over to the group. The scene then shifted to Chung, who, with a determined look, declared to Tyrant Guan that no one could harm his friends without consequence. He then charged forward, delivering a strike. Tyron Guan, however, remained calm and responded that as the head of the most powerful secondary school in the city, he wanted to test Chung's abilities. He then challenged him to a fight in the ring, proposing a fair battle. Chung didn't hesitate and advanced against him, launching a series of consecutive blows. However, Tyron Guan managed to dodge each one effortlessly, displaying his superiority. In a provocative tone, he made it clear that he expected more from that fight and that had he known it would be that easy, he would have destroyed the Six Gates a long time ago. Chung began to retreat, realizing that his opponent had managed to strike one of his blind spots. Before he could react, Tyron Guan disappeared from his sight and appeared behind him in a threatening stance like a predator observing its prey. In a challenging tone, he demanded that Chung show his true strength. Tyron Guan's attacks intensified, and as he repeatedly struck Chung, he asked how it felt to face reality. Chung, unable to react, simply endured the blows. Seeing his hesitation, Tyron Guan mocked the situation, insinuating that Chung truly believed he could just storm in and rescue someone. Chung tried to defend himself but began to realize that his specialty, speed, wasn't enough to anticipate Tyron Guan's attacks. The opponent, noticing his weakness, stated that Chung was already exhausted and that if he really wanted to save his friend, he would have to pay his debt through that fight. Without hesitation, he delivered a direct blow, claiming it was the only way to achieve his goal. Moreover, Tyron Guan mentioned the possibility of Chung fighting in the Colosseum, where Six Gate would become a major source of income. The narrative then shifted to a flashback, where an object was thrown onto a table. Chung, stepping back, apologized to his sunbed, explaining that he couldn't stay there any longer because there was something he needed to resolve. Tyron Guan, holding his shoulder, assured him that he could return any time and with a smile said he would keep his place reserved. Chung smiled back and expressed his gratitude, promising that if anything happened, he would run straight to him. Back in the present, Chung was already gravely wounded. Observing the situation, Chung was certain his enemies were despicable, but witnessing it with his own eyes only deepened his disgust. Without hesitation, he delivered a precise strike to Tyron Guan. Tyron Guan tried to dodge and noted that even staggering, Chung was still attacking. However, he displayed confidence, stating that his opponent's attacks were far too slow. In response, Chung struck again and questioned who, after all, was the slow one in that fight. He successfully landed a blow while defending himself. Tyron Guan still tried to downplay the impact, claiming the strike was nothing more than a scratch. However, as he stepped back, he began to question how he had been hit. Not understanding the situation, he prepared to retaliate, but before he could realize it, Chung was already in front of him, ready to land another punch. This time, the blow landed squarely on his face, distorting his expression. Dazed, Tyron Guan couldn't understand how that had been possible. The narrative then returned to his past, revealing a moment from his childhood. As a child, he held a small teddy bear while his family was heading to a foreign country, accompanying his father, a missionary. However, they became targets of a criminal cartel and were brutally attacked. Tyron Guan was captured and thrown in with other children. After the massacre, he was the only one left alive. One of the captors tossed a knife at him and said that in order to survive, he would have to kill. Locked up by those who murdered his family, Tyron Guan realized that his only chance to survive was to prove his worth. He grew up in a cruel environment, destroying lives and becoming increasingly strong, until the point where his captors could no longer control him. When he finally became powerful enough, he turned against those who had imprisoned him and took his revenge. On the verge of delivering the final blow, he silently murmured a thank you to his father. Then he attacked his master and won his freedom. However, shortly after, he ended up being captured again. When a police officer interrogated him about his origin, Tyron Guan firmly replied that he was from South Korea. It was at that moment that he realized he had returned to his homeland, a place that no longer felt familiar. A land so peaceful, it was almost boring. In front of him, some students with goat heads were chatting, saying all sorts of nonsense. Among their remarks, they claimed he had no mother or father. They mentioned the law of the jungle, where the strong hunt the weak in order to remain at the top of the power chain. To him, that was nothing but an illusion, as he knew that the tragedy of the past could always repeat itself. On the ground, wiping his mouth after a blow, Tyron Guan expressed his disbelief. He couldn't believe that his opponent had been holding back just to test him. Now he understood that the title of strongest in Jiangnan wasn't just a rumor. In front of him, Chung stood up and declared that the fight wasn't over yet. Without hesitation, he stated he would beat Tyron Guan until he begged for mercy. While putting water in his mouth, Chung observed his opponent, who appeared grateful for the situation. Then, overwhelmed by fury, Tyron Guan declared that for the first time in a long while, he felt truly alive. Charging toward Chung, he ordered him to get ready. As he stepped back, Chung began to reflect on that strange feeling. There was something different about Tyron Guan's aura, but before he could think further, he was struck by a sudden punch. As the blow landed squarely, Tyron Guan asked where he was looking. Pinned against the railing, Chung tried to understand how his opponent's speed had changed so drastically. Tyron Guan continued landing a series of blows, demanding that he surrender and kneel before the Baxen group. Chung realized he couldn't keep up with his opponent's movements. Tyron Guan, in turn, declared that the system established by the Baxen group was on a higher level compared to the weak forces of the Six Gates. With a powerful strike, Tyron Guan managed to hurl Chung out of the ring, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Picking up his phone, he commented that if the Baxen group found out he had caught a big fish, they'd be thrilled. He added that no invasion would be necessary as the situation had now turned in their favor. However, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a voice behind him. Chung, already back on his feet, declared that the fight wasn't over. Surprised, Tyron Guan turned and asked how that was possible. Showing no sign of weakness, Chung said the fun was only just beginning. With determination, he challenged Tyron Guan to strike him 100 times, promising that he would show the true power of the Six Gates. Regaining consciousness, Gil-Su opens his eyes, confused. Upon seeing several people lying on the ground, he wonders if a war had taken place. The memory of Dave speaking on the phone comes to his mind. He mentioned a big fight and that he needed to hurry. Trying to get up, Gil-Su realizes he can no longer move. Suddenly, a voice calls his name, and he turns around. Jungmin approaches, asking if he's okay. Helping him to his feet, he asks what happened and where the other boys are. However, Gil-Su quickly insists they need to run. Everyone is in danger. Jungmin tries to calm him down, explaining that Chung is also there. Surprised, he doesn't hide his reaction upon hearing that. Jungmin continues, saying Chung took everyone down in an instant and went straight to the basement. Faced with that scene, he concludes it's no surprise, since everyone there is a club member. Smiling, Gil-Su remembers it was Jung Mai who told him that. The conversation is interrupted when someone approaches and asks who they are. The security guard observes the situation and states that, considering their condition, they're definitely not guests of any of the groups. Frustrated, Gil-Su wonders how there can still be more enemies. Meanwhile, Jungmin stands up and asks him to wait. Standing in front of Gil-Su, he says that now he should rest. He'll take care of the rest. He thinks to himself that he's also a student of the Six Gates and has a duty to fulfill his role. Then he calls the guard over to him and, assuming a fighting stance, says he would never step into that place as a guest. The scene then shifts to Chung heading toward Tyron Guan, determined to show the power of the Six Gates. Tyron Guan dodges and grumbles that he's one stubborn bastard. Right after, he lands a kick on Chung's back, saying that was all he had. Chung analyzes his opponent and realizes he's a typical fighter who prioritizes speed. He also takes into account his strength, but something suddenly comes flying toward his face. Tyron Guan delivers a powerful blow, hitting him with his knee. Trying to react, Chung attempts to grab him, but Tyron Guan dodges, saying there are walls in this world and he'll never be able to climb. With a series of strikes, Tyron Guan smiles and claims he'll never be hit. In a flashback, he remembers being at the top of the power chain, ruling over his school, but he realized something was missing. And upon reflection, he concluded that what was missing was money. Living in a capitalist society where money is essential, he realized that to get what he wanted, he had nothing but his own body. That's why he joined Dave, saying he needed to start making real money. He then plunged into the business world, trying to profit, but reality wasn't so simple. Soon, a man reprimanded him, saying a mere high school student thought he could do business in his territory. Before him, a knife gleamed as the man demanded that he hand over everything if he wanted to live. To a gang led by someone who knew nothing about the real world, they were nothing but parasites. In the end, Tyron Guan realized he didn't even have a place in Korea, doomed to be just an insect at the bottom of the pit. However, he was suddenly interrupted when a door burst open. The person who knocked it down mentioned that an interesting deal was going on. Holding a severed head, he asked why there were so many complications along the way. At that moment, Tyron Guan realized he was facing a completely different group. They had a flawless system based on absolute strength, and used that power to amass real wealth. To him, the Baxen group's system was perfect. The man in front of him analyzed Tyron Guan and, impressed by his background, asked if he wanted to turn that dream into reality alongside Baxen. Smiling, Tyron Guan finally felt he had found his place. While striking Chum, he declared that he was nothing but a bastard from the Six Gates, living off the fame of his past. Preparing a kick, he asked how he dared challenge the Baxen group. Once again, Chung was thrown backward. Standing before him, Tyron Guan ordered him to give up, warning that if he insisted, things would end very badly. Wiping his face, Chung commented that it had been a long time since he fought like that. Then he smiled. Tyron Guan noticed something strange and asked what was going on with him. He wonders if he had completely lost his mind. Chung ties his shirt and says he was just thinking about how to finish that fight. Then he closes his eyes and states that he'll end everything in an instant. Upon hearing that, Tyron Guan charges at him, saying he doesn't know what he's planning. He unleashes a series of kicks, mocking Chung, claiming he was offering himself as a punching bag, and if that was the case, he'd be happy to beat him to death. Even as he's struck repeatedly, Chung thinks that he cannot be deceived by his own vision. At that moment, the voice of an old man echoes in his mind. He explains that his sight was only limiting him and that he should feel the opponent's movements. Fighting isn't done with the eyes alone, but with the entire body. Pointing a finger, the old man instructs Chung to abandon the human form of combat. Instead, he should fight like a beast. Even while receiving a barrage of blows, Chung simply says, "Thank you." Determined, he takes a deep breath. Watching the scene, Tyron Guan frowns and asks what he's talking about. As he approaches, he says he's already getting irritated and that he would end everything right then. To his surprise, however, Chung easily dodges, jumping backward. Then he comments that he can now see the rhythm of Tyron Guan's movements. Furious, Tyron Guan charges in, trying to land a blow with his arm. However, Chung dodges with precision. He explains that those who rely solely on sight will always be one step behind. But by sensing the opponent's attack patterns and flow with sharpened senses, it's possible to predict the movements. Tyron Guan attacks again with a flurry of blows. This time, Chung blocks them all and then counterattacks with power. The impact leaves Tyron Guan completely stunned. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to two young men walking. Gil-soo laments, saying he should have fought alongside him. All beaten up, Jung-min asks what he's talking about since he was the one who defeated all the enemies. As they walk down the stairs, Gil-soo comments that his condition wasn't good at all. Passing through a door, he asks what kind of noise that was. Then looking ahead, he's left speechless by what he sees. Tyron Guan takes a direct punch to the face. The violent impact throws him to the ground. His face becomes completely disfigured. Chung, clenching his fist, declares that while Tyron Guan landed hundreds of blows, he only needed a single strike. And that was the difference between someone who fights with conviction and someone who fights driven only by desire. Chapter 45. Gil-soo calls out for Chung, but soon notices someone lying on the ground. Looking closer, he sees that all three, Yeonbo, Deal, and even Seong, have been defeated. To him, this was expected since the power of the Baksun group wasn't something ordinary. If Chum hadn't shown up, it would have all been completely wiped out. Standing over Tyron Guan, Chum declares that from that day on, that club was officially shut down. Tyron Guan tries to argue that it wasn't that simple, but before he can finish, Chum stomps on his face, saying he doesn't want to hear excuses. Furious, he warns that if that place ever operates again, it'll be the same as declaring war against the Six Gates. A few days after the intense battle with the Baksun group, their routines returned to normal, as if everything had been just a dream. Gil-soo walks alongside Deal, complaining that his arm still hurt. The other agrees, saying his own wounds were still bothering him quite a bit. Annoyed, Deal promises that the next time he runs into those Baksun bastards, he'll make sure to properly kill them. At that moment, a group appears behind them, calling out. As they turn around, they see that Jung-min is also there. Deal just looks at his expression and comments that his hair looks different. Running a hand through his head, Jung-min explains that after being kicked out of the group, he reflected on many things and decided to change his style. Deal, however, mocks him, saying he's no longer banned, but he still can't be taken seriously. The three of them start arguing while the rest of the group watches from a distance. Seong then calls out to the slow and grumpy punks, telling them to hurry up. Pointing a finger, he complains that Jung-min's hair goes against the rules. Jung-min tries to argue that it's been a while since they were allowed to style their hair however they wanted. However, Seong simply replies that it makes people uncomfortable and is a demerit. Hearing this, Jung-min, incredulous, asks if he's being serious. Meanwhile, Gil-soo realizes that Seong had returned to the student council, which makes him happy. Seong packs a few boxes and sighs, saying that was the last one. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he comments that he was tired of living in the study barn. Gil-soo shows up and asks if he's finished packing. Curious, Seong wants to know what he's doing there. Putting on a glove, Gil-soo answers that he heard about his move and thought it would be rude not to stop by. Seong thanks him for the loyalty and asks for help carrying some boxes. Gil-soo comments that Seong found a place to live really fast. Sitting down, Seong explains that when he told his situation to his boss at the barbecue restaurant, the man was happy to help and even advanced a few months' worth of salary. Wiping the sweat again, Seong sighs in relief, saying he finally managed to escape that place and was happy things had worked out for him. However, he lowers his head and laments that he couldn't say the same about his own situation. He says he never imagined his debt was actually a fake book made up by loan sharks. And worse, he never thought they would commit fraud after finding out he had lost contact with his mother. Gil-soo sits next to him and asks if he tried to reach out to her. Seong replies no, but that she would call when she felt ready. He didn't hold any resentment. He understood that money changes people and believed his mother had her own reasons. Before they could continue the conversation, they're interrupted by the arrival of a moving truck. Rolling down the window, someone asks Seong if they were done packing. Seong replies yes, they just needed to load everything up. While carrying a box, he asks Gil-soo to drop by from time to time since Juin was always saying she wanted to ride the Gil-soo-saurus. Looking back, he says he was just joking, but suggests that he should focus on training since he needed to get stronger from now on. After all, the Baksun guys wouldn't give them any peace, and no one knew when they'd make their next move. Gil-soo, surprised, asks if they'd really attack again. Seong replies that, according to the Student Council's investigation, Baksun's business wasn't limited to just the Coliseum. Meanwhile, after breaking his chains, Dave worriedly asks Tyron Guan if they were going to be okay and what would happen if the 5 dragons found out, making the situation even more dangerous. Tyron Guan tells him not to worry. This was their chance, and there was an executive meeting scheduled for that day. As they head down the stairs, Dave comments that everything seemed too easy. Tyron Guan, on the other hand, says it's wrong to second-guess your own business like that. Walking down the corridor, Tyron Guan tells Dave to carry as many drugs as he can at once. If you want a fresh start, you'd need a cloak and all that. The two open a door, and Dave comments that, as expected, Their plan was flawless. However, Tyron Guan is shocked and quickly asks what green hair was doing there. The green-haired guy smiles and thanks them for showing up. Standing up, he asks why they look so surprised and what was so shocking about seeing Baeksun's business in action. Dave steps forward and says he'll handle the situation, telling Tyron Guan to get out of there immediately. As he runs off, Tyron Guan thanks him, promising to come back as fast as possible. But just ahead, two people are already waiting for him, asking where he thought he was going. They knew that was the day of their meeting. Maria, sucking on her lollipop, comments that the main topic of the meeting was to decide the punishment for the loser. Tyron Guan, irritated, tries to attack them, saying he was sick of working for them. Maria plants her heel into the ground and states that she can't stand guys who rely only on speed. With a precise knee strike, she manages to counterattack Tyron Guan. Preparing for more attacks, she says a real man should be heavy and strong. Then she unleashes a flurry of blows on Tyron Guan. Taking a direct hit to the face, he realizes he still hasn't fully recovered from the fight with Chun. Dodging, he thinks it would be a mistake to fight all of them at once. He'll have to retreat. But before he can, Big Guy lands a clean hit. Tyron Guan spits blood, realizing that Guy managed to keep up with his speed. Writhing in pain, Tyron Guan asks why the hell they're doing this to him. Green Hair steps closer and says Tyron Guan should have just swallowed his pride and accepted defeat like a man. For trying to steal Baeksun's items, traitors would never be forgiven. Tyron Guan begs Tenchai to wait, claiming it was all just a misunderstanding. But without mercy, the big guy just tightens his grip. Tyron Guan starts screaming in pain. Meanwhile, Gil Su is talking with his friends Jiao and Gai Min. In the middle of the conversation, someone approaches. Looking back, Gil Su gets curious. When he realizes who it is, it's his Sunbae, Chun. The students around them start whispering, wondering what Gil Su did this time to attract Chun's attention. Confused, Gil Su asks if Chun needs anything from him. Chun replies that he just found out something important. Gil Su's eyes widen at what he hears. Chun now knows that he's been seeing his sister. Gil Su tries to explain, saying they just spent some time together and that it's not what he's thinking. Grabbing Gil Su's shoulder, Chun declares that the Six Gates don't resolve things with words. Furious, he says he'll see him in the arena. That was an official duel challenge. While two students talk about the scheduled fight between Jiang Chung's Sunbae and a freshman, one of them says you will watch it in the arena. As they show excitement to see the senior's power, Lee Gil-soo, sitting on the bench, observes quietly. However, sitting on the same bench, he laments his situation, worried about having to face him. Then the senior appears with a serious face as he issues the duel challenge, right after Gil-soo, convinced that fighting him would mean his defeat. At that moment, Park Yeon-lo shows up and comments on his expression, surprising him by recognizing him. Then he asks about the rumor of the duel and whether he was scared, but the other denies it. Despite that, he explains that he doesn't mind getting beaten or losing because he believes he can learn something. However, Yeon-lo insists, asking why then he carries such a sad expression. With that, he hesitates. Soon, he reveals that his concern is whether the senior will stop him from contacting Jamie, and Yeon-ho is shocked, asking if he's really dating her. Then the friend warns him that he will only lose if he fights for an ambiguous relationship, advising him to make sure of the situation before the fight. Faced with that, Gil-soo questions whether he should really do that, and Yeon-ho calls him a fool. Right after, he claims to be an expert on the subject and offers to help. Soon, he sends a message to Jamie on his behalf, asking her to meet at the cafe after school, and she replies yes. Thus, the other feels relieved and says he will trust him this time. While chatting, he asks if he needs to buy new clothes for the arena, but the friend says that the outfit is important, even if it gets taken off later. Soon after, Yeon-ho suggests that they buy a gift, and the other is shocked, asking if he also needs to prepare one. Then the friend asks if he was really going empty-handed, hearing in response that he just wants to understand her feelings. At the same time, he advises him to think of something she likes or wants. With that, the two arrive in an art supplies store. Later, Gil-soo thanks him for helping buy the gift. Soon, Yeon-ho reassures him, saying there's no need to worry and that the important thing is to deliver his sincere heart. Thus, he thanks him for the advice to clarify his relationship and promises to buy him a meal later, regardless of the outcome. Then the friend waves, saying he'll wait for him in the arena, and he agrees, promising to return afterward. Right after, he drinks his beverage, visibly tense. With several empty glasses on the table, he sighs and wonders why he is so nervous. Meanwhile, he remembers his friend asking if he would confess without a gift, and he questions whether that was the right thing to do. As soon as Jamie arrives, she comments that he came early. Then she asks if he has already finished his coffee, and he is surprised to see her, calling her name. Soon, she apologizes for stopping by her house and asks the reason for the meeting, making him try to explain. Then he offers a gift and she is surprised, asking why such a sudden present. Right after, he explains that the idea came while walking down the street and regrets having said too much due to nervousness. Soon after, she gets startled and he, blushing, wonders what happened. Finally, she shows a keychain of a purple character, happily exclaiming that it was her favorite character. Mikolo. Then he explains that he remembered her liking it since the amusement park, and she thanks him, surprised while he feels relieved for remembering. Then she finds it fascinating and comments that the two think alike. With that, she extends a gift bag, leaving him shocked as he asks if it was for him. Soon she smiles and explains that the gift is like a talisman, worried that he is getting involved with dangerous people. Thus, she asks him to open it at home, and he holds it, wondering what it could be. While holding the package, he keeps imagining the surprise inside and wonders if she also likes him. Nervous, he asks what her ideal type is. Then he regrets having asked the question. Despite the tension, she thinks for a moment and says she had never really thought about it. Finally, she says she would like someone strong, which leaves him shocked. Soon he is horrified to realize that her ideal type was the opposite of him and starts imagining Jang Chung's sunbae. Naturally, she comments that her appa has always taken good care of her, and he replies that he doesn't think that's strange, even saying that he considers the senior cool. With that, he thinks that she would never like someone like him. Soon she gets up to order a drink, but he interrupts her, saying he had other plans and only came to deliver the gift. Surprised, she asks why so suddenly, but he turns away, promising to contact her later, already certain of what he needed to do. Later, Young-ho asks if he really left the meeting right after giving the gift. He confirms, explaining that seeing Jang-mi only reinforced his feelings, and that he will seek recognition from Jang Chung's sunbae, even if it's difficult. With determination, he shouts that he will become strong to be by her side. Meanwhile, the friend watches everything, thinking that the situation is getting out of control. Soon after, the two hear screams on the street about strange people. Then Yano explains that it was pickpockets on motorcycles scaring people as they passed. Noticing this, Gil-soo is shocked and asks if they can help the victims. In the next instant, one of the motorcyclists passes by and snatches the gift from his hand. Furious, he runs after the thieves, shouting for them to stop. With his heart pounding, he realizes that her gift had been taken. However, Yamo holds him back, asking how he plans to catch motorcycles by running, and he asks what to do then. With a confident smile, the other says not to worry, claiming he's the best rider in Jeonmyeon. As night falls, the city lights come on. Further ahead, the thieves on their motorcycles brag about their robberies. One finds money, and another complains about what he grabbed. Soon, one of them smiles, saying they exceeded expectations. Suddenly, Yongo appears holding a baseball bat, ready to strike. With a precise swing, he hits one of the thieves, sending him flying, celebrating his home run. Immediately, the others are shocked, asking who he was and where he came from. With a smile on his face, he explains that their escape route was obvious and that he knew that place from his old days as a rider. Then he reveals that only he knew the shortcut to that spot, a sewer opening. The three remaining thieves glare at him, mocking him for trying to take them on alone. But he just smiles and asks, what? With that, Gil-soo jumps down from above, landing on one of the thieves and asking who said he was alone. Right after, he punches the guy who groans from the hit. Without hesitation, he grabs the guy's necklace and demands he give back what he took or he'll regret it. Panicking, the thief revs the bike to escape. However, he throws Gil-soo against a pole at high speed. Before continuing his sentence, the thief starts laughing, saying this is what happens when someone jumps on another person's bike. But he's interrupted when he realizes Gil-soo is holding the motorcycle with his hand, not understanding how. Right after, an explosion occurs. Furious, the thief asks if he's insane for doing all this over an item. With determination, he replies that it's not something anyone gets to judge, asking politely. Mocking, the thief taunts him, saying, come get it if you can. Without hesitation, he throws the gift into the sea, telling him to fetch it if he's capable of finding it. Immediately, Gil-soo screams, furious at what he did. Then, without wasting a second, he dives in to retrieve the gift. While trying to reach it, he tells himself that he has to get it back, no matter what happens. An isolated stands under the night sky. At the gymnasium, the gathered crowd wonders why he hasn't shown up for the duel, commenting that they would run away too if they were in his place. One of the guys mentions a scheduled training session, but the other denies it, visibly thoughtful. Regretting the situation, one of them says it was a mistake to let him go with Yong-ho, finding it ridiculous that he went to meet the girl at such an important moment. Meanwhile, Jungmin tries to understand what happened and comments that he went to confess, but Deal quickly silences him. The word echoes among the students, triggering surprised reactions from all sides while Deal tries to deny it. The crowd comments that he went after the senior's younger sister again, saying he must have gone crazy to confess his feelings. With a serious look, Jang Chong watches everything. He soon frowns, concluding that the boy needs to be educated. Elsewhere, Yamho laments that the thugs attacked everyone without distinction of age or gender. Surrounded by fallen enemies, he holds a bloodstained piece of wood and demands to know who they are. Suddenly, he notices the leader of the thieves fleeing the scene. The man speeds away in anger, shocked to see that Yongo took down all his men by himself. As he watches him escape, Yongo wonders where his companion went after chasing the other thieves. With a mischievous grin, he gets ready to act. He twists the throttle, ready to show his skills. Meanwhile, Gil-soo emerges from the water, coughing hard. He laments losing the item even though he was so close but believes it must still be somewhere nearby. Suddenly, he spots something and gasps in surprise. Grabbing the red bag, he feels relieved to have found it quickly and decides to head to the arena. As he holds the soaked bag, he looks at it strangely. He's shocked to realize it's empty and wonders where the item might have fallen. Staring at the deeper part, he wonders if the gift sank there. Throwing his clothes aside, he acknowledges the danger but says he can't give up now. Without hesitation, he dives in again, determined to recover what he was given. A wave forms as he plunges into the water. Submerged, he searches the ocean floor. Soon, he resurfaces, gasping for air to continue. He dives again persistently. He surfaces once more, breathing with difficulty. Dives again, surrounded by fish swimming around him. Once again, he pulls himself out of the water, coughing and gasping. He crawls to the edge, wondering how many times he has already dived. Gazing at the water, he questions whether he has searched thoroughly and if he needs to go even deeper. With that thought, he dives again, wondering if the item might have drifted farther. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he notices something. He sees a white box on the bottom and shouts that he found it. He soon resurfaces with the box held high, celebrating his victory. Happy, he rejoices in the water for finally succeeding. As he thinks it's time to head back quickly, his body locks up. Panicked, he wonders if he's got a cramp in his leg. He starts struggling, realizing he needs to get out immediately. Floating in the water, he feels his strength fading. Even so, he grumbles that he's almost there and pushes on. In desperation, he screams for help. Suddenly, someone grabs him by the neck. A firm voice orders him to pull himself together. Surprised, he realizes it's Jang Chung's sunbae. Someone throws a life buoy toward him, telling him to grab it. The friends approach and ask if he's okay, shocked to see him there. Gathered at the shore, they help Gilsu out of the water while he coughs heavily. Grateful, he admits that he nearly drowned. One of the guys explains that they only found him because he screamed and asks what he was doing there. With a distant look, he starts explaining what happened. They quickly figure out that he was looking for the gift Jamie gave him. Gilsu apologizes to Jang Chung, saying he went to meet her to understand his own feelings before the fight. He believed it would be meaningless to fight without doing that first. He then shows the soap box, explaining it was her gift, but he's unsure if the item survived the water. The senior looks at the box with a surprised expression. He also holds up a small whistle, wondering if that was all there was. Upon seeing the object, Jang Chung reacts seriously. In his memory, Jamie, as a little girl, cries loudly while her brother tries to understand why. The young girl confesses that the other children tease her for not having a father, and he consoles her. Although hesitant, she calms down when she sees him kneel and offer her a whistle. He explains that if anyone ever bothers her again, she should blow the whistle. He promises to come running as soon as he hears the sound, ready to protect her. Jamie asks if it's really a whistle, and he smiles. He tells her never to forget that he'll always be by her side. Back to the present, Jang Chung asks what Jamie said when she gave him the gift. Gilsu replies that Jamie was worried because he always gets into trouble. That's why she gave him the gift as a kind of protective charm. He then turns and declares that they're just friends. However, he admits that he hopes to get closer to her in the future. One of the friends, shocked, calls him crazy and says he's still out of his mind. Jang Chung then asks him to hand over the gift. He says he doesn't care who Jamie dates. All he asks is that Gilsu behaves himself, because he'll always be watching. Surprised, Gilsu replies that he understands, wondering if that means he's been acknowledged. The scene shifts to Park Yong-ho's motorcycle speeding down the road. The thief ahead yells at him to give up, calling him a persistent bastard. He soon shouts, asking who Yong-ho thinks he is to tell him what to do. In a tone of frustration, he asks if they think he steals because he wants to. The thief tries to warn about how dangerous the Baksun and Brothers gangs are. He declares he'd rather flee and die than be captured for failing to meet the quota. With that, he speeds up and crosses the railroad just before the train passes, leaving Yong-ho behind. Furious, Yong-ho calls him a lunatic. Farther ahead, a bag and several belongings are thrown on the ground. Kneeling in front of the motorcycle, the thief begs his boss to accept the items, saying they were taken from some weird people. The leader mocks the explanation, frustrated with the poor performance from the Ginseng High Group. Surrounded by his subordinates, the boss of the brothers gang says that excuse won't work. A red-haired man, being restrained, tries to resist. They plan to use his weak strength to fuel the growth of the other members. Kwak Shin-kyul from the Baksun group orders him to be taken immediately. Choi Noman, an executive of the brothers gang, adds that he'll be sent to the Coliseum. A man held a glass with a worried expression, thinking that things weren't going well. He stated that Tyrone's Coliseum was in decline, which was affecting his capital. The woman next to him asked if the profits from the other businesses weren't enough. He explained that each Coliseum operated differently, which made the profits limited. Changing the subject, he asked how the Brotherhood's situation was going and suggested using the boys from Ginseng High. The bearded man replied that the Brotherhood's power would help with the loans, but they weren't looking for profit in that way. He then said that the Brotherhood had already taken over Ginseng High, and that only the 6 gates remained. The man with glasses argued that the 6 gates couldn't be defeated by brute force alone. He also commented that Jang Chung's strength was different from what they had expected. The bearded man corrected him, saying that the wrong expectation was his. He asked if he had forgotten who was responsible for the failed plan. The man with green hair explained that thanks to their slow approach, they were able to assess the strength of the 6 gates. He warned that attacking them recklessly would cause even greater losses. The man with glasses predicted the Brotherhood's annihilation if they insisted on their current strategy. Soon, a man with white hair ordered them to kill the 6 gates, or rather, Jiang Cheng, at any cost. Right after, a phone screen showed a conversation where someone said they couldn't read a letter. The other person suggested settling things in person. Gilsu smiled to himself, excited about the chance to see Jiang Mei again. At that moment, another boy grabbed him from behind, saying it was time to repay the debt. Youngman asked if he remembered how he met Jiang Mei, and Gilsu confirmed that he did. Meanwhile, the other boy was planning to get closer to Ji. Youngman explained that whoever receives something should repay it. Gilsu then realized that he had forgotten to thank the one who had helped him. He suddenly ran off, leaving the other boy confused, thinking he should be the one getting thanked. Thinking to himself, Gilsu concluded that thanks to Yongho, everything had worked out. He told himself that he needed to find Yongho and tell him everything. When he arrived at the classroom, he asked for him but was surprised to hear that Yongho hadn't come to school. Another student commented that Yongho only showed up when he felt like it and was probably passed out at some cafe after gaming all night. Gilsu, skeptical, wondered if that was really the case. The scene shifted to a sunny street in the city. As he walked along the sidewalks, he found it strange that his friend had disappeared. He visited several cafes but still hadn't found any trace of Yongho. He found it strange that it was this hard to contact him. Later, he talked to Hassan, who confirmed that Yongho hadn't shown up at the orphanage either. Gilsu realized that he had vanished without a trace since the night before. He began to wonder if something had happened after he jumped into the river. As he was thinking, a man in a suit approached, asking if he was also there looking for his belongings. The man explained that he had been robbed the day before. He said the police found his bag, but his wallet was gone. He also asked if the thieves had been caught, but the man replied that by the time the police arrived, everything was already over. The man mentioned hearing about a fight followed by a chase, which surprised Gilsu. With a suspicious look, Gilsu walked away, analyzing the tire marks on the ground. Nearby, the red lights of a railway crossing were flashing. Soon, Gilsu came across a police line blocking access to a stopped train. He picked up a broken red piece, wondering if Yongho might have stopped there during the chase. Even without certainty, he concluded that he needed to investigate, no matter how small the chance. Later, a sign indicated the name of a scrapyard with several stacked cars around. At the site, 2 men were talking excitedly about new prey that had arrived. One of them invited the other to join in, saying the hunt was more fun with the victim still alive. The other agreed, saying it would serve as a warm-up. Exhausted, Gilsu knelt down, wondering if this was the right place. He followed the tire tracks on the road, noticing that the motorcycle had been abandoned there. Gilsu wondered if Yongho was trapped inside the scrapyard. He knew he couldn't break in without information and decided to look for another way. Suddenly, a blue truck approached the entrance, catching his attention. With that, Gilsu had an idea and soon adopted a determined expression. The truck passed through the gates, heading toward the inside of the scrapyard. The back of the vehicle showed its closed doors as it moved forward. Gilsu peeked from behind the tarp and sighed in relief, glad he had managed to sneak in. Inside the truck, he quickly started searching before he could be discovered. Soon, he noticed something strange among the wreckage. He recognized the motorcycle used by the pickpocket from the previous day. He wondered if there might be a clue hidden inside it. Suddenly, he heard voices and quickly hid. 2 nearby men were talking about how cruel Shinchul Hinam was. One of them asked how someone could be left in such a condition. The other suggested that maybe the victim had chosen to fight. Gilsu found the talk about prey strange, remembering what he had heard at the entrance. His eyes widened as he considered the possibility that a prey from the 6 gates had been captured. One of the men confirmed that it was someone with yellow hair and a tattoo who had come alone. The comment was that only a lunatic would do something like that. As the man spoke, something red struck his face violently. He staggered with blood dripping from the wound. Another man was hit by a quick strike and tried to figure out where the attack had come from. Gilsu grabbed him, saying he didn't know who they were. Then he threw the man far away, declaring that he had found the right place. He grabbed a key from the unconscious man's body, determined to find Yongho as soon as possible. As he opened a door, he called out loudly for Park Yongho. The strong smell of blood made Gilsu wrinkle his nose. A weak, faint voice asked for help from inside the room. He spotted a man tied up, confused about who it could be. Gilsu approached, shocked by the sight before him. He recognized Huang Hyukchin, injured and covered in blood. In shock, he asked how he ended up there and what had happened. Hyukchin screamed desperately, telling Gilsu to be careful. Suddenly, a large tattooed man appeared with a pipe wrench in his hands. The attack came fast, aimed directly at Gilsu. The man, Kwak Shinkyul, scolded Gilsu for touching the Brotherhood's prey. Grating his teeth, Gilsu realized how dangerous this guy was. Even trying to dodge, he ended up getting hit by the brutal strike. Kwak commented with a grin that the more prey showed up, the better it was. Gilsu felt the impact of the wrench blow with full force. The tattooed man then grinned maliciously, saying that now he would show his skills as a torture technician. As the wrench hit him, Gilsu groaned in pain. Right after, Kwak Shinkyul smiled wickedly, asking how he should cook the boy. With that, he tightly grabbed an object that looked like a hammer. Immediately, Gilsu struck Shinchul's face with the hammer. Surprised, the enemy staggered back, cursing the hit. Gilsu responded that cooking him wouldn't be fun since he had no fat. Then he reflected that although he barely dodged the attack, His reaction was fast. Looking around, he realized the place was full of terrifying tools. Right after, Shinchul charged forward, asking if Gilsu was ready to die for invading the Baksan group's scrapyard. Firmly, Gilsu confirmed the enemy's link to the group and challenged him, saying it was him who should be prepared. The attacker then leaped toward him, expressing how he hoped Gilsu would struggle to make the fun last longer. He attacked with a wrench while Gilsu defended himself with a hammer, keeping the fight balanced. Gilsu thought that he had fought against similar weapons before and wasn't scared. However, Shinchul landed a hit with his bare hand. Smiling, he commented that hitting the kid was more satisfying than smashing tools. Furious, Gilsu cursed, demanding what the hell he was talking about. The enemy then delivered a series of powerful punches, sending him flying backward. Then he said he would finish the mise-en-scene quickly, grabbing Gilsu up close. Blood splattered across Gilsu's face as the attacker's fist connected. Suddenly, Hwang Hyuk-jin jumped in and attacked him, while Gilsu lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Surprised, Shinchul glanced at the newcomer and said he would now become a friend Gilsu would see often. He then raised his weapon and revealed its name, the O-Hammer. Upon hearing that, Gilsu screamed in desperation. With a brutal swing, the attacker struck Hyuk-jin with the O-Hammer, hitting him squarely. However, he looked stunned at what happened next. Hyuk-jin shattered the chains and screamed that he was free. With a powerful move, he hurled Shinchul backward. Then he yelled at Gilsu, telling him they had to move quickly. Holding his neck, Shinchul was stunned that the other still had any strength left. Immediately, Gilsu swung his hammer and broke the remaining chain. In a rush, Hyuk-jin told him to run before the others arrived. Meanwhile, Shinchul raged on the ground, calling them prey. Gilsu asked if Hyuk-jin could run, and he replied that he had no choice. He'd escape even if he had to crawl. Suddenly, a group of men appeared, shouting to catch them, surprising Gilsu. Then he got ready, thinking he might have to fight with his bare hands. Suddenly, he saw the wheel of a large motorcycle. Hyuk-jin showed up riding it and told him to hop on, leaving Gilsu stunned. With that, the motorcycle sped off, leaving a trail of smoke. The two escaped while the men chased after them, screaming. Gilsu yelled at the pursuers to get lost. Then he kicked one of them, sending him flying. After that, he shouted at Hyuk-jin to hold tight and wait. The motorcycle approached a dead-end alley, blocked by stacked cars. Hyuk-jin, still driving, asked what he meant by dead end. The vehicle picked up speed, preparing to jump. Hyuk-jin screamed that he was clearing the way as they both leaped together on the motorcycle. Then the moon reflected over the water in a quiet place. Grateful, Hyuk-jin told Gilsu that it was thanks to him that he managed to escape. Humbly, Gilsu replied that it wasn't his intention, but it ended up happening anyway. Then he asked what had happened for Hyuk-jin to end up in that state. Finally, Hyuk-jin explained that, as he had said before, Ginseng Hai was at war with the Baksan group. According to him, the fighting went on every day, causing heavy damage to both sides, but it was a battle with no winner. So when they got tired of the pointless fights, the Brotherhood made an offer first. The offer proposed that the captains fight each other to decide the winner. Hyuk-jin accepted the proposal, hoping to put an end to the conflict, and went to the agreed location. However, upon arrival, he realized it was all set up just for the leader to mock his bravery. Disdainfully, he said he wasn't interested in fighting with trash and demanded they bring out Choi Noman. The men around exchanged glances, surprised by the demand. Suddenly, he turned around, startled by a car approaching with headlights on. Shinchul then showed up with a demonic grin, announcing it was showtime and revealing that it was all a trap. At that moment, Hyuk-jin was nearly run over by one of the vehicles as someone shouted his name in the distance. Right after, trucks and dozens of men surrounded him in a tight circle, trapping him completely. He then shouted back at the attackers, realizing that the promise of a fair fight was, in fact, a scam. Soon after, Shinchul and his men prepared for what they called an exercise, but he understood that it was nothing more than a cruel game. That's how he was captured, and during his absence, Ginseng Hai was completely taken over. Meanwhile, Gilsu, sitting on the grass, asked if the 6 gates were all that was left. Struggling to stand, Hyuk-jin declared that now was the time for the counterattack, surprising Gilsu. He then affirmed that Ginseng Hai still had members and that he would gather them to launch the attack. Right away, Gilsu asked to join, but Hyuk-jin refused, saying he couldn't involve someone from another school or the 6 gates. Even so, Gilsu tried to explain that wasn't what he meant, revealing that he had his own reasons for wanting to go. Hearing this, Hyuk-jin stared at him, unsure of exactly what he meant. Meanwhile, Park Yong-ho, blindfolded and with his hands tied, shouted that his friend had been captured. Angry, he struggled and demanded to know who the attackers were and whether they thought they were safe. Suddenly, his cuffs opened and he loudly asked who the hell they thought he was. Surprised, he raised his arms, realizing he was free from the restraints. As soon as he removed the blindfold, he tried to understand what was happening around him. The sight of various weapons scattered across the floor between containers shocked him completely. Looking around in horror, he gasped in disbelief, wondering what all of it was. Suddenly, a red-haired boy appeared handcuffed, and Yong-ho immediately thought they were screwed. The redhead, lamenting being stuck there, recognized Yong-ho. Now free, Yong-ho approached, complaining about the guy following him, and demanded to know why he was there. Then he grabbed the redhead by the collar, trying to figure out why he was acting that way. Terrified, the other boys shouted that they needed to run immediately. At that moment, a voice echoed, welcoming them to the Brotherhood Coliseum. Soon after, the same voice declared that from that moment on, they were the Brotherhood's prey. Shocked, the redhead asked if they were being hunted. In response, the voice explained that they had to either escape or take down the hunters within a time limit. Additionally, it announced that any type of violence and weapon was permitted inside the arena. Finally, with a sadistic tone, the voice concluded with a starting now as several men appeared, ready for the hunt. Meanwhile, two men knelt down begging for one more chance, promising that the mistake wouldn't happen again. Soon, one of them had his chin grabbed by another man who questioned how they could lose the prey and reminded them of the price of a mistake like that. Then the bearded man ordered them to be dragged away, declaring that starting the next day, both of them would be demoted to prey. Several men dragged them away by force, while one still protested, claiming they had been attacked. He tried to justify himself, arguing that losing Hyukjin was someone else's fault. At that moment, a look of terror took over the tattooed man's face. However, a hand covered his mouth before he could continue, stopping him from speaking as he struggled. Soon after, the bearded man asked what had happened, commenting that they hadn't been able to properly handle the boys. The tattooed man explained that the members had become too relaxed after taking over Ginseng High and promised it wouldn't happen again. Suddenly, a 20 kilograms weight fell from above, nearly hitting one of the men's heads, leaving a huge dent where it landed. The bearded man grabbed Shincheol, now injured, by the neck, bringing up the Baksan group's plan to conquer Jungsunon and the Six Gates. Desperate, Shincheol cried and apologized while being choked for losing Hyukjin at such a decisive moment. Moments later, he was thrown violently to the ground. The bearded man warned him he had only one day to bring the boy back. Faced with that, Shincheol nodded and replied that he understood. Meanwhile, Yongho was running, gritting his teeth, fighting off exhaustion. The bearded man explained that first they needed to finish off Ginseng High before starting the hunt for the Six Gates. Soon, a muscular man with a hammer charged at Yongho, mocking him for still running. However, Yongho countered with a punch to the man's face, knocking him down and asking who was really the one running here. Right after, other men came rushing in, one of them shouting that the boy was his now. Several blows were delivered rapidly against the enemies. Surrounded by fallen bodies, Yongho cursed about this place and the endless stream of bald guys appearing. From above, the red-haired boy observed everything and praised him for being from the Six Gates. Immediately, Yongho asked if he was just hiding there. Calmly, the redhead explained that conserving energy was the best strategy in the Colosseum. However, Yongho complained that he was just hiding while leaving all the heavy work to others. At that moment, he reflected that he had heard about this Colosseum somewhere before. Then the redhead revealed that this was the Colosseum of the Baksan Group executive Choi Noman. He continued explaining that this was the base of the Brotherhood, the enforcement arm of the Baksan Group. That's why he said the place specialized in training, pointing to a container maze ahead. He then detailed that it was a field where slaves from occupied schools grew stronger by hunting each other. Shocked, Yongho asked if they hunted people, calling them lunatics. Suddenly, a man in orange appeared, asking about the exit, leaving everyone stunned. Then the man attacked with a punch, and the redhead pushed Yongho aside to dodge. With that, the newcomer greeted him and said he would now call him Six Kun. Outraged, Yongho protested at the nickname, demanding to know who allowed that. Then he charged, shouting and swearing, landing a solid punch. Even so, the other man seemed to absorb the blow without flinching. Then he declared that he had calculated the boy's combat power, to which Yongho reacted, confused by the term. Finally, with a smile, he stated that Yongho's power barely reached the level of his right arm. Enraged, Yongho cursed him and went for a kick, but the man in orange stood firm. Right after, the man counterattacked with a punch straight to Yongho's face. Then he smiled and said he would only use his right arm to keep the fight balanced. Jin Wan revealed that this was his rule for getting stronger, starting a relentless flurry of attacks. Bleeding, Yongho realized that this opponent was different from anyone he had faced before. Even with the man's exaggerated confidence, Yongho noticed there was an opening since he was only using one arm. With that, he moved his left arm, the tattooed one, and opened his hand. Jin Wan was surprised when, even while getting hit, Yongho grabbed his arm tightly. Meanwhile, Yongho landed a powerful kick, sending his opponent flying with the impact. From above, the redhead watched everything, shocked by the unexpected strength of the boy from the Six Gates. Right after, Yongho mocked his opponent, telling him to quit with those crazy concepts. However, the man in orange replied with something that left him stunned and regretting having underestimated him. Then Yongho charged again, shouting that even with all that power, he was no match. To his surprise, the opponent grabbed his leg mid-motion. Immediately, a barrage of punches was delivered to him and he was quickly overpowered. Pinned down, he received a heavy punch while lying there, weakened. Still on the ground, he heard the man in orange say that his power count never fails and felt an unsettling shift in the man's aura. Bleeding and furious, the opponent revealed that he could weaken his enemy until their strength matched the level he had measured. Soon after, the next day arrived with the sunset lighting up a construction site. Yilsa returned to the place, surprised to be back there again, noticing nothing had changed since his last visit. In a brief flashback, he remembered when Hyukjin accepted him into the plan but demanded that he act alone, something that still made him insecure. Soon, he spotted Hyukjin sitting on iron beams and greeted him. Without lifting his eyes from his phone, Hyukjin asked why he came alone and where the other members of Jinsang were. Worried, Gilsu replied that they had a problem and Hyukjin just waited silently. Later that night, Hyukjin shouted, shocked to learn that all the students from the school had lost contact. Gilsu explained that his phone was taken and that no one answered his attempts to reach them. The other asked what they should do. At that moment, a burning motorcycle in the background caught their attention and Gilsu commented that they couldn't act alone. Suddenly, an imposing figure approached, leaving Gilsu startled and speechless. A young man came running desperately, calling for his kundam. Both of them looked at him. Gilsu asked who that was and Hyukjin replied, "That's Sangshul." The newcomer immediately hugged him, but Hyukjin, embarrassed, scolded him, saying he was making it awkward. Sangshul stepped back and asked why he was there, since the meeting point had already been agreed upon. Hyukjin looked confused, asking what meeting point he was talking about. Surprised, Sangshul showed his phone, explaining that the message in the group chat had led him there. On the screen were messages supposedly sent by Hyukjin, scheduling a meeting at an abandoned location. Furious, Hyukjin denied ever sending that message. Then night fell, revealing two large, dark warehouses. Inside one of them, a group of students gathered, believing that Hyukjin had escaped and preparing to face the Brotherhood. Meanwhile, everyone turned curiously when they saw a figure step into the light. Shinchul appeared with a satisfied smile, pleased that everyone was there. The group reacted in shock, questioning him, but he just looked at them, recognizing a few familiar faces. Amid the tense silence, he mocked them, calling them idiots for falling into the trap. With a large hammer in his hands, he said he needed to relieve some stress. Finally, he ordered his followers to charge and attack the group. Then Hyukjin denies having sent the message, and Sangshul questions who did it. Meanwhile, Gilsu realizes it's a Brotherhood trap, and he agrees that they need to leave immediately. Right after, he's surprised to hear his own phone ringing. He answers, asking who's speaking, and tries to warn them to get out of there. Suddenly, his face shifts to surprise and visible discomfort at what he hears. At the same time, Kwak Shinchul, sitting on top of the beaten-down youths, declares that the smell of blood calms him. Hyukjin then confronts him in anger. He shouts that he is the target and begs them not to hurt the others, but Shinchul laughs, saying they've already been beaten. He mocks him for having run away, saying his actions caused the others to be assaulted, which only fuels Hyukjin's rage. With a cruel smile, Shinchul invites him to the junkyard before 8 o'clock if he wants to save them. Meanwhile, two youths are locked inside a dark warehouse. Park Yong-ho asks how they even have a prison cell, and the other explains that the Brotherhood uses them as bait repeatedly. Soon, Yong-ho feels his wounds burning and realizes they purposely avoided his vital points. Then he asks why the other is there, wondering if he's part of Baksun group, but the boy furiously denies it. He then states that they are sworn enemies of Ginseng Tech. Yong-ho then asks if he's from Ginseng Tech and why he was stealing on the streets. The red-haired boy explains that he had to follow the Brotherhood's orders because of his school's leader. They promised to release Hyukjin. Yong-ho asks if he's talking about Hyukjin Huang from Ginseng Tech and whether he knows him. The boy replies that they'd gotten involved in something, but he didn't know Hyukjin had been captured by Baksun. Yong-ho was surprised to learn that the redhead does all this for Hyukjin, thinking it's strange. But the boy states that everyone in Ginseng Tech recognizes what a great leader he is. Meanwhile, Ginseng Tech is located near a poor neighborhood, so many there face financial struggles. A group of boys once asked the redhead if it was true that Ginseng Tech kids did anything for money and immediately offered him cash to mug someone. As he received the money, he reacted startled, saying he couldn't do something like that, while other schools looked down on them for being from poor neighborhoods. Soon, one boy grabbed him, calling him a bum, saying that he and his school were losers. Then the same kid told him to grit his teeth so he wouldn't lose any while someone else held his wrist. The attacker suddenly screamed in pain as his own wrist was grabbed. At that moment, Hyukjin stared him down intensely, warning him to never mess with Ginseng Tech again, or he would kill him himself, because he was the one who changed everything. He didn't want them to be bullied anymore, so he gathered the school together and turned Ginseng Tech into one of the powerhouses of Jiangmian. He then declared that no one would look down on them with power, and he was the living proof of that. He led an enthusiastic crowd, affirming that he would guide them and they should follow him. Back in the warehouse, the red-haired boy explains that Hyukjin is very strict with rule breakers, but no one cares more about them than he does. Finally, Park Yong-ho concludes that Ginseng Tech respects Hyukjin the same way they followed Chung, which explains why the redhead got himself in trouble to save his leader. Then furious, he declares that the Brotherhood tricked them with lies, but insists that Ginseng Tech isn't finished and will get revenge when Hyukjin returns. Suddenly, a loud noise surprises them inside the prison, and they react in shock. At the same time, injured youths are brutally thrown into the cell as one of the aggressors orders them inside. The boys scream as two of the attackers smirk, commenting how packed the cell is and that the next hunt will be fun. Inside the cell, Yong-ho and the redhead look at the fallen, tied-up boys. One of them asks weakly what they're doing there. Then the boy tied up on the floor reveals they were captured by the Brotherhood. Yong-ho and the redhead are shocked by the revelation. Meanwhile, Hyukjin, consumed by rage, swears that he will kill those responsible as an object is violently smashed on the ground. Gilsoo and Sangshul try to calm him, but furious, he argues that his friends trusted him to protect them and that he cannot stay calm. Sangshul, worried, tries to convince him they can't rush in without a plan. Despite that, Hyukjin acknowledges how reckless he's being, but claims that no longer matters. He says he doesn't care about mockery, but refuses to stand still while his friends suffer. Determined, he tells Gilsoo and Sangshul that they can leave if they want. He'll fight alone if he has to. Right after, the scene cuts to the front gate of the brothers' junkyard. At that moment, Kwak Shinchul, sitting on top of stacked cars, asks his men if Hyukjin will really come for them, stating that obviously he knows it's a trap. With a casual tone, he says that fools always look out for each other, and that he wants to settle this before the boss finishes the hunt. Suddenly, he expresses surprise at something unexpected. With that, he sarcastically announces that the main event has arrived as Hyukjin approaches with a bat in his hands. As soon as he arrives, Hyukjin thinks angrily about everything they've done. He then demands to know where his friends are. Shinchul mocks him in response, saying he came early and that they're all at the Colosseum waiting for him. Hyukjin confronts him about the promise to release them and asks if he lied the whole time. Laughing cruelly, Shinchul says it's his fault for falling for the same trick twice and calls him a fool. Without hesitation, Hyukjin charges at the enemies. As he attacks, he declares that he came here to beat the hell out of all of them. In return, Shinchul grins, saying it'll be fun putting him in his place, and orders his men to attack the little bunny. Hyukjin stands firmly over a fallen enemy, ready to face the next. He challenges them to come at him while swinging his bat at several opponents. Suddenly, one of Shinchul's men attacks, mocking his situation for being alone. He finds himself surrounded, called a fool by opponents from all sides. Even so, he defends himself with effort, while multiple enemies rush from every direction. Soon, Shinchul laughs with scorn, saying he can't handle so many at once, and orders his men to finish the fight. At that moment, a motorcycle comes flying in, crashing into the henchman with force. Kwak Shinchul reacts in shock, asking what the hell that is. Sangshul then appears, riding the motorcycle, yelling at the baldies to get out of the way. Immediately, he activates a fire extinguisher. A cloud of smoke covers the attackers, who start screaming, confused about what's happening. Meanwhile, Hyukjin coughs from the smoke and Sangshul extends a hand, telling him to hop on the bike. In a hurry, he grabs onto the motorcycle and thanks him for arriving at the perfect moment. The henchmen panic upon realizing that more allies have arrived, and Shinchul orders the gates closed to prevent any escape. However, Hyukjin, riding the motorcycle, laughs at the idea of escaping and says Shinchul got it all wrong. He then shouts that they're not running and attacks an enemy right beside him. Seeing this, Shinchul is stunned to realize they're charging directly at him. In response, Hyukjin grins, thinking that things are going well and hoping his friend is succeeding too. Meanwhile, Gilsoo clutches the fence of the warehouse, stretching his hand with effort. With difficulty, he climbs over, commenting how the back entrance isn't easy at all. Soon, he surveys the junkyard, relieved to see no one was guarding that side. Then he smiles, thinking that Hyukjin has done his part. As he approaches, Gilsoo taps his friend on the shoulder, the one who said he'd fight alone if necessary. Then he explains that he never said he was leaving, just that they needed a better plan. He then reveals he has an idea that can turn 3 people into dozens. Right after, he kicks the fence down, thinking about how the alliance between YMG High and Ginseng Tech is about to unfold. With that, he descends with determination, declaring that the rescue mission is officially underway. While watching the 2 men standing near the container, Hyukjin carefully analyzed their movements. At the same time, the 2 seemed to be chatting with each other, distracted. Soon, Gilsoo peeked from behind the wall, confirming that this was the place they had talked about. Then Hyukjin instructed that the tallest container building was the prison and told them to find it as soon as they got inside the junkyard. He assured them he would handle the distraction, but emphasized the importance of staying discreet. However, he also warned that while Gilsoo could handle a few, it would be difficult if too many attacked at once. Gilsoo agreed, pulling something from his backpack with a grin. He revealed that he had brought something special for the mission. Meanwhile, one of the men bragged about his strength, and the other complimented his muscles but noted that the Brotherhood's average was even bigger. Gilsoo then calmly approached them. The 2 were surprised by the unexpected arrival. With a relaxed smile, he greeted them, saying it was a good night for the Brotherhood. Then he declared that he had brought the perfect disguise for the occasion. Earlier, he had explained that since he didn't want to shave his head, he wore a bald cap. He also dressed like them, confident his disguise would work. While chatting, the guards mentioned that everyone except them was out hunting Hyukjin. At that moment, Gilsoo, still in disguise, pretended to be disappointed that he escaped and said he needed a prisoner from Ginseng Tech to lure him in. One of the men complained about the trouble Hyukjin was causing but still allowed him into the container to get prisoner, which Gilsoo gladly accepted. He grinned, satisfied that they had fallen for his disguise, thinking that being smart really pays off. Suddenly, he got startled by someone approaching, fearing he had been discovered. However, the guard just came to tell him that he didn't have the keys to the cells. He explained that they'd need to get help, and Gilsoo laughed in relief, realizing he had narrowly avoided being exposed. So the 2 walked together toward the inside of the container. Once inside, Gilsoo noticed the place was massive, almost as big as Tyron Wan's club. The guard then asked if he was new, and Gilsoo said yes, immediately being offered help. The man asked if he had heard about YMG High's prey, and Gilsu replied that he didn't know much. The guard explained that the rookie had taken down half of the hunters, but Jinwon knocked him out, proof of how strong YMG High's students were. Gilsu reacted with surprise at the information, silently hoping that Yongho wasn't hurt. Meanwhile, a man entered one of the building's doors where several tools were scattered. At the door, the guard asked which group he was from, and after a brief hesitation, Gilsu replied he was from Group 3. The man accepted the answer, fully believing the lie. Inside, Gilsu thought to himself that he needed to find everyone quickly. The guard noticed his hurry, to which Gilsu replied that they needed the bait quickly. However, the man raised a hammer and coldly replied that he didn't think so. The guard accused Gilsu of being too anxious, as if afraid of being found out, which startled him. Then the man explained that Group 3 was out hunting, so Gilsu should know about YMG High's prey. Suddenly, he grabbed him. In a quick motion, he yanked the bald cap off Gilsu's head. Confused, he asked if it was actually a wig, right before taking a direct punch. The guard fell backward, knocked out. Taking advantage, Gilsu grabbed the keys from the unconscious man, declaring that he had to free everyone. He then looked at the many containers in front of him. Granted, he was determined to find the cells without any help. Meanwhile, a motorcycle sped down the road. On the back, Hyukjin told the driver to turn right to catch up with Gilsu. Suddenly, he gasped at something ahead. The motorcycle flew into the air and both riders were thrown on impact. Immediately, Super Saiyan appeared, jumping into the middle of the road. With chains in his hands, he claimed to have made a great catch. The man in orange grinned, saying the ginseng guy wouldn't be lucky this time. Filled with rage, he swung the chains, shouting that he wouldn't let his prey escape again. On the ground, Sangshul called out to Hyukjin. Trapped by the chains, Hyukjin commented on the pain and sarcastically mocked his own leader-like pose. Even so, he said there was something more important to do. With strength, he pulled on the chains and declared that he didn't have time for conversation. In a flash, he punched the enemy in the face with a decisive blow. Then, grabbing Sangshul by the shirt, he apologized for being a bad leader and told him to hang on tight. He then helped him up, promising to end this war once and for all. As they walked together, Sangshul asked if Gilsu had managed to execute the plan. Hyukjin answered that they had done their part and bought time. Now, they had to trust their friend. Meanwhile, Gilsu was focused on finding the cells and freeing everyone while the others distracted the Brotherhood. They had agreed that they would meet later in the container where Hyukjin had been imprisoned, and Hyukjin had agreed. Then a footstep echoed on the floor. Both looked around, realizing the place was empty. Annoyed, they realized that despite his confidence, Gilsu hadn't followed a plan. Suddenly, they heard someone comment that their motorcycle show had been fun, but the man continued, saying there would be no more performances, as several men with hammers approached. Sangshul was shocked by how fast they moved, and Hyukjin told him to stay behind so he could buy time. The man in orange appeared again, threatening to kill him, which surprised Hyukjin, who couldn't understand how he had recovered so quickly. Kwak Shinchil grinned, saying he had just been playing with them. Then, pointing forward, he ordered his men to capture Hyukjin, and several rushed to attack. Hyukjin regretted that the plan had failed. At that moment, Sangshul shouted for him to move aside. Suddenly, a car was hurled toward them. Both ran as the vehicle approached, with Hyukjin shouting at the Brotherhood. A man driving a heavy vehicle declared that he would bury them there, praising what he had learned at school. Kwak Shinchil, seeing the machine, recognized the Ginseng Tech team, furious that they had escaped. He quickly realized they had taken over the crane. Inside the machine, one of the boys swore to show them what happens when someone messes with their crew. One bald thug commented that they were now using the Brotherhood's own tactics against them. Then a truck arrived with more people, shouting that no one has to fight alone. Hyukjin smirked, thinking how cute and adorable it was that his friends had shown up. Gilsu suddenly appeared, jumping in and apologizing for being late, saying he had some unfinished business with the bald guys. With fists clenched and a grin, Hyukjin stated that now the numbers were right. With his eyes glowing in the crowd behind him, he declared, the war is about to begin. Then he celebrated that the numbers were finally even and called the boys to join the fight. With the crane in front, he declared the war had begun and everyone charged into battle. Soon, Sangshul punched an enemy with fury, shouting for the Brotherhood members to die. Meanwhile, another fighter struck an opponent, warning them that they had picked the wrong school to mess with. Two bald men looked on in shock, wondering how the prisoners were still able to fight after being beaten down. One of them recalled that they had nearly defeated Ginseng Tech, but the enemies seemed to regain strength as soon as they advanced. Gripping two men by the face in anger, he declared that they would never understand. Then he charged forward, declaring that these enemies were anything but cute. At that moment, one ally ran to him asking if he was okay, and the boy replied by asking about the others. The ally explained that everyone was giving their best because having him by their side gave them hope for victory. Then he asked where Sulban and Chanxiat were, realizing some were still missing. In response, the ally informed him that some of the bigger ones had been taken somewhere else, which shocked him. He then learned they had been taken to the leader of the Brotherhood, Nomun Choi, and reacted in disbelief. On the floor, empty pill bottles and some red pills were scattered alongside blood stains. Meanwhile, a bearded man smirked arrogantly, saying they weren't even good enough for a warm-up and dared them to land a hit. Noman Choi then asked if that was all they could do even after being drugged. One of the men writhed in pain, screaming. Sulban and Chanziuk attacked Noman Choi in fury. However, one of them was hit, blood spraying from his face. With that blow, he collapsed to the ground. Right after, Noman Choi landed another powerful strike, sending them both flying. Meanwhile, two who were tied up on the ground asked why he would hurt his own men. In response, he said the man was weak for letting the prey escape, and the man apologized. Grabbing the subordinate's face, he smashed it brutally. Then he poured more pills onto the man, challenging him to fight back. Under the effect of the pills, his eyes turned red, and he declared that he would kill everyone. He rose in anger and charged at Noman Choi, but he was easily blocked and knocked down shortly after. The leader sighed, saying there was no fun in hunting them since they didn't get stronger even when drugged. With a dark expression, he wondered if the kids from Ginseng Tech would be any different. Meanwhile, the boy grabbed an enemy. He then caught a bald man by the neck, asking where his boss was as the man screamed in pain. On the floor, the bald man cried and revealed that the boss was in the container at the far back. Then he threw him aside, declaring that he had to reach the boss before it was too late. Nearby, a chain lay on the ground. He was suddenly shocked to realize that the chains were still wrapped around his leg. The man in orange grinned and pulled the chains, declaring that he had caught Hwang Hyuk-shin and never missed his prey. Then he dragged him across the ground, saying it was now his turn to leave him lying there. Meanwhile, the boy tried to kick despite having his leg caught, lamenting that he couldn't do anything as the situation worsened. Suddenly, Park Yong-ho delivered a powerful kick. Then he cursed the man, calling him sick. Firmly, he stood over Hwang Hyuk-shin, declaring that he had some scores to settle with the man in orange, surprising him. The enemy asked if he was from UMG High, saying he had no interest in losers like him. Without hesitation, Park Yong-ho attacked, shouting for him to shut up and fight. Hyuk-shin cheered, saying this was great and that now he could keep going. As Hyuk-shin ran, Gil-soo shouted, asking where he was going, worried about the fallen person. Hyuk-shin explained that some of his people were still trapped, and his friend ran with a bad feeling. On the way, Kwak Shin-chul blocked his path, saying he wasn't going anywhere. Standing over the fallen bodies with glowing eyes, he glared at them with rage, warning that this would be their grave. He also told Hyuk-shin to go, promising that he'd handle the enemy. However, the enemy charged in fury, asking who had given him permission to run away. Quickly, Gil-soo blocked the attack, shouting that he would have to get through him first. Kwak Shin-chul warned that it wasn't wise to piss him off and asked if he was ready for this. With confidence, Gil-soo shouted that he was more than ready. Then he took a powerful kick to the face. Even so, the enemy grabbed his own face, smiling with blood-red eyes and a terrifying grin. Right after, he punched Gil-soo several times, saying they would test how ready he really was. With tremendous force, he threw Gil-soo back, making him fall awkwardly. Despite the injuries, the boy recognized the strength, speed, and weight behind the strikes. Even so, he screamed and charged forward with a punch, but he was hit repeatedly, thinking he had to do something fast. Without letting up, the enemy continued pummeling him, mocking that he should have been born ready. Falling down, Gil-soo screamed in pain, realizing that none of his attacks were working. The enemy stood over him, making Gil-soo wonder if it was truly impossible to win. Smiling, Kwak Shin-chul said he liked that look, that Gil-soo was exactly his type. Then he asked if Gil-soo used to be a loser who got bullied in school. In shock, Gil-soo listened as the man laughed, saying that fighting wouldn't erase his past. With a twisted smile, he asked if he should tell how he knew that. In a flash of memory, Gil-soo recalled doing well in his exams. Then he remembered hanging out with his friends, and after that, he recalled spending the day playing around. Even though his friends were happy, he felt empty inside. Until one day, he spat blood after taking a punch. Meanwhile, his friends were screaming for him to stop, seeing the boy lying hurt on the ground. They yelled that he would kill him, but the boy just smiled, realizing that it tasted unique. Since then, he felt alive only when causing pain. He began choosing his victims and treating them like toys. According to him, the Brotherhood now supplied him with prey, but seeing people like Gil-soo reminded him of the old days. Then he stomped on Gil-soo repeatedly, declaring that he always left his victims scarred for life. Lying there, Gil-soo admitted that he used to be bullied in school. He said he was beaten and mocked every day, wishing only to die. But then he fired back that it was people like Kwak Shin-chul who made him change. Surprised, the other man stepped back as Gil-soo stood back up. Then Gil-soo asked if he wanted to know what new taste he developed after joining YMG High. With all his strength, he slammed him to the ground and declared that his new taste was destroying idiots who thought they were strong. A metal chain was stretched out on the ground. Then he dodged multiple times. The Saiyan swung the chains, irritated that his hunt had been interrupted. He warned that this time he would make sure to kill him for good. The boy felt shocked, realizing how lethal that weapon could be. Quickly, he grabbed something, remembering the time he had spent with the fugitives. Then he charged forward with his hammers, declaring that he knew how to handle weapons too. The Saiyan laughed, saying that holding something like that only made him an easier target. Even so, he used the hammers to block the chain attack. He smiled and said he was well aware of that. Immediately, he smashed the ground. By hammering the chain into the floor, he declared that the weapon was now confiscated. The Saiyan pulled the chain, surprised that it had been pinned to the ground. The boy rushed forward at the opponent, shouting that he was finished. He lunged, claiming he didn't even need weapons to beat him up, but he was shocked to realize that he couldn't afford to be hit by this opponent. The Saiyan seemed insanely strong, and he feared he would be defeated again if struck. He jumped to dodge the enemy's attack. Then he shifted to the side, avoiding another swing. Realizing he had no choice, he thought he'd have to try something new. With force, he delivered a strike, marking hit number 300 in his training. He recalled being asked why he was there training alone instead of with his friends. He had replied that he didn't like physical contact, which was why he trained by hitting a stack of tires by himself. The other person told him there was no need to force himself, but warned that his attacks were too predictable. That left him confused, wondering what made his movements predictable. The person explained that without variation, skilled opponents would easily read his patterns. They suggested that he practice feints while he kept training. Back in the present, the Saiyan mocked the kick he received, saying it wouldn't work, but he was suddenly struck by an unexpected kick to the face. Shocked, he realized the kick's trajectory had changed and wondered if it was some kind of Brazilian kick. The boy smiled, revealing that he had practiced that move thanks to Sun Yu's advice. He then landed multiple successful kicks on the Saiyan. The opponent cursed, but the boy kept attacking in fury. Then he asked if the other wanted to check his combat power again. He delivered another solid kick to the Saiyan's face, sending him flying backward. Smiling, he declared that the real winner was the one who stood victorious in the end. Meanwhile, he also grabbed Kwak Xingqiu, asking if he wanted to know the new taste he had developed at YNG High. Then he hurled Kwak Xingqiu into the air, saying that his new taste was destroying idiots who thought they were strong. Right after, Kwak grabbed Gilsu's face, mocking that he was getting emotional. Then he held him and slammed him into the ground. He took pleasure in putting losers back in their place, but was surprised by the boy's strength. Gilsu challenged him back, promising to show him what it was like to live in a world of pain. But then he was punched repeatedly. The attacker mocked whether he was really going to show something, asking how he planned to do that while being beaten down. He followed with a powerful punch, sending Gilsu crashing backward. Gilsu groaned in pain as he lay injured on the ground, surrounded by debris. The attacker walked up, mocking that he was predictable, and claimed he knew how to deal with people like him. He then recalled someone like him from a few years ago. He narrated that it was a weak kid with a big ego who tried to protect others, and for that, he was put in his place. He humiliated him, turning every day into torture for that boy. Yet, even after all that, the kid never gave up and kept fighting back. Because of that, he didn't want it happening again, and crushed him in front of the whole school. The kid had no fear left in his eyes, only emptiness inside, with a sign hanging from his neck. The attacker commented that it had been fun until the very end. Gilsu asked how that story ended. He revealed that the boy had written a letter and took his own life. He claimed he was lucky enough to find the letter and get rid of it before anyone else saw it. Stopping hard on the ground, he finished the moral of the story. Then he stomped on Gilsu's face, declaring that losers like him needed to learn their lesson, while Gilsu questioned what was happening. Then he broke Gilsu's arm. He laughed, saying that the sound of the shoulder dislocating mixed with the screaming was perfect. He told him to writhe on the floor in agony, while Gilsu couldn't move his arm. Even while injured, Gilsu understood perfectly what that previous victim had felt. He remembered the feeling of emptiness and despair, the one that drives you to wish for death. Despite that, he slowly started getting up, which confused even his attacker given the state he was in. Clenching his fist, he declared that he would never give up on this fight. The attacker hit him again, laughing and admitting that he was the most stubborn opponent he had ever faced. Even so, Gilsu thought that compared to the pain he had endured before, this was nothing. He rotated his shoulder, snapping it back into place. With strength, he landed a punch on the enemy, showing that pain no longer affected him. His opponent was shocked, asking if he had really just reset his shoulder. Then Gilsu promised that he would feel it, all the terror he had caused others. The blood-soaked battlefield now reflected that terror. Meanwhile, Noman Choi commented that the fight was way too easy. He then lifted two unconscious students, questioning whether that school was really supposed to be the second strongest. He said he wasn't having any fun, but that didn't mean he could stop, and started drugging one of the boys. He shoved more pills into the boy's mouth, saying he wanted to work out and asking how far they could go. As he kept drugging him, a powerful impact suddenly exploded in the background. Then someone walked in, stomping hard on the floor, declaring that they had found the right place. With a snake-like aura radiating from him, he demanded that Noman Choi take his hands off the others. Surprised, Noman Choi turned and started to say that he didn't expect him to come crawling back. He tried to attack with incredible speed, but was immediately struck by a powerful punch that sent him flying. The attacker clenched his fist and swore. With power radiating from his body, he promised. A boy then thanked them and revealed that he saw himself in those people. With that, he scolded a classmate for getting beaten up while wearing that uniform, saying it was a disgrace to the school. From that point on, he started helping out of sympathy, especially those who were excluded by society. That small help he offered became a valuable salvation for the group that eventually formed. Unfortunately, in an instant, something smashed through the window. Two armed men stormed in, demanding that the parasites get out. One of those present questioned the price they were offering, while the boy reflected that he himself was just another oppressed soul. Then the attackers shouted commands for everyone to leave and began assaulting the residents, while Hayepchun remembered the notice of the redevelopment of his home. Unable to fight back, he cried out for his parents, feeling like every day was hell. Just when he couldn't take it anymore, he heard someone shouting his name. Stu and his classmates came running and charged at the attackers. Surprised, Hae-chun watched them. The same boys who followed him at school were now fighting by his side day and night against the hired thugs. Together, they didn't back down, and the enemies soon grew tired of the resistance. In the end, the attackers gave up and retreated, while the residents celebrated with loud cheers. Later that night, on a bridge where the sea roared beneath, the friends celebrated their victory while shouting the name of their school. However, one of them warned the others not to put too much weight on Hae-chun's shoulders, which made him ask what that was supposed to mean. He heard next that nothing lasts forever, and once they graduated, each of them would follow their own path. The friends looked at each other, confused, not understanding why he was saying that out of nowhere. With a smile, Hae-chun replied that it didn't matter where they ended up because they would always be family. Right after, two injured men collapsed to the ground, swearing something as they fell. Then, with glowing eyes, Hae-chun charged at No-man Choi. He slammed him to the ground, promising to defeat him on his own. Next, the enemy was thrown against the wall, but rather than fear, he seemed amused, finding the whole thing fun. Hae-chun stared him down and asked if this really was fun for him. As he punched him, he questioned the meaning behind all these pointless fights. No-man Choi simply asked why he was searching for meaning in battles like these. Then he threw Hae-chun away with full force. With blood-covered hands, he declared that this was nothing more than natural selection. He added that the weak are simply devoured by the strong. Suddenly, Gilsu appeared and struck the enemy, making him scream in pain. Even with his shoulder dislocated, Gilsu kept fighting. In fact, he seemed to be getting stronger with every hit he took. As Kwak Shinkil screamed for him to die, Gilsu landed a punch that made the enemy writhe in pain. With determination, Gilsu said that this was nothing because his opponent deserved far worse. Mocking, Kwak Shinkil said he could barely stand. Claiming that adrenaline had gone to his head, he promised he would knock it out of him. To make him feel pain again, he continued attacking relentlessly. Even while being hit, Gilsu acknowledged how strong his opponent was. Still, he thought that the pain only made him angrier as the other man watched him, unable to understand. Despite the injuries, Gilsu felt more awake than ever. Kwak Shinkil was stunned when he saw the look in his eyes. At that moment, he remembered that when he entered high school, he had no rivals and quickly dominated Salmon High. He always carried a serious, confident gaze, until one day a new student arrived from juvenile detention. From the very first glance, No-man Choi radiated power. Sensing that the newcomer wanted to take his place, Kwak Shinkil set a trap to seal his fate. But he soon realized he was wrong. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. For the first time in his life, he felt fear watching that scene. No-man Choi, bored, asked if he was there to fight, wearing the cold stare of a predator who knew no pain. And now Kwak Shinkil found himself wondering why he was seeing that same look in Gilsu's eyes. Desperate, he screamed at Gilsu not to dare as he lunged forward with a flurry of attacks. But suddenly, Gilsu caught his hand. Kwak Shinkil was shocked, unable to understand what was happening. The truth was, Gilsu had been training every single day precisely so he could turn the tables even in the worst situations. Through that, he learned something important during his fights. Hard work always pays off. And with that, he gripped Kwak Shinkil's head tightly. Saying that he wasn't finished yet, he promised to make him feel unbearable pain. Once again, the blood-stained ceiling loomed over the place. A barrage of heavy punches followed. Meanwhile, as No-man Choi continued his assault, Hae-chun reflected that this leader was more interesting to hunt and had lasted longer than the others. Even so, he declared that he had plenty of experience handling brutes like him. No-man Choi ignored the punches, seemingly unfazed. Then, laughing, he said that it only tickled, which confused Hae-chun, since the punch hadn't even landed cleanly. Immediately, No-man Choi punched him hard, daring him to try something better. He followed up with a series of relentless blows. Hae-chun thought the opponent was absurdly strong, like being hit by a truck. He concluded that No-man Choi didn't bother defending. He just fought with brute strength alone. Then the enemy declared the fight over and delivered a devastating strike. However, while jumping, Hae-chun noticed that No-man trusted too much in his own strength. With precise timing, he grabbed his opponent firmly. He declared that he was a specialist in dealing with guys like him and tightened his grip around No-man Choi's neck. The enemy groaned in pain. Hae-chun realized he needed to finish this fight quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance if it dragged on. He believed this move would work, no matter how monstrous his opponent was. Then he slammed to the ground with him. Laughing, he mocked him, asking how he felt, claiming there was no way he'd escape from this hold. But then, something unexpected happened. Hae-chun was shocked to realize that No-man Choi had completely reversed the situation. In an instant, No-man slammed him to the ground. At that moment, Hae-chun finally noticed the use of pills. Confused, he still didn't fully understand the drugs. A bottle of purple pills hit the ground. With glowing eyes and blood-covered hands, No-man Choi declared, "It's time to finish this once and for all." Hey everyone, did you enjoy this story? I really liked it. If you want to follow the next part, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a like. See you in the next story, guys.